Day 35, I think. So last 2 weeks in this particular tranche, as it were. Just the usual announcements. Mobile phones, please switch to silent. And if we hear the fire alarm, it is the real thing. So we have to go out one of the two exits at the side, down the stairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. Obviously, don't come in until it's told, or we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Good. Yep. Okay, thank you. A couple of things. First of all, I actually, full disclosure, staying in the same hotel as some of Bevan Britain's participants, instructing solicitors to Kent County Council. I have a feeling they probably might have been there for a while, but I haven't noticed. But anyway, I did notice this morning. So I hope that's all right. Obviously, no communication apart from a good morning and a nice weather or bad weather or whatever it is. But I'm afraid it's a bit inevitable, really, with so many people from outside and, you know, obviously relatively limited places to stay locally. So that's that. And obviously, if anyone has got any objections, please do say so. The other thing is, we have Kent County Council put in some information, which is this table that was circulated. A bit unusual, I have to say. Yeah, it is unusual, Mr. Young. I don't think I've ever come across something like that before, but you know, it's always the first time. It has been circulated. I've seen your comments. Just
to be clear, on my comments, thank you for that. We don't object to it being admitted, notwithstanding on my comments about it being unusual. My objection was only going to be if it were introduced right now and used as a basis for questions to a witness who's never seen it before. I'm happy to deal with it because it in some ways quite helpfully reveals some basic misunderstandings from the basis of the Kent's case. But we'll have to deal with it through Mr. Gearing because of the way in which it's been introduced, which we're happy to do, but that'll be procedural. Well, I don't know when that is. Is that tomorrow or?
It's not that long. It's
Friday. Sorry, we can deal with it on Friday. That's no problem. But this witness is in the middle of, it's not fair for him to have to deal with all of the stuff in it. And it should be fair, just to be clear, none of this relates to evidence that's actually been produced by Kent. What this relates to, we're told, is a reformulation of questions that have been put by Mr. Young, which is fine. I mean, so it is, and he's allowed to put whatever questions he wants. But basically what's happening is that a note is being produced that reflects questions that the barrister has asked to the witness. So it's and that's fine, as I say, but we will deal with it, but I don't want this witness to deal with it.
No, all right. Mr. Young, do you want to say anything apart from...
Well, it sounds like it's going to be admitted, so that's fine. It obviously wasn't sent...
I haven't said that yet.
To witness. No, sorry, you're quite right. There's no objection being taken.
No.
You can, of course, object yourself. Just to be clear, though, I'm going to avoid any kind of narrative about we've misunderstood things. I'm perfectly happy to deal with it with Mr. Gearing, and in fact, I think it's important that I have questions for Mr. Gearing. All I would say is we were responding. I was responding to evidence in chief where this witness raised the basis of those figures, the 38 million and the 39 million, 117. So we were responding to that. I'm aware Mr. Gearing makes comments. I'm aware Mrs. Dickinson makes comments, both of which I'm going to explore. I will need to cross-examine now Mrs. Dickinson, but only for about half an hour, maybe an hour. So we can deal with it all that way, and my learned friend's been very helpful in indicating a way forward. So I'm going to restrain myself from saying anything more, and just say, you know, if somebody introduces something in evidence in chief, I am going to have to deal with it. Now, I could have just dealt with it orally, but because it's numbers, because it's viability, because there's lots of numbers flying around, and because of my learned friend's observation, I have decided to ask my witness to reduce it to writing, which he did. and that's
Who
fine.
produced the table, Mr.
So
Spilsbury?
Mr. Spilsbury produced the table on my instruction, and I was cross-examining on the basis of my understanding. And my learned friend quite rightly pointed out, I said, well, where have you said what the percentage is? And my learned friend said, he said, literally my witness said a third. And so that's why there's a 33% in there on top of my, our or my instructions. What if it's 10%? What if it's 20%, 30%? However, this is definitely an issue I can explore with Mr. Gearing, and that's a really helpful way forward from a learned friend.
Okay, so no more questions on this to Mr.
Not to this witness, no, and it was never my intention to. Ironically, or not ironically, very obviously, because I've already done it. I've already put all of those points, about 10, 20 and 30%.
You might not be able to answer this, Mr. Simons, because you haven't been able to discuss it with Mr. Mitford-Slade, obviously.
Oh, no, I haven't spoken to him about it, no, of course.
No, but, are you actually questioning the table itself or the
arithmetic is
probably
probably, I haven't checked, I've got a feeling the arithmetic is correct. I'm sure in terms of the calculations. The notes are revealing in what they say. The notes, I should just say, so there's a table with some numbers on it. Mr. Mitford is probably wondering what on earth is going on, but anyway, there's a table with some numbers on it, and then underneath there are 4 notes.
Yeah.
The notes do not reflect things, not entirely anyway, reflect things that were put to the witness. I don't object on the basis of that because we can deal with it all through Mr. Gearing. The way that the calculations are expressed is, I suspect, mathematically correct, but the way that what's described in the title to the table and the notes, the narrative that goes along with it, reveals, as I have explained, as I thought, to be fair, we had already explained with Mr. Mitford-Slade, but obviously it hasn't worked, to the Kent satisfaction, a number of misunderstandings about the way that the land sales are actually going to happen and the way that that's reflected in the cash flow. So the numbers, I think, are fine. I'm sure they're all fine. I don't take any issue on them being fine. It's more about, I suppose, the narrative in the notes that goes along with the numbers that illustrates what Kent think those numbers mean, where things go awry. But again, to be discussed.
Gearing.
We can definitely deal with that with Mr. Gearing, just as Mr. Young says.
All right, on that basis, then it can be admitted as an inquiry document. So we'll have it as the next one, please. And probably best not to say anything more about it at the moment, I think.
I would have thought so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so I can't remember whether you've got more questions.
I have, yes. I said an hour and a half.
I know. Well, it's quite a while ago.
Yeah. No, I'm not criticising you for not remembering.
Yeah, okay. Any more points that anyone wants to...
Just the shape of the next 2 weeks. Could we just have 5 minutes on that?
Yes.
If that's okay.
2 weeks. We've got the timetable, haven't we?
Yeah. So I've looked carefully at the timetable, and it's all going to be fine.
Is it? Good. Well, that's good to know.
Something's going to go wrong now.
It's all going to be fine because you very sensibly included a slippage day.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Right. Okay.
Wondered how long that was going to last, that slippage day.
Well, I knew we wouldn't have that. So if that's what you're saying.
Somehow you may have anticipated sometimes these things might take a bit longer, but that's going to be fine because of the slippage day. We're not going to overrun with viability. We're going to finish on that Friday.
You think so?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well,
Friday and a fortnight. But you've already started the planning evidence by then. The 5 parishes are on with their planning evidence towards the end of next week.
so do you think that? I don't know. I'm asking just you, anybody, that we'll finish Mrs. Dickinson. So do you think we'll finish all the highway? The costs on the Tuesday. We've also got the Section 106 highways and planning conditions as well, haven't we?
I think it's possible. I'm just pointing out that might go into the Wednesday.
Yeah, I think so.
Then the 5 parishes will start.
No, Mrs. Dickinson next.
Mrs. Dickinson after that.
I thought you
Oh, right. Okay.
mentioned that.
Okay.
So Mrs. Dickinson at the moment I think is on the 2nd day of next week.
Right.
Yeah, Wednesday the 23rd.
Wednesday. I think that might possibly go into the Thursday. It may not, but it may do. And if it does, the consequence is you want that extra
Yes.
I'm not suggesting all this cost issue is going to take the whole 2 weeks. I'm just saying we might lose a day. And the reason I say that is there is a lot of material.
Yeah.
And it's really, really important. The last person I'm persuaded this, frankly,
Yep.
is that we go through it at a pace that's clear. Because
Yep.
I've sat down in conferences that Sean, my little friend, has, and I now know, a lot more about civil engineering than I used to.
Yeah.
I think we just need to take our time.
Absolutely, no.
I'll be an hour with a witness, and you asked me several weeks ago, but
Yep.
I think, to be honest, I'm going to be longer.
That's fine.
On my witnesses and evidence in chief, and I thought I might have some more cross-examination for Mr. Gearing, because it's emerged that he's dealing with part of the case on costs, and that's why I'm raising it now, just to manage expectations, requiring everybody. That I think we might just end up spending maybe a day more on the costs issue.
Yeah.
And I've said I could sit down and listen as well. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, we just have to go as we go, I think. But I think it is important that we try and reach the end of what we've programmed for the end of week 12 by the end of week 12. And we have got that extra day. Just hope that will be enough. But anyway, we'll have to see how we go, won't we?
Madam, can I just flag, following
yes.
on from Mr. Young's points? Obviously, our concern is in respect of our evidence in planning on the last kind of day or 2 days, if we go into the slippage day. You'll be aware that my clients will be having a changeover of counsel for the October hearings, and so we can't have either of those witnesses to go into PERDA for an extended period of time.
Of course not.
With them both being the lead clients for both groups. Madam, there's also a bit of a concern on our side about the fact that we'll be giving our planning evidence some months before we resume, and as we know, things have a habit of changing over the summer periods as more developments come online that could have an impact on some of the planning evidence given in July as opposed to that in October. So if there is looking like there is going to be an overrun, and notwithstanding the potential additional costs to my clients, there is a preference, if possible, for our planning evidence to be given, or one of our witnesses' planning evidence to be given in the October sessions. I just float that at the moment, just in case it does become kind of more likely.
So, if you're happy that we can finish your client's planning evidence by the end of next week, are you happy then, or are you saying
that resolves one issue about going into PERDA, but my clients still
wouldn't have that.
So my clients still have a concern about giving their evidence on planning in July and then coming back in October when some of the landscape may have changed and they may have points they want to bring to your attention.
Yes, no, I can accept that. That is a difficulty, I think. On the other hand, if we are losing a day, that's the only thing, or a day and a half, possibly, if Mr. Young's right, we're going to be going into Thursday with Mrs. Dickinson. So I think we need to sort of take that view that either we start planning or we defer it all. I mean, I can see that point. Another thing is, of course, I've found it very difficult at this end of the inquiry because I haven't really had any preparation time.
The other issue that we have is
I've done viability. I've read all of viability, so that's all prepared. But planning is another matter, really. But I'm not saying. I mean, if we need to, I will obviously.
The other slight issue I'm reminded of is you do have three site visits that you indicated that you would undertake, which is the nursery, Bexon Court, and the chalk pits.
Oh, yes.
You'll recall the gentleman who spoke for the nursery invited you for a walk around.
No, I do. Yes.
So,
yeah.
And I didn't think I was here when the discussion about revisiting Bexon Court
I remember
arose.
that.
Yeah. And then there's the chalk pits, I think, was raised as being something to have a look at in terms of how much was going to be taken.
I wonder, Just, Mad, on the concerns that Mr. Bell expresses, all of which I think are
Yep.
Understandable concerns. This said with some trepidation, but might it not make sense? I appreciate this might be a problem, but in terms of personnel, because it would mean your I can't remember who it is, Mr. Barnes. No, I meant your other barrister, Simon Barnes, would be doing it in the autumn. But I do wonder whether or not there is actually a case for just total, consistency and fairness and all the rest of it, to try and programme planning all together in the autumn. And that would have, I know that may mean we need to find another day, possibly. It might not, because my cross-examination estimate for the council's planning witness at the moment is 8 hours, and it might not be that long. But anyway, we can come back to that. I do wonder if that might be sensible. I'm not going to do much cross-examination of the Rule 6's planning case, because I'm going to do lots of planning cross-examination targeted at the local planning authority. I'm trying to pick up all of the points that go there. So anyway, also it would help with Mr. Young's, I think, very fair, not warning exactly, but kind of note of caution on timings for costs and viability. It would mean if we did push off planning to hear cohesively as a single topic back to back, it means that we really will finish costs and viability before the summer, obviously, and that's important, and it does make sense, because it may be policies change over the next 3 months. It may be that we have new policies to think about or whatever, and it would be really shooting ourselves in the foot if we have to call the Rule 6 parties planning evidence now and then do it again in 3 months because of all the changes. So I wouldn't push back on. I know we'd need to find another day, or maybe not, but we'll come back to that. But I think it might make sense if that's what the Rule 6 party are kind of moving in the direction of. We don't resist that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do those site visits on whenever we finish. I mean, that we could do that. I mean, site visits aren't really important. I mean, they are very important, but not important to fit in, because I don't have to have all of you there. Mr. Young, what have you got? Any?
A degree of sympathy about doing all the planning together, to be honest. It's entirely a matter for you and trying to programme it. But if I was in Mr. Bell's shoes, I think I'd be saying the same thing, really. Can we have it all at the same time?
Yeah.
And again, hopefully Mr. Simons isn't standing in the way of that, in fact recognises the merit of that.
Okay.
One tiny fly in the ointment, which is just about I've got to go to the High Court. I say got to.
Oh, nice for you.
Very much in demand. This is the problem.
Yeah, I know. I say the High Court rather than the Bailey, but it's a permission hearing to challenge, of all things, the Dover local plan, and about highways against Kent County Council. But that's what barristers do. We appear on both sides all the time. It's only a permission hearing, so if the judge lets me, it's on Thursday of next week. If the judge lets me say anything, it will be for a short period. So would be able to be back in the afternoon, but I'm going to be unavailable that morning, and that's maybe when the overrun is. But other people have got questions for Mrs. Dickinson, so
that's Mr. Goodwin, isn't it? No, it's not. Sorry.
I think with the slippage, the Thursday of next week. This is next week. Yeah. So I talked about there being slippage, and then obviously
there are some questions from the 5 parishes, I think, for Mrs. Dickinson, and also from the council as well. That's right, isn't it? Just checking.
We are still here.
No, I know.
I was just. I hope I'm looking at the same programme as everyone else, because if I am, then as I understand it, Kent obviously have an involvement in the highways costs, which all has to be done before Miss Dickinson gives her evidence. So. Presumably, if there's an overrun, Miss Dickinson will be coming on
Thursday.
Mr. Young said he's got questions for her now.
Is that right?
obviously, but I'm happy to wait my turn.
Fine.
I think that hopefully, if that does happen, and that there's enough other questions, as Mr. Young says, for Mrs. Dickinson, that example, Mr. Pereira could be doing his questions while Mr. Young is persuading the High Court judge of what to do next, and then we can keep going on the afternoon.
So that's just on the Thursday morning, Mr. Young. Is it 24th of July?
Yes, that's right. And it may yet disappear, but not
Okay,
at the
well,
moment.
I'm sure we can work around that. I don't think that's a problem.
My main point is, in light of that, if the planning does move to October, then that doesn't really present a problem. I mean, I don't want to keep people here unnecessarily, but we're not hard up against starting some planning evidence on Friday or halfway through Thursday. If we have a later start or whatever it is, or the morning off on the Thursday, then so be it. But it sounds like it's all very manageable, particularly if the planning moves to October.
Right, Helen, Jack. Got your work cut out.
What could possibly go wrong?
Okay, well, that seems sensible then. Has anyone else got any comments? We haven't got the Duchy here, have we? Or National Highways?
Wouldn't really.
Oh, we have got National. Oh, Miss Peters, sorry. You're there. You're all right with all of that? Yeah.
Well, I don't think the Dutch will be affected one way or the other because they're still in October.
Oh, no, that's true. They're not really. No. And also it would give us a bit more time for the Section 106 highways and planning conditions, which, might take a little while. Yes. All right, so that was very useful. Thank you all very much. Right, so anything else before we start? Right, shall we carry on then with your cross-examination, Mr. Young? Thank you, Mr. Mitford.
Thank you very much. So, good morning.
Morning.
You'll remember we were having a conversation last week but one, and we were dealing with various matters, and one of which was that in your rebuttal you changed some figures. Yes. Yeah. And I asked you about that. Now here, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm not asking you about your deposits from the residential. I was asking you about the commercial development and by that I mean the employment and also the district centre. Do you remember that?
Indeed.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I say do you remember that, it's usually just 5 minutes ago, but it's a bit longer than that, so I just wanted to give you the context, okay? So we were talking about that last time. And then during the cross-examination, you offered up a new Excel spreadsheet. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And I just want to explore the nature of that and the timing of that, if I may, because you obviously produced a proof and then a rebuttal, yes?
Yes.
And the rebuttal had different figures in, yes? There was an Excel spreadsheet or a printout, one of these A3 pages to accompany your proof, wasn't there?
Yes.
And then you produced a rebuttal, but you didn't put the Excel spreadsheet in the rebuttal, did you? No. And when I got to that topic, you volunteered the Excel spreadsheet. Remember that?
Indeed, yeah.
But you didn't do it in evidence in chief, did you?
No, I didn't.
No, which is the reason for my question, you see.
There's 100.54 and 100.55.
No, that's fine. It's important we get the right.
Just a while ago.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I remember that. These ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simons, for the numbers. Now, that's a little curious, if I may say so, that you would offer something up in cross-examination but not evidence in chief. You clearly recognised it was important, didn't you? That's why you came to the inquiry with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an updated document from previous submission. So yes, it's in my files, ready to go.
Yeah, it was, because it sounds to me like, or I think what probably happened was you decided not to mention it in evidence in chief, but if I started to ask questions, instructed by Mr. Spilsbury as I am around that topic, you were then going to provide it. That's what you agreed with your team, wasn't it?
No, not at all. It simply didn't come up in evidence in chief, and the cash flow that was submitted related to my original proof and not my rebuttal. And obviously it wasn't included in my rebuttal and it didn't come up in the evidence in chief. But
yeah, I don't find that very convincing, if I may say so. Ultimately, it's a matter for the inspector. It feels like you were holding that back until you got questioned, because you introduced a document in cross-examination, didn't you, in response to my questions? That's what you did.
Yes.
A document that you already had, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, when the conversation went on to cash flow, it would have been more helpful, clearly, to talk about the rebuttal cash flow, not the previous one. But accepting that wasn't submitted as part of my evidence.
And that's when we got to the fact that actually the interest figure, the 58 million, hadn't changed at all, had it?
Not materially, no.
Now, Mr. Spilsbury had looked at this, of course, that's why I was asking you questions about it, and he'd spotted the problem. The 58 million stays the same, even though the costs went up by over 30 million. And so he did some work to try and work out what you'd done. And of course, then you revealed what you've done in the middle of cross-examination, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's very unsatisfactory, can I say, from a professional point of view, and it causes us to be suspicious about your evidence, okay? You should be transparent, shouldn't you, as a surveyor?
Absolutely, yeah. I put forward as much information as appropriate at the time, but clearly that cash flow that sat behind the appraisal that was submitted in the rebuttal wasn't submitted. I accept that. In
evidence in chief, you didn't explain to us, well, actually, what I've done in the rebuttal is I've changed the timing of all the payments, but a lot of people might not have spotted it. Mr. Spilsbury spotted it, of course, but you didn't say that in evidence chief, which is what I did was I brought forward, I brought forward all the payments, and they're in this particular sequence in this particular year. You didn't explain that in chief, did you?
I didn't go into that level of detail. I mean, obviously, Mr. Spilsbury and I do have a signed statement of common ground, which does show that the commercial time frame has changed. So, that was agreed between Mr. Spilsbury. The precise timings and quantums of those within there wasn't presented. I fully accept that.
Yeah, and it's that level of detail that becomes important. And it becomes important because the interest payment stayed exactly the same, didn't it, all within 20,000, yeah?
Yes.
So you must have changed the figures, yes? Yeah. And what you've done is bring the commercial things forward, yes? Which isn't the evidence that you gave for a long time in your earlier appraisals, is it?
No, and neither was the quantum either.
No. And if, in fact, you did something like 50 appraisals in your exchanges with Mr. Orse, didn't you?
We've done a lot of appraisals, yes.
Yeah, and I asked for one of them. I haven't seen it. It's a matter for you whether you provide it or not, otherwise I'll make submissions. But you didn't change the commercial income or the revenue from the commercial in those 50.
No, not at all. And in fairness,
when you say not at all, I understand, but it's slightly confusing. Yeah, no, you didn't change it. Carry on if you want.
No, I didn't, and that's simply because all of this arose post submission of evidence, new cost evidence provided, evidence of Mr. Gardner. So all of this happened post submission of my original evidence base. So there was a huge amount of new information that came through from KCC, in particular around the cost base. And obviously I then also had the benefit of Mr. Gardner and Mr. Spilsbury's proof of evidence for me to stand back and objectively review where all of the information had taken us. And that was the reason why we then had to rebuild the models, redo the cash flow, revisit everything to see where we ended up.
But the costs went up, we know that, by over 30 million. But rather than just say, well, okay, and there'll be further interest payments, what you did is say, well, unlike everything I've done for the last few years, I'm now going to vastly accelerate the commercial work, the commercial revenue. Yeah, that's what you did.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, at no time previously had you done that.
No, I hadn't.
No. Okay, and again, you see, that's a credibility issue because the inspector's looking at this and she needs to decide whether changes like that, which leave the interest exactly the same, conveniently, but mean that you can move the other factors, leads to a robust appraisal, because you should produce a robust one, shouldn't you?
Absolutely, I fully agree with that. But the reality is that this has been an incredibly fluid process, and even more fluid in the last few weeks when everything has changed. And it's right for me to stand back and objectively review everything. Take the helicopter approach and look at everything. And you could take the worst case scenario and say all of this is going to happen, and Equally, you could take a more rose-tinted view and assume something completely different. But I have to stand here and objectively review where everything is going to land. And
yes,
that did change, absolutely.
Could I, sorry to interrupt again, it's a similar thing to happen 2 weeks ago. If Mr. Young is using words like suspicious and credibility issue in the wind-up to questions to the witness, but he's not actually putting those things to the witness, e.g., there's a credibility issue here, no question. Question, we need to be robust, don't we? Answer, yes, we do. If these are serious professional allegations, I don't know whether he's making them or not. He keeps implying that he is making serious.
I am going to make them. Yeah.
All right. Well,
I am.
I would like those points to be put. If it's said that this is not a professionally credible witness, I want it to be put so that the witness actually understands what the question is and has a chance to deal with it, because it's not appropriate to keep dangling these words around.
No, to be clear, I am going to put those points, but it comes at the end when we look at all the things that are not credible, okay? And with the greatest respect, I'll cross-examine in a way that I think is appropriate. But be in no doubt, I am going to make clear that this witness's evidence is not credible and that he has changed the figures to suit his client's case, and he's worked too closely with the client, and isn't providing.
As long as that's put, that's fine. Okay. Well, as long as that's put and he has a chance to respond to it, we wait.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Now, you said it's a very fluid situation, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, and that's a good description of this case, isn't it? And this proposal. It's a very fluid situation.
Yes.
Yeah. And you said even in the last 2 weeks, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So what we're seeing is a situation where we're going from a position where more information is becoming available, yes, and that is causing you to change your view, yes?
It's causing me to rework a vast array of new numbers. That's absolutely correct, yeah.
Because these things can be very sensitive, can't they?
They can.
And you can get radically different outcomes just by changing revenue and costs, and particularly timing and interests and so on, yes?
Yes, yes.
Good. Okay, now as far as the infrastructure costs are concerned, and by this I'm excluding the strategic highways, okay, so the other infrastructure costs, a very significant component of the total cost for the north and southern sites are those infrastructure costs, aren't they?
Yes, they are, yeah.
And it comprises, for example, strategic drainage, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
Landscaping,
Yes,
ecology,
yep.
utilities,
Yes,
site preparation,
yes.
enabling works,
Mhm.
and internal road infrastructure, yes?
Yes.
And on the northern sites,
Mhm.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, on the northern site, thank you, your costs are 16.77 million, is that right?
Yes, they
Which is a per plot cost for drainage and utilities and so on of 13,416 per plot, yes?
sounds right.
So that's a substantial sum of money, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. And on the southern side, your costs are for infrastructure cost excluding strategic highways 169.63 million. Is that correct?
It looks right, yes.
Which is a per plot cost on each plot of £23,724, yes?
Correct.
And Madam, for your note, those are agreed in the Statement of Common Ground for the northern site at page 7, for the southern site, pages 14 and 15. Now, you acknowledge in your evidence, this is your 2.09 of your rebuttal, if you want, for your note, Madam, CD 37.13.4, 2.09 and page 4. That those infrastructure costs we're talking about, excluding strategic highways, have a major bearing on viability and deliverability. Is that fair?
Yes, all costs of that scale would do, yes.
Good, okay. Now there's no reference to source of infrastructure costs or the calculated methodology within any of your financial viability evidence, is there?
They're all estimates provided, yes.
Yeah, there's no source information, is there? Where's the source? That's not provided.
No, they're provided by the applicant and their internal team, so that's where those estimates of costs have come from.
Yeah, so all the costs for infrastructure, strategic drainage, landscaping, ecology, utilities, site preparation, enabling works, internal road infrastructure and other items has come from the applicant themselves, yes?
Correct.
Yeah. You don't have an independent cost consultant providing that information, do you?
No, there's cross-references made to the Aspinall Verde work, which I do set out.
Which is the local plan work. Yeah, my question is about a cost consultant. So for those figures, your figures, we have no independent cost consultant providing that information, do we?
No, that is correct.
No. And you understand the importance of independence, don't you? Yeah. We've had to rely, or you've had to rely on the applicant's information. Okay. You refer, don't you, or there is reference to Otterpool Park, yes?
Yes, I do.
And the applicant's internal team and the broad consistency with the evidence of that. We don't have any evidence from Otterpool Park, do we? No.
Provided any.
In your evidence in chief, you stated that estimates were shared for your FVA costs from the applicant. So, as you say, from Quinn, yes?
Correct.
Surely an applicant has costed the infrastructure specific to the site, yes?
They have a lot of experience as local developers. They have an extensive internal team, and I had no reason to suggest that those would not be anything other than reasonable given the scale of the project.
Yeah.
Correct, they're not independently assessed as far as I'm aware.
The applicant must want to know whether the scheme is deliverable and viable. I mean, they must want to know that. Every developer wants to know that, don't they?
Yes, you wouldn't set out on this journey if you didn't believe in it.
Yeah, you do your own appraisal work, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Why did the applicant not provide their costs build up?
I've not seen it. The cost work provided to me was work that was, my understanding is that it was shared in discussions with Homes England at some point before my involvement.
On this site?
On this site, and
yeah.
the makeup of those costs hasn't been drilled down into or provided to me independently. So you're correct, I don't have a breakdown of those costs.
The only thing we have is the headline figures for broad cost categories, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Why has the information behind these estimates not been provided to the inquiry?
Because they're estimates that I've provided in my FEA. If that's a question for Mr. Gearing, I don't know. But from my perspective, I've relied on the cost evidence provided to me by an experienced developer and master developer without it being independently costed. We also have to remember that this started off as a policy compliant scheme at application stage that didn't require viability work. So, this cost exercise hadn't been done.
Yeah. There is no cost plan, is there?
I've not seen a more detailed cost plan than what's been provided.
Yeah, well, we've got headline figures. We haven't got more than that. And then, in addition, of course, the applicant isn't calling an independent cost consultant, is it?
As far as I'm aware, no.
No, okay. In terms of Otterpool Park, obviously no evidence before the inquiry, so we can't validate it, can we? The references to it.
No.
You verbally stated that the infrastructure costs at the time at Otterpool Park were £36,000, so that's January 2024, and you now say they're £40,000 plus, yes?
I think I said 36,000 was it originally?
Yep, you did. And you now say 40 plus.
I think the last figure that I saw was 342.6 million at 40,300 a plot.
Just give me that last figure.
So £40,300 a plot. So, so there has been a change in the way that the scheme has been brought forward and certain cost elements, as there has here. As with any major development, there will be a fluid movement of infrastructure costs over time as items get pulled in and pulled out.
Yeah, so there's clear contingencies are important, aren't they?
Contingencies, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah. Inflation is evident in that increase, isn't it?
I can't speak for that increase at Otterpool, whether that is inflation driven or not. It's
Okay.
the numbers.
If Otterpool Park's costs were increased from 36 to 40 between January 2024 and June 2025, then that's an 11% increase, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's on a like-for-like basis, and I'm not suggesting that this is like-for-like. As I say, there are most likely to be items included and excluded. This is a scheme that's been rephased. Phase 4 is now Phase 1, Phase 1 is now Phase 4, so there's different items coming in and coming out. I haven't analysed it intensely. All I am saying is, as a ballpark figure, looking down on the infrastructure costs for Otterpool and the infrastructure costs here, they are in that high 30s, low 40s plot.
Yeah,
and similar scale of development, quantum of units, similar provisions of community and social infrastructure. So I haven't gone into the granular detail, and likewise, there hasn't been material adjustments of the costs over the last 12 months on the non-strategic work to allow for inflation. That's an acceptance that the figures that we had in the original piece of work that was done with Mr. Orst and the figures that appear here today.
Mr. Orst was at Otterpool Park. I'm really sorry. We'll come to here, but I just want to stick with Otterpool Park, because remember I asked you what a 36,000 to 40,000 increase was.
Yeah, that's 11%. I think.
And it's 11%. Yeah, so we've got an 11% period over an 18-month period, January 2024 to June 2025. Yes.
There is a change in the costs of 11%, but that's not to say that the exact items for the same things have gone up 11%. But
No,
there has been a change.
I'm not suggesting that.
Correct.
Mr. Spilsbury isn't suggesting that what you failed to look at is 11% on the basis of inflation. We've got two things going on. He's made clear you failed to look or increase on the basis of 2.8% inflation on costs.
They haven't been adjusted, correct?
Yeah, okay, and we're going to come to that in a bit. But other factors have changed, obviously, at Otterpool Park, and the overall effect over an 18-month period is an 11% increase on your own figures.
Correct.
Yeah, showing not only inflation, I would suggest, being inherent in that, but also the fact that costs, have increased for a variety of different reasons.
They've gone into a far greater depth of detail because they're far more advanced in the planning stages than this scheme, and therefore for here, as I think I said in my evidence in chief, those detailed technical pieces of work haven't been done yet. So it'd be wrong to just arbitrarily increase all of those costs when there's still going to be an element of fluidity to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Now, the RICS guidance note, it's CD 7.28 for your note, madam, and paragraph 4.2.15 on page 43. We can take it up, but it's a quick point. CD 7.28.
And that 11% you were talking about,
Yep.
That was infrastructure costs on Otterpool Park, was it?
It is the Otterpool infrastructure costs going up by 11% in an 18-month period.
Right, okay, sorry.
7.28.
Oh, 7.28.
I probably said it wrong.
Right, just hang on a minute, please.
The Strutton Parker thing. Strutton Parker
Is this
report or
7.28 viability assessment? No.
I need the RICS guidance note.
Oh, hang on.
And my reference says 7.28.
Is it?
So
Might it be 20? Is it 27.1 possibly? Is that the one the dated March 2021?
let's have a look at that.
Okay.
27.1. Okay, forgive me for that.
Okay. And what paragraph?
And paragraph 4.2.15 and page 43. And what this is making clear is that when a surveyor is doing work such as you're doing, the evidence should be collected and presented to support the assumptions adopted on development costs. Do you see that? Yes. Yeah. You collected it from your client, yes, but with no independent verification. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. Expected minimum practice on a scheme of this magnitude, and given the bearing of viability on the outcomes, the affordable housing, the Section 106, whether the road can be afforded, whether more houses come forward, and so on, would be for the infrastructure costs to be assessed by a chartered RICS quantity surveyor's cost report, wouldn't they?
Yeah, at some point there is going to be the need to drill down much further into costs. I fully accept that, but at this point in time, given where we are in the planning journey, I don't consider it appropriate for the applicant to spend hundreds of thousands of pounds going into detailed technical work around cost plans, when an estimate based on their experience in the market, is my view, is appropriate.
Okay, so I just put it to you again. For the scale of this project and having a bearing on the viability, what the inspector reports to the Secretary of State about the level of affordable housing, about whether the schools can be provided, all those fundamental components, the infrastructure costs should, for this inquiry, have been assessed by a chartered RICS quantity surveyor's cost report, shouldn't they?
The costs, ideally...
Just a yes or no, first of all. They should have been, the infrastructure costs should have been assessed by a chartered RICS quantity surveyor's cost report. That's right, isn't it?
Well, are you specifically referring to the guidance?
Yeah, no, I'm referring to the guidance about collecting and presenting to support the assumptions, and then given the scale of this proposal, it's a big proposal, given the magnitude of it, then what you should have done and what you should have asked your client to provide was a chartered RICS quantity surveyor's cost report.
No, I don't.
No.
Paragraph 4.2.14 clearly says, wherever possible, cost estimates should be based on market evidence from similar developments.
Do you understand the value of having a huge proposal like this, which will dominate Swale and the delivery of housing for probably 3 decades? Do you think that independence in the identification of the costs is important?
I think, clearly at
just
some point...
Just a yes or no to start.
The independent cost
sorry, forgive me, just a yes or no to start. You can qualify it. Do you think, given this is going to dominate the delivery of housing and employment in Swale for the next 3 decades, possibly longer, that perhaps, on reflection, an independent quantity surveyor's cost report would have been appropriate?
A review of the costs by an independent expert would certainly be helpful. I agree to that, but the timing of that is quite important.
Well, we're now deciding whether this gets planning permission. Obviously, it will be tied to a Section 106. You're obviously aware of that. That will obligate this developer to deliver certain obligations, significant obligations in terms of primary and secondary school, which my client's concerned with. The level of affordable housing, which certainly the council and certainly the 5 parishes are going to be very interested in, yes?
Yes.
So we want to make sure that what the Secretary of State is told about that affordable housing and the affordability of the contributions is as accurate as possible, don't we?
As accurate as possible based on the cost estimates from market evidence. So I quite agree that the more you can drill into the costs, the better, but given the way that this has evolved, I'm comfortable that the cost estimates provided to me are suitably helpful and robust for me to be able to build a financial model to demonstrate an overarching view of where I consider the likely level of affordable housing to land. At some point, I quite agree that the more technical work...
I've got your point about some of us, this can wait until later. Our case, obviously, is it can't. This is about planning permission, it's about affordable housing, it's about presenting an accurate and fair case and making sure if it can be afforded. I'm not interested, with the greatest respect, in what happens in 5 years' time or 3 years' time. We're dealing with this inquiry, aren't we? We're looking at the amount of information that's available at this inquiry. You understand that, Mr.
Yes, I do, yeah.
And the point is, why didn't your clients seek an independent quantity surveyors, RSCS quantity surveyors cost plan?
Is that a question for Mr. Gearing? I mean, it's a question about what Quinn did or didn't do.
If he, Mr. Gearing, no doubt will be aware those questions are coming, but why didn't they do it? What's your understanding?
Because they're experienced developers that have recently worked on a number of other larger projects. They're a well-established house builder. They've got an in-house technical team that, for the purpose of this exercise, they've gone and looked at this at a high level, accepting it's a high level, but appropriate. And the guidance clearly says, wherever possible, cost estimates should be based on market evidence for similar development. So as a developer that's operated in this market for 20 plus years, I would expect them to have a good understanding of the likely level of cost at this point in time, in the absence of detailed drainage strategies, detailed highways works, where we are in this planning process. I consider that to be appropriate.
Yeah, in terms of the evidence to support the assumptions, we just go back to 4.215, so that's the RICS guidance note. It says expected build costs, a full quantity surveyor's cost report showing how costs have been estimated should be made available for site-specific information. Okay?
Yes?
Now, by build costs, do you assume that relates to just the cost of building the houses and the science block?
It's not specific here, but this guidance note applies to all viabilities of all schemes, and clearly there becomes a point in time where it becomes cost and time prohibitive to do a full quantity surveyor's costs of all costs. It wouldn't be appropriate to do a full detailed foul drainage strategic cost, a full detailed highways cost, because we're just not at that point. So there needs to be a cut-off and a line in the sand based on market evidence. So I fully accept that this is a catch-all guidance note that deals with all developments.
I don't mind. We're probably going to fill the morning with your evidence. You can answer as you wish. I'm not going to cross and trust, but what I just would like you to focus on is the question. It says expected build costs, a full quantity surveyor's cost report showing how costs have been estimated should be made available for site-specific information. So are you saying that is just limited to the cost of actually building the houses and the science park buildings?
I mean, it clearly
just a yes or no will do. As I say, you can take all day. It's no skin off my nose.
In which case, could you kindly...
Yeah, repeat your question. Yeah, okay. It refers, doesn't it, to 4.2.15, the evidence collected, this is by you, to support the assumptions on costs could include, but is not restricted to, the following. First item, expected build costs, open brackets, a full quantity surveyor's cost report showing how costs have been estimated should be made available for site-specific information, plan making, and so on.
Yes, so I
you want to go. So, are you saying that build cost is limited to just building the houses and building the science park buildings?
No, but it clearly says the evidence collected to support assumptions on cost could include, and then it gives me as the surveyor a list of other costs that I could drill down into and look at. So I fully accept that expected build costs could be everything, but clearly that's inappropriate for a scheme of this scale at this juncture.
Okay, that's your joke. So which of the expected build costs are covered by a full quantity surveyor's cost report?
None, because I've already said that there isn't one.
None. Okay. Now, you say, well, not at this stage and so on. You appreciate that your client isn't providing a policy compliant level. Well, I don't want to get into the planning, but providing a policy.
I would object to that, because that's we don't accept that, and that gets into planning evidence.
And I've stepped back from that halfway through my sentence, which is leaving aside the policy issue about what is it. Your clients are providing, I think, 11% and 22% broadly on the north and south sides. Yes. Okay. Yeah, and that will be sensitive to things like costs, yes? So we identified that affordable extra costs of 400,000 would reduce the affordable housing by 1%. Remember that? Mr. Spilsbury went through that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's obviously a much bigger figure, I think closer to 4 million for the southern site, because it's a much bigger proposal. Now, this inspector is going to report to Angela Rayner, the Secretary of State, and one of the key things that Angela Rayner is going to be interested in is how much affordable housing is going to be delivered, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, nobody could mistake the fact that the Secretary of State is particularly focused on the delivery of affordable housing, could they?
It's clearly a hugely important point. I agree to that.
It is, and we know that the government has set all kinds of expectations about the affordable housing. They want new settlements to be delivering 40%. They want grey belt sites to deliver 60%. We know what their expectations are, and you're aware of all that, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, and we know that a series of new towns are going to be announced shortly. I don't know whether this is going to be one of them. But there's going to be a task force that's producing a list. Yes.
We're straying into.
Okay. Then that's perfectly fair. Okay. Just the importance of affordable housing. So what's really important is that when we've got a sensitivity on the northern side of an additional cost of 400,000, reducing the affordable by 10%, by 1%, that we've got a good understanding of costs, so the inspector can accurately report to the Secretary of State what can be expected, yes?
Yes.
Could I just say, I'm sorry to interrupt, there's a suggestion baked into that question that's, as Mr Young knows, it's flatly inconsistent with what the 106 actually says. The suggestion, as I've done, maybe I've misunderstood the question, is that if it turns out the road costs more, then percentage points start actually getting knocked off what the scheme's delivering in terms of affordable housing. And that's not the way the 106 is set up. He knows it, he must know it, he must have read it. It sets a baseline. It can only go up, it doesn't go down. And so the suggestion, and I don't know how much Mr Midford has got the 106 in front of him or not, but it's dangerous territory for the question to be baking in an assumption, I think, is what's happening, that, if costs start to go up, well, we could end up delivering less affordable housing than we're saying, because that is not the proposal that's before us, and that's just on the basis of wording that's before the inquiry already.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that your case is that we were committed to that, and you are obviously committed to that through the Section 106. The issue we're discussing is whether any of that is remotely credible. That's the point.
Well,
okay, and
put in that way, that's fine. The question wasn't put in that way, but if it's re-put,
if your costs are too low, if they're too low, then affordable housing on your figures isn't capable of being afforded at 11%, is it?
No. What happens if the costs end up being too high? Then the master. Sorry. If the costs end up being higher, then the master developer landowner has to take a haircut in terms of their profit margin and land return, because that level of affordable housing is already set. The 106 crystallises that. It only goes up, not down. So if after the event that there is an upswing in costs, then the payment for that is met by the landowner master developer. It doesn't reduce the level of affordable housing.
Yeah, so let's look at that in terms of what might happen here. If you had taken into account inflation, okay? So inflation, as Mr Spilsbury has identified, and you haven't contested this, shows that since the appraisal work in January 2024, inflation on costs to June has gone up by 2.8%, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, June 25, forgive me. All right. Now, if you were to apply, you haven't done a sensitivity test to look at the cost of including that, have you?
No, I haven't.
You have increased your revenue figures for the commercial and so on, yes, to the, as you say in your evidence, to the present day figures, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So you've risen the revenue, but you haven't increased the costs. Now, if you had done a sensitivity test, which you obviously haven't done, and looked at that 2%, it's not a sensitivity test, it's actually what you should have done, but we'll come to that in a minute. If you'd done a test to look at the 2.8%, that would cost an additional 4 million, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but equally,
Yes, good.
I could have done a sensitivity test looking at values going in the other direction. So, the very nature of the viability is, yes, costs can increase, but equally so can revenue increase. So there has to be a balance, and we have to draw the line in the sand at an appropriate point in time, which is what's been done.
Yeah, but if you'd looked at something which you obviously should have done, which is the inflation in costs since January 2024, which you've chosen not to do, not even in a sensitivity test, the increase we've just agreed is 4 million. 4 million wipes out all of the affordable housing. This is the northern site, yeah? Wipes it all out.
Yes.
Yeah. So now your client gets planning permission from Angela Rayner because the inspector says, well, I think this is a good proposal and it delivers lots of good things and it includes some affordable housing, not as much as some might like, but nevertheless, the viability tells me that it delivers 11%. Okay, that's how it would be reported, yes?
Yes.
Angela Rayner says, well, I'm all for delivery. Let's grant planning permission for this, and I'm giving significant weight, she'll probably say, or substantial weight, if she reads James Stacey's evidence, to the affordable housing delivery. That's a private joke between Mr. Simons, sorry. The fact is that your client would then have a planning permission with a signed Section 106, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
But your client may not build out the northern site. That's right.
You don't have to build out a site with planning permission?
No, I'm not suggesting that. They might sell it. They could sell it to Bellway, say.
Yes.
Yeah, and Bellway might say, well, this doesn't work, we've looked at all this, and Bellway could submit, they'd be entitled to submit a new planning application with 0% affordable housing. Yes?
Well, they'd end up buying the site for too much, which under the Parkhurst inquiry, you wouldn't. So they would buy the site based on 11.28% affordable housing.
Yeah, but nothing stops them. Nothing stops, yeah, and they're competitive and they're trying to outdo Barratt and they're trying to outdo others. But if they buy the site and it doesn't work on that basis because actually inflation had increased by 2.8% even to June of this year, then the fact is they could submit a new planning application, couldn't they?
No, because the answer to that question is Bellway going to do their own...
Do you really think that Bellway couldn't submit a planning application?
Just let him. He was answering.
What I'd like to say is Bellway are only going to go and buy a site that they consider to be viable and deliverable at 11.28% affordable housing. If after the event they've bought the site and they realise their numbers don't stack up, I can't speak for Bellway, but that is the mechanics of how it works. You've got a planning permission. The affordable housing is crystallised. It stops at that level, and it may well go up at a review mechanism. But Bellway, they're going to base their bid on their own due diligence of that site.
The second stage is Bellway, if they acquire the site, could submit a planning application, couldn't they?
Well, they're going to submit a detailed planning application.
Just a yes would
Sorry,
do.
yes.
Yeah, they're going to submit a planning application, and they might then, in that, provide viability evidence. Nothing would stop them from being entitled to do that, would it?
No, I'd be interested to see what it says, but yes.
Yeah, and in that, they would then say, if the costs had increased, well, we can't afford the affordable housing.
Well, it depends on what they bought the site for.
Yeah, it does, absolutely, you're right. And they have to rethink sites and they have to redo them. In that exercise, of course, we know that the northern site requires, before any house is occupied, completion of the Northern Relief Road, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. And just help me with this. When were you made aware that your client doesn't control the land for delivering the Northern Relief Road?
There is a cost for third-party land acquisition in the appraisal.
Yeah, let's try my question again. When were you made aware that your client didn't control the land for the Northern Relief Road? All of it. Not all of it, but some of it.
I guess it came up through conversations with the applicant over, the process of this viability review from start to finish.
Yeah. Okay. What is the sum then? You have identified a figure for third-party land interest. Yes.
Yes, I think it's bear with me. £3.85 million.
Okay. Now, if we just think about that sum, it's not specified for any particular landowner or any particular purchase at all, is it? It's just a sum given for third-party rights.
It's a sum that I haven't interrogated. My understanding is that there are some third-party land interests that need to be acquired around that junction, around that crossing. I haven't interrogated it in depth, like I haven't interrogated a lot of the other cost estimates.
Sorry, where does it come from? Where does that sum come from?
Sorry, Mum, it sits.
No, but I mean, how did you reach? You said you hadn't interrogated it. Who gave it?
It was provided to me by the applicant, Mum.
Right.
So they provided you with a figure of 3.85 million.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not based on anything that you've looked at in terms of a calculation.
It's not, no.
No. Now, the northern site, as I understand it, is 241 acres. Is that right?
It's 242, I think. But yes, it's about that.
Okay, I'm not going to squabble over that. 242 acres. And if we multiply that by your land value, which I think we've agreed is £100,000 a gross acre.
It's 110,000, yeah.
110, forgive me. £1,000 a gross acre. That is a land value on the northern site of £26.62 million, yes?
Correct.
Yeah. So obviously the 3.85 doesn't relate to any ransom strip, does it?
It's not a Stokes versus Cambridge or other calculation. It's, it's 15% or whatever of the land value, yeah.
You haven't looked at those land control problems, obviously, as you've just said.
Not in detail, no.
No, you know, obviously, though, that, because I think we've explained this clearly to the inquiry, the way the Section 106 works on the Hyde site, the one that's been developed by the new roundabout, the land transfers to Swale, yes?
That's my understanding, yes.
So Swale now become a landowner of land which is required for the delivery of the Northern Relief Road, yes?
So I understand, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, we know, obviously, because we're all sat here, that Swale were intending to refuse this application and indeed oppose this application, don't they?
It's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, so we don't know at all what their position is going to be, but if it's one of opposition, then it may be that the land will have to be compulsorily acquired, yes?
That is one step of acquiring it, correct?
Yeah, and your clients have obviously looked to us, understandably, as the Highway Authority for that acquisition power. We have the power, Kent County Council, to acquire the land, don't we?
Yes, as I said, I haven't interrogated the very nature of this arrangement within the FVA, but yes.
But if Swale, for whatever reason, the current leadership or the new leadership, if that comes in 2 years' time or whatever it is, decides that they don't really want this development, which is their position at the moment of this inquiry, certainly, and they can see a way of stopping it, they can refuse to give the land, can't they? I mean, they're entitled to do that.
Yes, I mean, that putting aside housing delivery and affordable housing and all the community and social infrastructure that goes with that, but answering your question succinctly, yes.
They could. Okay, and so they may then seek to resist it. A compulsory purchase order by my clients would have to deal with whatever Swale's advisors, advising best value to the local authority, thought was appropriate, yes?
Yes.
And if we're into Stokes and Cambridge, then we start at 50% of the total value of what is ransomed, and then we might work our way down to 30%, yes?
It's any negotiated sum, but yes.
Yeah. Now, there are others with interest in that area, because Network Rail have a railway line, don't they?
They do, yes.
And there's some communication about it, but we don't have a signed deal, or your clients don't have a signed deal with Network Rail, do they?
I don't know.
No. And they're not a party to the Section 106, I don't think, are they?
I don't know.
Okay. And then Tremport have land to the north.
That's correct.
Yeah, and they've got to ensure a route is safeguarded, but doesn't mean that they have given over the road or given over the ownership, does it?
My understanding is that their 106 does allow for safeguarding, but I don't know any more detail than that.
That's perfectly fair. There's two, in fact, but we don't need to get into the detail. The point is that it may not be just a hope of 30%. It might be 50% because there's more than one landowner that's needed to acquire. Now, if that happens, then, and they take half of that 26.62 million, because that's the sum, they're not interested in the house builders' profits, Swale or Network Rail. They're not interested in the house builders' profits. They're interested in the land value, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and so if they take 50%, then your clients wouldn't get 26 million, would they?
They would get half of that.
Yeah, and as a consequence of which, that's not a land value that you think is acceptable because, of course, we had the evidence from the 5 parishes where they suggested, if you worked out the maths, around £50,000 a gross acre, yes? Yeah, good. And you made clear, well, as did Mr. Spilsbury, why that's unacceptably low, yes?
Yes, it is. If you're receiving 100% of the land, I quite agree. But if you're only receiving a portion of the land because you have to pay a ransom strip, then the sum of the parts is the same.
Yeah, but we don't know what the land deals say, and I'm not asking for that. So if there's a minimum price in there, then the whole thing doesn't work. Now, what's really curious, if I may say so, is that your clients have brought forward both the northern and the southern site and made the southern site contingent on the Northern Relief Road, haven't they?
They do stitch together, but I'm not being party to that application process, so I can't answer for that.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there and ask Mr. Gearing about the consequences of linking the two and wanting to bring forward the southern site at the same time. So I'm happy with that. What we know is the 3.85 million is not something you've investigated at all. It's something your clients has given you.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Now, in terms of the Pathfinder reviews, Mr. Orst, he prepared reports on the northern and southern sites, as we looked at last time.
Yes.
Do you remember that? And he said it wasn't possible to verify the figures for either the northern or southern site in terms of the infrastructure cost. Do you remember that?
That's right.
Okay, and Mr. Orst states there's significant risk in placing reliance on the viability outcomes in light of that, yes?
Yes, he does.
And I explored with you the idea of, well, when did you kind of respond to that and provide the information? Because not only have you not provided an independent RICS cost report from a surveyor, we've got Mr. Orst's report looking at the issue and raising what he described as significant risk in placing reliance on it, yes? On the viability evidence.
Yes, on the basis of lack of evidence around the costs, correct.
You see, that might be the point at which, when you're faced with the local authority saying there are significant risks in placing reliance on the viability outcome of your reports, to then start to detail the costs by an independent report. But you didn't do that, did you?
The applicant hasn't commissioned any independent.
Mandatory requirements for the RICS for a chartered surveyor doing a financial viability assessment to comply with reporting and processing requirements are set out in sections 2.1 and 2.14. That's Mr. Spilsbury's Appendix D, if you could just take that up. Let me just find it. God, sorry. And what? Oh, I'm sorry. So Appendix D, which is sort of about a fifth of the way through, not too far, and it's after I've made my comments known about that. It's entirely my fault. I should have been clear about it. Because the barrister is responsible for everything. Just watch Lady Hale attack one of the planning barristers in the Supreme Court. Oh, of course, it's not your fault, Mr. X. It must be somebody else. It's the solicitors. Yeah, it all rests with us. If we have a look then, please, at the 2.1, paragraph 2.1.
Yes.
Just to orientate ourselves, this is the reporting and process requirements, yes?
Yes.
And it carries on over pages 10, 11, 12 and 13. What I'm particularly keen to look at is paragraph 2.4, transparency of information.
Yes.
And it says transparency and fairness are key to the effective operation of the planning process. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the planning process is obviously the one we're in, yes?
Indeed.
And it's not about saying, well, you know, manana, it can all be done later. It's about saying what is appropriate in the planning process, the very one we're engaged in, Mr. Mitherslade, yes? Mm. The PPG states that any viability assessment should be prepared on the basis that will be made publicly available other than in exceptional circumstances. Although certain information may need to remain confidential, FEA should in general be based around market rather than client-specific information. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So not what the clients tell us or specific to the client, but what is in the market. Where information may compromise delivery of the proposed application scheme or infringe other statutory and regulatory requirements, these exceptions must be discussed and agreed with the LPA and documented early in the process. So part of the delivery of the proposed application that might be compromised would be the level of affordable housing, yes? That could be compromised.
Hang on, that's a version of the question that I pushed back on earlier on, that the scheme does not allow for the compromising of the delivery of affordable housing through the mechanisms in the 106.
Yeah, you forgive me. That's what you're committed to. But as we explore the viability information and we question your affordable housing, which we're entitled to do, whether you can actually deliver it, or the Section 106, or indeed the road, it's right that the information that we have is transparently displayed as to your viability appraisal, yes?
Yeah, all the information provided is submitted here before the inquiry.
Yeah, and by that, what you mean is no independent cost plan, no RICS cost plan. What you mean is what your clients have told you. So like the 3.85 million, you've not interrogated that, you've not investigated that, you've not looked at that, you've not looked at the sites that relates to, the land that it relates to, anything that it relates to. You've just taken the figure that Mr. Gearing's given you, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the level of detail... yes, the level of detail at the application stage, I didn't interrogate that any further than it being a third-party land payment.
Yeah, okay, all right. Now, in terms of your duty, do you recognise that there would be greater transparency if there was an independent cost plan? That would be more transparent, wouldn't it?
Well, clearly the more level of detail, the more transparent something comes. But, I mean, what this really refers to is confidential information and whether that should be redacted or withheld, or whether anything shouldn't be placed in the public domain. But I'm not party to any confidential information that...
No, and I don't want to make you nervous about that. I'm not getting into, you know, they haven't disclosed confidential. I'm just looking at the source of the information.
Yeah, the source does remain as the applicant.
It's the applicant, yeah.
Whether that is suitably transparent is for interpretation, but yeah. I see that them as an experienced developer providing me with these costs to be sufficiently transparent for me to use it in the FEA.
Yeah, okay. If we look at 2.6... Yes. Justification of evidence and differences of opinion, it begins all inputs into an appraisal, so that would be infrastructure costs and everything like that, must be reasonably justified, yes?
Yes.
So you've got to justify, nobody else, you have got to justify what you've included in there, yes?
Is it reasonably justified for me to rely on the evidence of the applicant is the question? And
yeah.
So my answer to that is yes, it is.
So the 3.85 million, what is the verification and what is the justification for that figure?
That is a figure that's been provided to me. It hasn't been overly interrogated, but equally I have no reason to doubt it.
That's not my question. My question is, what is the justification and verification from you, the surveyor, for that figure?
Well, I don't disagree with that figure, and therefore, if it's provided to me, then that is the figure that I rely on. Has it been analysed to a point where I can go into any greater detail? No, it hasn't. I didn't have a reason to disagree with that figure.
Okay, I'm going to put it to you clearly. I don't think you've got any justification and you carried out no verification for that figure. You've just been given the figure by your client, haven't you?
I didn't undertake any further interrogation of the figure. That is correct.
2.13, back to the RICS guide, inputs to reports supplied by other contributors. Okay, see that?
Yes.
All contributors to reports relating to assessment of viability on, 213 in the RICS. Okay. All contributors to reports relating to assessment of viability on behalf of both the applicants and authorities must comply with the mandatory requirements. Determining the competency of subcontractors is the responsibility of the RICS member or the RICS regulated firm. Okay, so it rests with you. It's your responsibility to comply with the mandatory requirements, including on transparency. You can't say, well, it's just what Mr. Gearing told me, can you?
It's what an experienced developer that knows this site intimately has told me, and I have no reason to consider it not to be reasonably justified.
They don't appear to have told you about the ransom strip that Swale hold on this site and possibly others, do they?
I've not been made aware of ransom strips nor compulsory purchase or other arrangements other than making a small allowance or relatively small allowance to third-party land interest. So that is the level of interrogation that I have gone to. That is correct.
Okay, now, in your evidence in chief, the updated cost evidence you said came through after it was submitted. Do you remember? So after your evidence was submitted, cost evidence started to emerge, yes?
Additional cost evidence, particularly around the Southern Relief Road and the highways cost.
Yeah.
So that is correct.
So the question I'm obviously going to ask is in relation to when. So when did you get the information on these new costs?
Between the submission of my evidence and my rebuttal, which was a 2-week window.
Okay, between the proof and the rebuttal. And what you're talking about is the highway costs, yes?
The Alan Dadswell report, there are other costs in there, but they primarily relate to those strategic costs, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so what we know is you were waiting for that to crystallise, as it were, or not so much that as you were provided with new figures. Remember, this sort of almost transposed figures for the link road and the motorway junction.
That's right.
It wasn't until between your proof and your rebuttal that we had, or you had any certainty over those figures, yeah?
Correct.
Good, okay. That's how sort of late in the stage, in the process it was, that those figures were then presented to you in the way that they're now relied upon, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. What other new cost information has been provided in addition to the strategic highways, and when was that provided to you?
I don't recall seeing any other cost information other than the Dadswell report and the JCE report.
Yeah. You know that the Dadswell report was commissioned by National Highways and Kent County Council, yes?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, in terms of, that was infrastructure costs. If we think about other construction and abnormal costs, so that's a different category in your appraisals, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Other construction and abnormals are also a very significant component of this proposal, aren't they?
They're
These
a large
proposals.
number, yes.
Yeah. For the northern site, your costs for this item is 27.45 million, yes?
Does that include...
If we go to the statement of common ground, if you just have a look
Thank
at that
you.
at page 7...
Yes, correct.
Okay, and 27.45, so that's 21,960 per plot, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then southern site, if you look at page 12, 71.5 million. Do you have that?
Page 12, 70, full scheme unit, including everything, yes.
And that's 10,000 blocks, so less on the southern side for the construction abnormals, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, now those are, and correct me if I'm wrong, those are costs which are in addition to the infrastructure costs, yes?
Yes.
So look at the northern site, you've got infrastructure costs of 13,416 a plot, which we agreed.
Yes.
Add to that the other construction abnormal costs, which is 21,960.
Yes.
So we're up at, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, about 35,000, yes, per plot. And then are the strategic highway costs in addition to that?
Yes.
And what are the strategic highway costs on the northern site per plot?
I think it's just over 36 million.
36 million. So if we take, I'm happy with that figure, if we take those three components, really it's just infrastructure, plus abnormals.
It's a high cost, yeah.
It adds up to £70,000 per plot, yes?
Yes.
Which is an exceptionally high figure, isn't it?
It's a high figure, which is, yes.
Yeah.
I accept the costs of delivering that are high, yes.
This is a very cost-heavy proposal, yes?
The costs are high, yes.
Yeah, the costs I've been looking at the northern site, we've got other costs on the southern site. The other construction abnormal costs are less, but on the southern site, obviously, the motorway junction and the relief road are, again, enormous costs, aren't they?
There are an awful lot of costs in here, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, the northern site, in terms of these other construction abnormal costs, the northern site comprises itemised costs, including external on-plot works, yes?
Yes.
Abnormal costs.
Yep.
Foundation abnormals, yes? Latent defect policy, yes? Lifetime homes, third-party land. I'm just working on the basis of what I understand are included in those. I don't mean to give you a definitive list, but, Okay, no, yeah. It's looking at things that aren't, immediately sort of tangible sometimes. So latent defects policy, for example, not immediately tangible, but is something that we include in other construction costs. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the absence of any other, in the southern site, there's external infrastructure works, abnormal costs, latent defect policy, lifetime homes, and so on. Now, in the absence of any information, can I ask you about, you're expecting the inspector to validate these costs, aren't you?
The costs that we've estimated, the applicant has estimated and provided to me to provide a holistic view at this juncture into the delivery of the scheme. Yes.
And you're asking the inspector really to validate those, aren't you?
Well, they are cost inputs that have gone in to establish the viability of the scheme. Now, obviously, if those costs go up, then that's the pain that would need to be borne by the master developer. And if those costs end up being lower, then there is a surplus available to provide more affordable housing. So at this point in time, those are the costs that I've been provided with, those are the costs that I've relied upon, and those are the costs before the inspector today, correct?
Yeah, and these are the ones she's being invited to rely upon, despite any independent surveyor or independent cost report. Now, you said in evidence in chief that costs have changed since January 2024. That isn't correct, because the strategic infrastructure costs haven't changed. You haven't changed any of those, have you?
No, just the highways and highway strategic costs. Yeah.
The abnormal costs haven't changed at all either.
No further due diligence has been done on abnormals. No.
Yeah. So we are here at a position in time which is 18 months on from when that appraisal work was done. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned obviously the cost inflation at Otterpool. Or you, forgive me. You recognised it's an 11% increase at Otterpool Park.
11% change in the cost.
Change, yeah, and you're quite right. You weren't saying it was just viability. Mr. Spilsbury's evidence confirmed a 2.8% increase. Do you know what that's from? Where he's taken that from?
I believe it's from BCIS general build cost data.
Yeah, the all-in tender price from the BCIS, which is an RICS-backed measure, yes? Now, why wouldn't you use the latest information incorporating what the RICS identifies as the all-in tender price increase?
Yeah, I mean...
Why wouldn't you do that?
I mean, all of these costs can be updated. Of course they can. And it's just clearly demonstrated to me that we've, just in the period from writing my proof to the rebuttals, new cost and significant new cost information comes in. So yes, you're absolutely right. This is fluid, and should all of those costs had a 2-3% indexation uplift? Yes, of course they could have done.
They could have done. I'm putting to you, they should have done. Of course they should have done. Yes.
Looking at them now and discussing them with the applicant, do they still look to me to be reasonable and justified? The answer to that is yes.
Yeah, that's your evidence, which is that I'm not going to look at it. You basically said, I am refusing to look at what the RICS identifies as the cost inflation since January 2024. You're refusing to look at it, aren't you?
I've not adjusted those...
Just answer that yes or no. You've refused to look at it, haven't you?
I've not done it.
Yeah, you haven't done it. And the reason you haven't done it is it would completely wipe out the affordable housing on your viability. I appreciate what your Section 106 says, but we're testing whether your case is credible. It would just wipe out the affordable housing. And so you can't afford to look at it, can you?
But so would all the new highways and infrastructure costs. If you took that at face value, it wipes it all out as well. No. So there has to be a balance where you've got to look at this in the round, and we've already established from both Mr. Gardner and Mr. Spilsbury that there's going to be a huge level of sensitivities. And yes, there may have been...
Just can we focus on the... I understand that point.
£3 swing by
I do, but if we could just focus on that point. The reason you've refused to even look at what has happened with prices in the last 18 months against the RICS all tender index price is because it would wipe out your affordable housing. The answer to that is yes, on the northern side.
No, that's not the reason I've not looked at it. That's not the reason I've...
But it would, as a matter of fact, as a matter of maths, it would, wouldn't it?
But equally...
That but is not the answer to a question. It would wipe out all of the affordable housing on the northern side if you'd done it. That is correct.
If you significantly increase those
No, that's not what I'm asking you. If you had applied the
yes.
2.8, yeah, good, thank you.
You do that exercise.
Yeah, good, okay. And that's the difficulty here about this and the lack of information about costs. Madam, I've been going for an hour and a half. We are making slower progress. Would you like a break at this point? Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. We will have a 20-minute break then. It's actually, 11:05 nearly. So we will have till past. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bell, for the cake. I hope everybody enjoyed that. Did you make it? Oh, well, it looks as if you might have done.
Poison the inspector and On's opponents.
That wouldn't be much good, would it, really?
I could
Well,
advertise
anyway.
it's from A.E. Barrow on Sittingbourne High Street.
It was very nice. Thank you very much. Okay, right. So the inquiry is now resumed. If you'd like to carry on, Mr. Young, please.
Thank you very much. Next topic is the bill cost for the houses. Okay, and in your evidence in chief, you said you'd applied a sort of hybrid approach using the RICS BCIS, and I just wanted to explore that. How did you refer to the BCIS in your original January 2024 report?
You mean the FVA, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I think the simple point, I'm conscious of the time, is
But
that...
bear with me, I think I do reference the BCIS here, so bear with me one moment. Bill costs have been assessed against BCIS data, rebased for Swale at that point in time, run at £150 a square foot, and I also noted where the means and median rates were as well. But yes, I think as I said 10 days ago when we last spoke under cross-examination, it was a hybrid figure at the time.
Yeah, now that's the thing I'm interested in, the hybrid figure. So the bill costs from the BCIS data back in January 2024 were £150 per square foot, yes? Is that right?
Sorry, where did you reference that from, sorry?
Your appraisal,
Yes,
January 2024,
yes.
and if you go to paragraph 6.3, or on
Just give
Bill
us a
cost,
document.
yes.
Document number.
There's one.
Southern, it's my fault.
Is it in the proof or?
It's in
I think it's
CD document.
7.28 is the Jan 24 Southern one from Mr. Mitford's.
Can we close that Rick's document now?
We can, yeah.
728. Okay, thank you. So could we just have where you got that figure from?
If you could go within that, please, to page 4.
Okay. Thank you.
And you say the bill costs have been assessed against BCIS data, rebased for Swale. Do you see that?
Yes, it is.
The appraisals have been run at £150 per square foot. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to be clear what the BCIS data showed. Did it show an estate housing mean figure of 147 per square foot?
I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, rounded, yes.
Yeah, and the median, I think you've been asked to put your microphone, yeah, the median is £141 per square foot, yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, are those the figures that are in your appraisal?
No, as I say, I used a hybrid figure of £150 to reflect a mix of different builders, different designs, different house types, and so on, yes.
Okay, so what you've got there are those figures. Then you've gone to 150. If you look at 6.3, what it says below the text is the above rates exclude emerging requirements for carbon reduction and energy efficiency. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yeah.
As well as cost increases over the last quarter since the data was published.
Yes.
Yeah. Our experience of build costs on other schemes of similar scale is that a rate of less than £180 per square foot is rarely achieved in the current market, and therefore a small premium over BCIS rate is to be expected. Let's understand that. Our experience of build costs on other schemes of similar scale is that a rate of less than 180 per square foot is rarely achieved.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, so just help me with that. What does that mean then?
So that was an all-in figure.
Yeah.
There's not a direct correlation between the 150, the BCIS data, or an all-in figure, bearing in mind why 150 excludes contingencies and fees. The 180 was me sort of doing a helicopter view of looking at other schemes, and general sort of all-in rates around then were about 180. Obviously, if we add in fees and contingencies and so on, I think Mr. Spilsbury and I are both in our statement of common ground at around £157 a square foot as an agreed rate. Give or take a few pence. Now, I appreciate Mr. Spilsbury has qualified that slightly by saying that there's not necessarily been the full changes for flats and garages and so on, but you know where we've got to today from where we are then is a broad agreement on that build cost between him and I.
I just want to break this down into really simple components so we can understand what's happening. Okay, the inspector's looking at this and she can see the figures of 150, 147, 141 and 180. And she's probably thinking, well, which one am I meant to use? Okay, so let's be clear that 180 incorporates, as a global figure, an all-in figure, the emerging requirements on carbon reduction, yes?
Yes.
The emerging requirements on energy efficiency, yes? We know that there's lifetime home standards as well, yeah? That's not referred to though. As well as cost increase over the last quarter, increased in build cost, yes?
Yes.
Materials and so on. Our experience, rarely less than 180. So, an all-in figure of 180 per square foot is rarely... it's rarely lower than that. That's what you're saying there, isn't it?
An all-in figure, including all those other extras, including fees and so on, which aren't included in the 150. So it's not comparing apples with apples, I think, is where I'm going.
But you're quite clear what you exclude. You exclude carbon reduction, you exclude energy efficiency, and you exclude increase in prices over the last quarter. Those are the three components that take us from 150, broadly, to 180, yes?
No, it's a clumsy paragraph, and I fully accept that, but you can't compare the 150, which is now actually 157, as Mr. Spilsbury and I have both agreed upon. There are fees and contingencies that are layered on top of that. My 180 was... that includes all of those figures, and actually if you do the same exercise at our 157, you're going to end up in a broadly similar place. So I accept that it appears there, but it's not designed to be compared, all of those figures concurrently. And as I say, all of that has been updated anyway in my proof of evidence with up-to-date BCIS figures, which Mr. Spilsbury and I agree on.
Yeah, you see, clumsy is one way of describing it. I don't think it is clumsy. I think you've been very clear. There are three things listed in that sentence, aren't there?
There's lots of things not included in there. So I fully accept that if you look at that on face value, I'm suggesting that 150 should be compared to 180. That wasn't my intention. It's a short paragraph, and it does need qualification, which has now been pulled through into my statement, my proof of evidence.
Well, without pulling through in all these other things, I'm just reading the English. The English appears to take it from 150 to 180. So that's an extra £30 per square foot because of carbon reduction, energy efficiency, and cost increase in the last quarter, yeah? That's the increase.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. Now let's have a think about what figures that you have used. In reviewing your calculations in your proof of evidence, this is, Adam, the main proof, page 11, CD 37.13.2. page 11, paragraph 3.31. Now, your lower quartile rate is £129 per square foot, yes?
Yeah, that's the average of the three data sets below, that's correct.
Okay, what does that relate to, please, in terms of, what does that relate to in terms of those three figures, 150, or four figures, 140, 141 and 180? What does the 129 correspond with?
That's the lower quartile rate to which I've added 15% for external cost to arrive at 148, and I've rounded it up to 150. That's the exercise I went through.
Okay, so the 150 that we see in the original appraisals is incorporating your 15% increase. What does the 15% increase relate to?
That relates to gardens, garages. It's a widely accepted premium. It's something that's also referenced in the Aspinall Verdi work, but 15% as an addition to the BCIS cost to include all of your on-plot costs is a broadly accepted percentage, and the exercise that Mr. Spilsbury and I have done to broadly arrive at a very similar rate.
Yeah, we don't agree on the figures, so I don't mind you saying we've arrived at the same thing. We've got different figures here, and we'll come to that. But just so I'm clear, the 150 is the 129 plus a 15% increase plus rounded up from 148 to 150.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So that the garages, the gardens, the preliminaries doesn't include the emerging requirements on carbon reduction, does it?
No, there's some additional costs which I've layered on top of that further down. Yeah.
And it doesn't include energy efficiency, does it?
No.
And nor does it include the increases in cost in the last quarter.
No, so I've got an extra line in my appraisals for external and on-plot works, which just adds all of that back up. So I get to roughly £157 a square foot. I think Mr. Spilsbury's at 155.25.
It all depends what you include. So I know you think there's a similarity, but as we're going to explore, there isn't. Because let's go back to it. The 129, which is your starting point, before the 15%, before the carbon reduction, energy efficiency and other additions that might get us up to 180, the 129 is based on an average of an average, isn't it? So
it is, yeah.
The 5-year figure for what is your lower quartile rate, excluding your 15% increase, excluding energy efficiency and so on, that figure from the BCIS 5-year is 137, yeah?
Yes.
If you go back to the 10-year...
I thought you were going to the 129. Where does the 137 come from?
The 137 is what the BCIS data showed.
I thought that was 129.
The 129 is the rate that this witness has used, okay?
see.
And the reason he's agreed, it's an average on an average, and I just want to explain that, if I may, okay? Mr. Spilsbury has used a figure of 137 as opposed to your 129, so obviously we can see that is £8 a square foot more. Doesn't sound very exciting, but we're talking about the entire development. He's used that figure because he's looked at the average of the costs over the last 5 years, because the BCIS give you the 5-year average, don't they?
Yeah, my table shows 135, but yes.
Okay. But you didn't use that the last 5 years. What you did was take the average of the 5 years from the BCIS, average of the 10 years, average of the 15 years, and then average those three averages, yes?
Yes, as I say, the 150 isn't directly correlated to any one figure. It's a hybrid figure that takes into account my experience of the market and prevailing BCIS rates at the time.
I do, but I just want to... It's really helpful if we just break the components down. That's the beauty of this. Yeah, you see, the inspector's got a question to answer here about, or an issue to resolve, I should say, which is, do I think it's appropriate, given there's a difference between these two witnesses, to look at the BCIS average for the last 5 years, which is what Mr. Spilsbury's used, or do I look at the average of three averages over a 15-year period? you've used the average of 3 averages over a 15-year period, yes?
Yes, I've done both exercises.
Yep. And in doing that, of course, we know that building standards have been improving and increasing, don't we?
Yeah, there are new costs emerging, yes, all the time, yeah.
So the obvious thing to do would be to look at the average in the last 5 years. But because that gives you a higher cost figure, you've deliberately sought to avoid that, haven't you?
No, not at all. I think if I took the 135 figure and added 16%, I still end up at 157. If I take an average of an average and add 22%, I end up with 157.
So let's
as I said, there's not a direct correlation between using a 5-year or an average of a data set. It's my interpretation of the market that a house builder building at volume, bearing in mind that we don't have detailed layouts, we don't know how many 3-storey units, how many single-storey units, how many terraced houses. In my experience and my judgment, I've taken a stand-back, balanced, objective opinion, and in my view, £150 plus the other external cost to 157, I consider to be appropriate. I've looked at other schemes like the Otterpool work that I referenced earlier. Yeah. All of that modelling, all in, is at £157 a square foot. So I'm comfortable that it's justified, but I accept your point that it doesn't directly correlate. I don't think it's appropriate to get into real granular detail when there is so many unknowns about house type. So I have to take an objective view at this point in time that I consider to be appropriate.
Yeah. Look, I understand all that. Let's unpack that, okay? We're probably going to be the best part of the day, but I don't mind. You want to make these points, that's fine. I understand you say, look at it in the generality and all the rest of it, but my question isn't about the generality. It's about just trying to pin you down on the figures you've used, okay?
Yes.
So what we've agreed is you've used the average of an average over 15 years at a time when building standards have been improving. So my point to you is it would be much more appropriate to use a 5-year figure, okay? Because that would be a much more recent period, much more related to recent build costs, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely, and I've added 16% of that to arrive at the same number. So I can use either. In fact, I've actually used both.
We've got other things to add. I just want to deal with that. Now, let's imagine that you didn't use 129 and instead you used 137,
yes.
Right? Then we add in the gardens and the garages and the prelims, okay? Yes. Because that's not included. So now you're adding 15% to 137, okay?
135, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's your figure. I'll have to check that, but I'm not going to die in a ditch over that. So if we now add 15% to 135, what do we get?
155.25.
155.25. Okay. Now, Mr. Spilsbury has got a figure of 155, hasn't he?
Exactly the same number as that. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So he's taken the most recent data, which the inspector might think is appropriate, particularly in light of the nature of improved building standards. He may think it's appropriate to look at that. Then add the 15%. We don't appear to have a quarrel on that, so that's fine. So now we're up at 155.25. But what's not included in the 155.25 is the emerging requirements for further carbon reduction, energy efficiency, and so on, yes?
There may be some small additional...
Is the answer yes, please,
yes,
to that?
It is,
yeah, good. Okay. Now, Mr. Spilsbury has then added a figure to that so that we get to a higher figure. What's his figure, please, in contrast to yours? Because there is a difference.
Can you remind me where his figure is, please?
Yeah, so in his proof of evidence, actually it's in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yes.
That's a helpful document. Page 6. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Recognise in the second section at the top of the page, so 155.25, the figure we just both agreed on, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And that's inclusive of the 15% allowance for wider plot externals, yes?
It does, yeah.
Okay. Note represents increase of £6,531 over your figure, yeah?
6.5 million, yes.
Yeah, sorry, forgive me, 6.5 million, you're quite right. Okay, so there's an additional figure. This is separate from the inflation cost figure and the 4 million and so on, right? Garages are also considered to be an extra allowance. So I think your case was, or as I understood it, is that not every house will have a garage. In fact, the majority won't. That's your case.
Correct.
But as you said, we've got no idea. You were keen to emphasise how many of the houses, how many units and so on. So we don't know at this stage.
No, that's why I've used a hybrid number, yeah.
Okay. And then you've applied a specific dwelling mix. Do you see what Mr. Spilsbury says there? Yeah?
Yes.
Including flats. But in light of your evidence a moment ago, of course, you emphasised how we didn't know all that, did we?
Well, we have a typology that we've agreed, but whether those are detached, semi-detached, 3-storey, single-storey, we don't know that. But yes, the mix is agreed to a point. I agree with that.
Okay. Now the future home standards then becomes an additional thing. If you look at Mr. Spilsbury's column, he says in the Pathfinder review, Mr. Alst included a separate cost allowance of 3,250 dwellings for future home standards, yes?
He does, yes.
Assuming the cost of building regulations Part L are already incorporated in the RICS BCIS lower quartile rate. Adopting Mr. Alst's costs would represent an increase of £4 million, yes? £4,062,000, yeah? That's what you get by multiplying the number of units in the northern site by 3,250 pounds. Yes,
that's right. Yeah.
Good. Okay. So that if we're following Mr. Spilsbury's approach, start at 137, or your as you've done it, 135. Add your 15%, then add on each unit 3,250. Yeah. Comes to 4 million. Electrical vehicle charging. That's a figure of just shy of 1,937,500. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you divide that by each of the plots, I think it's something like £900 a plot, or something like that, or £750 a plot. Okay, so those are additional costs. So what we end up with isn't obviously a figure at £155 per square foot. We've got those additional future standards to incorporate, not on a per plot basis, but on a per foot basis, and the electrical vehicle charging. And that takes us to a higher figure than yours, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. So let's be clear about what the difference is, because there's a lot of agreement. You're right, there's agreement about the 15% for the externals. There's not agreement about where you start, and there isn't agreement about the additional components. So what is the difference between the two of you then, please?
Well, I do include additional sums, but without working it out, I couldn't tell you.
No, it's all right. I just, from the inspector's point of view, it's just useful to sort of know where the difference is, and then to the extent that the parties present differences, we can adjudicate on what the extent. These are obviously pushing it above your figure, aren't they? If you start in a different place and you add additional costs, then you're going to have a difference.
You can keep adding costs. I fully accept that, and on the face of it, those two costs are different. As I say, I can't emphasise enough that I've just used a hybrid rate of £150 a square foot. I've then layered additional external costs on that to arrive at 157. I stand back and consider it to be appropriate. I could add more garages, I could add more EV charging points, I could keep adding and adding if I so wanted to.
Okay.
But at some point, I have to justify a figure given where we are with the level of detail at this outline stage.
Okay, now, where is your sensitivity test in relation to the build costs for the houses?
So there isn't a direct sensitivity test on the build costs for the houses.
No.
Clearly, I could have undertaken them, and it's a mandatory requirement to undertake sensitivities. I've clearly built a lot of models and done a lot of work in the background, but equally, all of that would go in the bin the moment that we get changes in cost to the scale of we've already had. We've seen 20, 30, 40 million pounds worth of new highways and infrastructure costs. So all of that becomes irrelevant, and then you've got to start the whole process again. Yeah. So there is a sensitivity later on in my rebuttal, but as I say, it's absent from the original piece of work. I accept that. But so much has gone under the bridge since then that I still consider that we've ended up in the right place.
Yeah, and we obviously just disagree about this. I just want to be clear about the significance of that. You know, you've already said it, that the RICS requires you, in doing your financial viability assessment, to do sensitivity assessments, yes?
That's right, yes.
Good, okay, and you're not demurring from that in any way, are you?
No, not at all.
No. Now, initially there was a sensitivity test, I think, around if you did or didn't include the National Health Service figure and the figure for the Kent Downs Conservation Board, okay?
Yeah, we did do those, that's right.
Yeah, and that I'm going to suggest to you that's not really a sensitivity test on things like, important components of VS. That's just about whether, there was a particular payment which your clients contest, yes?
Yes, so there was an element of that, but you're absolutely right. The sensitivity tests at the beginning didn't look specifically at where costs and values could go up and down.
And then later on, you do one sensitivity test where you increase the cost by £10 million, yes?
I do that, and then I look at how that might be absorbed within the scheme. If it could be, obviously if it can't be, then the master developer landowner would need to absorb those costs themselves. But I do then explore as to the impact of rising costs and what that looks like in terms of both build and sales values. That's right.
So I just want to be really crystal clear about this. The position is the inspector's going to ask herself, we're going to be invited in closing submissions from my client, has there been credible sensitivity testing, which is acknowledged as a requirement, a mandatory requirement of doing this type of work? And she may say to herself, well, I don't think just including a couple of contested Section 106 contributions is really a sensitivity test of the build process, build costs, etc. And she may also say, well, I don't think £10 million, just adding that as a flat figure, is appropriate either. And the reason she might reach that view is that if you take something like build costs, the build costs of the houses is obviously a fundamental component of the entire cost of the scheme, isn't it?
Yes, they all come together to create a picture, yes.
Yeah, and it's a fundamental component which we've obviously got a disagreement with because Mr. Spilsbury offers different figures, yes? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Gardner has even lower figures. But
you could test the sensitivity of that. You could provide the inspector with a sensitivity. So you could have looked at, instead of sort of saying, well, I'll just put 10 million in at some stage on the cost, you could look at what a 10% increase in the build cost would look like, couldn't you?
And I could offset that with...
You could have looked at a 10% increase in the build cost, couldn't you?
Yes, I could, yeah.
Yeah, and you didn't.
No, I didn't.
No, nor a 5% increase in the build costs. Did you?
Not at that juncture.
No, none of them. No, we don't have it, do we? We don't have not that juncture at this inquiry that you're sat in. Yes.
I have 2.5% increments in build costs, which I've looked at as part of my rebuttal.
Yeah, I can't go, but take me to the sensitivity test. It says to the inspector, look, I acknowledge that I've used an average of an average, and I haven't included separately future home standards, and I haven't done anything in terms of energy efficiency, and Mr. Spilsbury is pointing out that I've done things in a different way, so I'm going to show how robust my evidence is, and I'm going to do a 10% increase on the build costs. That doesn't exist at this inquiry, does it?
I've done increments of 2.5% up and down on both build costs and values.
So just take me to that in your proof.
Table 6 of my rebuttal.
Okay.
On page 18.
Yep.
Paragraph 6.13, Mum. My rebuttal document, Mum.
What do you mean the appendices?
No, in the report itself, Mum. Page 18 is the penultimate page, Mum. Table 6 is a sensitivity test looking at both build costs and no, they're not at 5% or 10%, they're at 2.5% increments. As we've seen, there's been, I think, a 2.3% increase in costs, which Mr. Spilsbury referenced, and changes in values of around 2 to 3%. So I consider 2.5% increments in both directions to be appropriate. And then I've asked myself, well, if costs were to go up £10 million, there's two fundamental scenarios. I mean, affordable housing can't go down; it's crystallised. Can that added cost be absorbed by looking at what's actually happened in the market? And my answer to that question is yes, it can. A 2.5% increase in values and a 2.5% increase in build costs gives me a plot value which offsets that £10 million in additional costs, and you can go on and on from there.
Just help me with it. This is the southern site, okay?
That's right, yes.
And perhaps I hadn't been clear. I was looking at northern site, but it's fine. I'll deal with this now. There isn't one for the northern site,
Not
is there?
presented in this rebuttal evidence, no. The
Yeah,
costs haven't changed. So
There's no sensitivity test for the northern site with these variations, is there?
not before this inquiry, no.
No, good, okay. Then we have a look at this figure, okay, and what you show is construction rates at £142.50, so that's 5% less, yes, than your own figures.
Sorry, point me to that.
So if you look at the top left-hand side, the top left-hand row, you've got £142.50. Do you see that?
Yes, that's if build costs drop by 5% from
Yeah.
where we are.
And that's the point I just put to you. That's
Yes,
what it's
sorry.
showing. Then there's 2.5% drop.
Yes.
Then there's your figure, which
Yes.
is £150. Yeah. And then there's 153.
Yes.
Okay. And there's 157. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, what I see you highlighting there in the red box is if you apply that to the figures, you end up with, forgive me, 9,000 more. Is that right? Or what are you showing?
No, what that shows is that the plot value, the value of each individual plot, goes from 77,970
Yeah.
up to 80,541.
Okay, so the plot value increases,
That's right.
okay, because you've increased the build costs.
And I've increased revenue, yes, together.
Okay.
At 2.5% each.
Yeah.
So I've taken a view as to the market and said, well, what happens if values and costs both go up 2.5%? Well,
Yeah.
because GDV is a bigger component in the appraisal, we get a higher value. That in its entirety would fully absorb a £10 million increase.
So what you're doing is the two at the same time. You're increasing the revenue by
Yes.
2.5%, and you're increasing the construction costs by 2.5%.
Yes.
And obviously the revenue is going to be greater than construction costs, or nobody would build houses, would they? No. So let's just unpack that one then, if that's okay. You have used the latest data on revenues, haven't you?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, but you haven't used the latest data on the build costs, have you?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So the 150 that is your figure
Yes.
is the latest build cost data.
It's
Yeah.
my hybrid figure that I've used looking
yeah.
at all of the data.
Yeah. So not incorporating.
It's not £155.25 or it's not £147. It's a starting point for me, as is the revenue piece.
So you present evidence which increases revenue and increases cost at the same time.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. Where is the sensitivity test where you don't increase the revenue but you do increase the costs?
Yeah, that's in that table as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, plot values could drop if construction costs went up 2.5% and revenue stayed static, then you'd have a lower plot value.
Yeah.
And that would have a material impact on the viability position. But at that point in time, affordable housing isn't going to go down, and therefore the receipts to the master developer landowner would drop.
I know you say that, it's just whether the whole thing's viable and whether it actually works. But I understand your point, which is the green box is saying, look, if I keep revenues at the same level and I increase the construction rate,
Yes.
yeah, or that's your midpoint, I should say. Your evidence is plots are worth 77,970 on the southern site.
Yes.
But if you increase the revenue, the build costs, but
Yes.
not the revenue,
Yes.
then that drops down to 74.
Yes.
Is that right? And then if you increase the build cost by 5%, that increases it to 70 and decreases the plot value to 71.
Yeah.
Have I understood that correctly?
Absolutely. That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
Right. Now, just to understand that then, we don't have a increase of 2.5 or 5% on the total cost of a building if you add in separately the future homes and so on, because your 150 incorporates everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, there is a separate figure for add-ons which takes me to 157, but I haven't sensitivity test that £7. So that's correct. I've taken a hybrid 150. I've taken my sort of starting point on sales values, and I've adjusted them up and down accordingly to arrive at that figure.
I mean, what I've struggled a little bit with, but I think we're there, is that your total figure, when you incorporate everything for building these houses, including the externals, your total figure is 156 pounds 90 pence per square foot.
That's correct, yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes,
that is not Mr. 156 pounds and 90 pence per square foot. And so we're clear about that. That's your 150 figure, which incorporates your lower quartile, your 15% increase, the rounding up, and that already incorporates, I think you say, future homes and so on, yeah? Okay. So if the inspector wants to know, well, what's the final figure in all this, in your appraisals, is £156.90, yeah?
That's right.
Okay. Now, when we go to your sensitivity test, we don't have it for the northern site, but just for the southern site, that isn't the figure that goes in here. What you put in is 150, yes?
Yes, because I've only tested that component part. I could test all sorts of different bits to it.
Yeah,
but I've just looked at if just your core 150 went up 2.5%. Now, obviously, if the rest of it all went up, then yes, there would be a downwards pressure on the viability piece. I accept that.
Yeah. Okay. Just so I'm clear, we need to compare that 15690. Does what takes it from 150 to 15690?
I think I've got £6,750 for other on-plot costs, so maybe additional garages, other items that can come forward, and it's a rounding up exercise to get me to 157, which I consider, looking at the market for volume house builders, is an appropriate number.
Okay. Now, what's interesting about that is when we go back to your original appraisals and we look at page 4, instead of an all-in, everything included figure of 157, your original appraisal identified that it's rare to achieve it for less than 180, yes?
But that includes other items such as fees and finance. It's not explicitly stated there, I accept that.
It certainly
but
doesn't.
It's a helicopter view.
It doesn't say that. So where do I find the sensitivity test of the 180 figure, for example?
There isn't one.
No.
There isn't.
And yet that's a figure that you identified. You identified it yourself, £180 per square foot. If you went to £180 per square foot, that would change everything in the viability appraisal, wouldn't it?
I think it'd be fair to say that the escalating costs would have a major impact fairly quickly. I accept that.
But if you did that one, the 157, or the one, let's call it 157, it's 15690. The 157 increases to 180.
That would be fairly catastrophic. I accept that.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. Right, leaving that to one side, it's right to say that we don't have an appraisal for the northern site with any sensitivity testing in.
That's correct.
Why?
I think Mr. Orse and I both agreed where we ended up, and no further sensitivity work was presented to the inquiry. I accept that.
Yeah, but you recognised, didn't you, we've got two separate applications.
Yes.
And the inspector's got to give her recommendation on both, hasn't she?
Of course.
And in doing that, she's got to answer this question about whether you've met RICS guidance in terms of doing sensitivity tests, yes?
Yes, that's right.
She might be slightly wondering how she's meant to approach that issue in circumstances where you've done one, identified it doesn't cover the total cost, but you've done one for the southern site, but you haven't done one for the northern site.
I've not presented one here, that's correct.
Yeah, so in terms of her confidence about the northern site, she's got to note the lack of sensitivity testing. We know for both sites there was no testing of 180, which, as you said, even on the southern site has a catastrophic effect. The northern site is more sensitive to variations in costs, isn't it?
There are higher costs, and that is why the affordable housing level that was agreed is at a lower rate. That's correct.
Okay, and if we go back in time and look at your median rate plus the £6.90.
Yes.
This was your hybrid approach, yes?
Yes, it was. That's right.
Okay. Rather than use the latest BCIS figure, the 5-year average. Why do you think it might be an advantage to look at the recent 5-year average?
Well, it's more contemporaneous data, but as I say, I've looked at both an average of an average and the 5-year data and added 15% and more to arrive at a figure that I consider to be appropriate.
Okay. Now, in fairness, Mr. Spilsbury's figure isn't as high as 180.
No.
His figure is closer to 160. I think it's 159.27 per square foot.
Okay.
That would add £3 million on the northern site. Yeah.
Yes.
What was the figure?
It's the northern also. 159.27.
Compared to my 157, yes.
Northern. Yeah, on the northern side. Yeah, and that adds £3 million.
£2, and that would across that quantum of units would make a difference. Yes.
Yeah, the £3 million. Obviously, it'd be much bigger on the southern side.
Yes, I accept
figures we're dealing with. Okay, all right. Now, in terms of the inspector can deal with that issue of the average, I suppose, in terms of that. The 50 scenarios that you looked at.
Yes.
To what extent did Mr. Orst challenge you on the use of your sort of average of the average over looking at build costs over sort of 15 years?
That wasn't presented to Mr. Orst at the outset. I had £150 a square foot. He had a slightly different figure. But during our discussions, neither of us felt necessary to challenge that any further, and we reached an agreement by looking at various scenarios at the percentage figures that we agreed at and were presented to Swale.
Okay. I obviously I can't cross-examine Mr. Orst, he's not here, and to understand what his approach to this was. But in terms of the RICS guidance and requirements for financial viability assessment, did Mr. Orst require you to do sensitivity testing?
We are required to sensitivity test.
Did
That's
Mr.
correct.
Orst require you to do sensitivity testing?
I don't think he specifically mentioned that in particular, but obviously what we did do is examine my work and his work, and I challenged him on various inputs. He quite rightly challenged me on various inputs. We had various discussions about that, sharing Excel spreadsheets, and the numbers evolved over a period of time, and we reached a settlement on a figure that we both felt we could recommend to our respective clients.
What I mean is, did you do a sensitivity test and provide it to Mr. Orst?
Not a specific one that looks like that. No, that's correct. No, I didn't.
Okay. Just help me with this then, please. You do, in your rebuttal, add 10 million extra costs. That's in your appendices, yeah?
It was kind of the approach I took was to go, look, if costs go up 10 million, and obviously we've seen, a lot of new costs presented to the inquiry, what would need to happen for that to be absorbed if everything else remains in equilibrium? So there is no suggestion here that the affordable housing is going to come down. So something's got to give.
Okay.
Either there's got to be an increase in values, or there's got to be a less return to the master developer landowner. So that's why I modelled it at 10 million.
Yeah, okay. Now 10 million isn't just 10 million, because of course once you have increased costs, as we saw last time with the 58 million, although that did strangely say the same, the fact is that you have interest in addition to costs, don't you?
Yeah, so that 10 million of cost is actually, it's either 16.44 million or it's 18.8 million if you include land as a cost. But
yeah,
whichever way you cut it, 10 million isn't 10 million. There's actually a lot more cost to that.
That's very fairly put. So let's work with sort of 18 million. I think you said 18.8, but let's just deal with 18 million. Okay, so the 10 million adds the additional costs, and that's why the costs are such an issue. Now, if that's the case, then the service land value to accommodate that cost would need to increase to £80, 80,000 a plot, wouldn't it?
There would need to be a 5% increase in values and a 5% increase in build costs. That's 2.5%, pardon me, increase in both of those to generate that same plot value.
Yeah, now we saw, didn't we, that if you look at increased build costs, your actual plot values fall, yeah?
If just costs go up, plot values will fall, and conversely, values rise, then plot values go accordingly.
Right. But we were clear, weren't we? We had a look at your own figures, and what we saw was plot values falling to, on the 5% increase in build cost, to closer to 70,000.
That's right, yes.
Okay, and now you've got to get up, if the extra 10 million construction costs, then you've got to get up to 80,000, so it's 10,000, nearly 10,000 short.
Yes.
Okay, what reduction in the affordable housing, because that, your evidence ultimately, I think, is for that purpose, isn't it, to demonstrate the delivery of affordable housing?
Yes, that's right.
What effect would that have?
Well, if you just took it on the round, if you increase your values, you get more affordable housing. If you increase your costs, you get less.
I think we know that, but if you could just answer my question, which is that if you have to increase the costs and now you're trying to achieve 80,000 per plot,
yes,
okay, then what effect does that have on the affordable housing? Do we know?
Well, I don't know exactly what the quantum of affordable housing would be if you applied that as a reduction, but we've crystallised the affordable housing, and that's what the review mechanism is to achieve.
Yeah, that's not going to help you. I know Mr. Simons makes the point, that's what we submitted, but the viability isn't about just accepting your Section 106. Your Section 106 is what you're committing yourself to do. Understand that,
yes.
Okay? But we're here looking at whether your scheme is even viable,
yeah,
okay?
Absolutely.
So it's not an answer to say if you increase these costs, well, we're committed to that, because the inspector ultimately will be then faced with either something else giving, which is land value decreasing or developer profit decreasing, and so on. So the viability work is to look at whether that 10% is justified or whether another application comes in.
Can I just say something about that? I know I'm repeating myself, but it is an answer, because the way the question was put was what happens to affordable housing, and he's put this many, many times before. The implication of that question, time and time again, is that if one of these costs goes up, that affordable housing goes down. But as I have said repeatedly, and as Mr. Mitford-Slade has said repeatedly, that is not what is proposed before the inquiry. The effect is that something else would give, like profit, and we've explained that. So I don't mind the question being put if it's put along the lines of, well, something else would have to give, wouldn't it, like profit. But if the suggestion's being made repeatedly that, well, of course, affordable housing would have to take a hit, I genuinely don't understand where this is coming from.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So what developers do sometimes is they'll resubmit an application without the affordable, having secured the affordable. So Otterpool Park, for example, as I understand it, it doesn't work. And at Chilmington, it doesn't work. I think they're both schemes that you've worked on. Is that right? Both of those?
I have, and they don't work for a fundamentally different reason.
Yeah, absolutely. But they don't work. So now the developer's coming back and asking for a different approach.
Not at Otterpool Park. No, at Chilmington, I understand that's the route that Mr. Hodson's taken. Yes, that's
because
correct.
What he's done is he's applied to, and he's at appeal, I don't think the appeal decision has come out yet, to remove the obligations that he said he would do when he got planning permission. Yeah,
that's my understanding, yes.
I mean, that's not unheard of, is it? Mr. Simons may not be familiar with how often that happens.
I'm deeply familiar, but is it being suggested to this inquiry that the possibility of future planning applications that will be determined by someone else should be a reason for the Secretary of State to refuse planning consent. Hang on, I've not finished. Not at all. No, because if that's really where this goes, that's very interesting, and it's something that we need to take away and make legal submissions on, because it's not what's been said in any of Kent's evidence. Is the point, is where all of this goes, and I don't know, it's a genuine question, that, well, in the future, it's possible that Bellway or whoever will come to Swale and say, we need to do it at 0% affordable. Because if that's the point, okay, but then what we're going to do is make legal submissions on whether that is even a remotely material consideration for either you, Madam, or for the Secretary of State.
And I understand the point, and the point, obviously, my client gets concerned when all the affordable's gone and then the schools can't be afforded, which is what I think is happening at Chilmington. So that's where our concern is. It's about the Section 106 and then the affordability of the road. Yes, the Section 106 is signed, and that's what this developer is tied to. But of course, the scheme may then be completely undeliverable, and that's what we're exploring. Not that they will, or a house builder will seek to remove the affordable housing, just that the scheme will never get delivered. And
if that is the case, then it won't be delivered.
No, and
that's where's the harm in that?
And the road, well, if you're other developers and you've got, and I don't represent anybody else in Swale, I've had to make sure that's the case, and return those briefs or not do those briefs, it may mean that this is said to be delivering the 5-year land supply, and those sites are locked out, those sites are excluded. More particularly from my client's point of view, it wants the road delivered. If this scheme doesn't work, then it's...
After the delivery of the road, you think?
No. If it gets planning permission and all this doesn't add up, then there's no road and there's no prospect of a road, because the scheme that's got planning permission and nobody else submits a planning application just isn't deliverable. There will be a scheme that will deliver it. It's just not this one. Okay? And on the figures that we're looking at, we are not seeing from the contingency, from the commuted sum, and the appellants accept that. If we're right on that, then it doesn't work. What we're looking at now are some of the other components that would reduce, in addition, what can be delivered. Now, all I'm doing is exploring whether we've got the right figures, whether we've got the sensitivity assessments. We haven't. We haven't got that information. Have we got verified independent cost information? No, we haven't. So we haven't got those, and that goes to what weight you can attach to the obligations that are provided.
The challenge is, though, if the scheme's going to come forward, it'll be with those obligations. If it turns out that costs explode or whatever, and everything that Mr. Mitford Slade's saying is complete rubbish, let's just give that as a hypothesis. It's all rubbish. It's all nonsense. He's made it all up. Okay, and it turns out the scheme's twice as expensive, right? Or it gets ransomed for tens of millions of pounds, so that the numbers explode. Then there won't be a scheme. There won't be a scheme, so there won't be any harm, and that there won't be a road, won't be any houses. What I don't understand, I genuinely at the moment don't understand what the point of all of this is. No objection to continuing to do it, but does it really come down to the fear that Kent have that in the future someone else, or Quinn, will go to Swale and say, sorry, we got it wrong, we need a new planning permission, it needs to have 0 affordable housing? Because if that's a fear, and I'm not saying whether it's legitimate or illegitimate, it's a fear, if that's a fear they've got because of what's happened at Chilmington or whatever, okay, but then they've got to show you that potential prospect of a future separate planning application or appeal is something that should lead to this being refused now. And that's what I don't get, 'cause it's not dealt with in their evidence, that's for sure.
Our case is this doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up, and there's been an attempt to suppress the costs and then accelerate the revenue, and it just doesn't add up.
I know that's the case, but so what? So we obviously think it adds up, they think it doesn't add up, but so what? Because if it goes forward, it will be in accordance with the 106 you're being asked to consider. And if they're right, then the developer's going to make much less profit than we say. But whatever, it's not Kent's concern how much money Quinn makes out of this scheme. But if indeed it is the case that costs are so explode that the whole thing becomes unviable, okay, well then there won't be a scheme. They're going to have to try and work out how to bring forward their local transport plan some other way. Anyway, the reason I intervened originally was just to push back on the repeated suggestion in the questions. I know Mr. Young doesn't mean to be putting it quite like this, but that affordable housing goes down, because it's important, because a lot of people are watching this, including the Rule 6 party. It's really important to be clear that that's wrong, and that if indeed he's right, we don't accept it, but if he's right, and the basis of his questions is he's right, and that costs need to go up, okay, what happens is profit goes down, which might be a problem for people sitting behind me, but it's not a problem one bit for anyone at Kent County Council.
The difficulty with that is we'd never look at financial viability, would we? If there's a section 106 that says we sign up to this, we'd never look at it.
No.
Forgive me. We'd never look at viability. It would never be a relevant consideration, because the developer would say, well, I'm going to do 10% affordable housing and I'm going to deliver these obligations, and that's all you need to know, which is what they're saying. And therefore the viability evidence, which this applicant put in, which the council had a look at, becomes irrelevant. And if I may say so, if the affordable housing is signed up to but cannot be afforded, then it's a non-deliverable scheme.
And
Non-deliverable scheme is not a scheme, certainly on this scale, that you want to be granting planning permission for.
The and is the whole point. So we think it's deliverable, they think it's not. If in the end it's non-deliverable and it won't be delivered, then there won't be roads like Kent says it wants. There won't be houses either. Happy days for everyone. And the market or affordable, nothing will happen. And that's not our case, but that's the consequence of Mr. And then what Mr. Young says is that, okay, well, if that happens, that you've got this non-deliverable scheme, then a Bellway comes in, or whoever, I'm just saying that because that was the example he gave, but whoever, a developer comes in and they go to Swell and say, this doesn't work. We need no affordable housing. Now, we don't accept that is going to happen. If that happens, my point is, that is a freestanding exercise of a Section 70 and then ultimately Section 78 planning discretion for the council and then for the Secretary of State, adding up whatever material considerations and viability evidence apply at that time. So how it is that you're supposed to, or you advise the Secretary of State, sort of take a preview on that to kind of say, well, that might happen, and if that happened, that wouldn't be very good. I don't understand. I also don't accept that well, we'd never get into viability, would we? The whole point of the viability evidence in this case had nothing to do with highways costs. Lest we forget, it had absolutely nothing to do with highways costs until about 6 weeks ago when Kent completely changed its case. The viability evidence for months and months between Mr. Mitford-Slade and Mr. Orst was all about affordable housing. It was about affordable housing, and to judge what would be a both policy compliant level that we'll come to with Mrs. Dickinson in a few days' time, hopefully, and what was an appropriate level at which to pitch the 106 on affordable housing obligations. That's what it was about. This about turn that has emerged. You'll remember that only a few weeks ago Mr. Young was telling the inquiry that we weren't going to get into points of detail on viability or costings. It was just going to be the big headline items. That was Kent's case only a few weeks ago. The idea that now we should use the financial viability appraisal exercise designed to test affordable housing to go into the 106 to sort of evaluate the overall credibility of the highways offering as a whole is just, it doesn't matter whether it makes sense to me. Well, this is all for submissions at the end, but my point for now is that affordable housing is fixed, and so questions that suggest it isn't are misleading those who are watching, who are going to be thinking, oh, golly, well, if Mr. Young's right, maybe they won't be delivering any affordable housing. That's not the scheme. Now, grant it or refuse it, but that's not the scheme that's before the Secretary of State. And also, as I say, there is an outstanding query that we'll have to deal with through Mrs. Dickinson, which is the so what question. Kent doesn't provide any planning evidence. It's being suggested now, apparently, that you need to be refusing on the basis of Mr. Young's objections. Okay, well, why? Why? Because if the consequence is that the developer takes a lower profit margin, if that's the consequence of his evidence, okay. Well, how is that supposed to be a basis for the Secretary of State refusing planning permission for any of this stuff?
So, Sorry.
Are you going to carry on doing?
Yeah, can I just say, planning evidence, Mr. Finch was a planning witness, and he took it. Yes, he was. He was a planning witness. He's a planner, and he dealt with that issue. Or, forgive me, he was addressing why the concern, and he expressed the concern about, in his experience, it looks like public subsidy is required for these big schemes. And I didn't protest about him not being in the planning section because he was dealing with purely what Kent's interests are. But, leaving that aside, it suggested this is all new. We didn't know what the final costs of the road would be. We didn't know that Quinn would refuse to pay a commuted sum for the ongoing maintenance of the structures. We didn't know that they would resist the position on contingency. Those are big ticket items. In looking at this information, as Mr. Spilsbury's done, we've identified that, in fact, there's no independent verification of the costs, as this witness has confirmed, and it's his appraisal, and for him to take a view about whether he's got the right information and whether it meets our ICS standards. In addition, we know that Mr. Orst had specifically raised concerns in looking at the applicant's evidence that there was a significant risk associated with the costs. So the applicant has known full well that certainly Swale was concerned about the costs. We've come in and involved ourselves in the inquiry because it's our road, the link road. We obviously are concerned about it being delivered properly and being costed properly. And we've hit, resistance to a commuted sum, resistance to an appropriate contingency, which is going to be explored later on this week. And in doing that, what we've identified is a number of other issues where there seems to be this desire to reduce the costs all the time. The outcome, the so what, is maybe this scheme needs public money. There was mention earlier from this witness about Homes England being involved in the site. What discussions, I don't want to get ahead of myself in asking questions to Mr. Gearing, but what discussions have there been with Homes England about filling what appears to be a significant hole in the overall viability? You're right, it doesn't matter greatly to my client whether there's 10% affordable housing or there's not, but that would be a matter, if you look at it, where it wipes it all out, and then we start to get erosion of the Section 106 agreement contributions, including education, which is what Mr. Spilsbury's evidence. And that is a concern for my client, that actually, when you look at the financial viability evidence, the contributions that are being signed up to cannot be afforded.
Last thing, I don't want to slow things down anymore, I'll stop talking. Just on the suggestion that Mr. Finch provides planning evidence, that is genuinely news to me. I asked him, you might remember, first, he's not a planner, as I understand it. He's got no planning qualifications, and he doesn't purport, obviously, it's not criticism of him, because he's not a planner. He doesn't do a planning balance exercise or whatever. Kent doesn't have a planning balance witness before you. And when I asked him about, you might remember, I tried to put a question to do with the sort of idea of there being a catch-22, which is to say that Kent wants schemes to be delivered by private developers, but it's setting contingencies at a level that no one's ever going to afford. Obviously, there's something I'm going to come back to with other witnesses on costs, and particularly Mr. Birchall. He said that was a question for Mr. Birchall. Right then, fine. I mean, I don't mind. I'll ask it to Mr. Birchall. But the idea that Kent has presented to you a planning analysis that explains why, on balance, having regard to their concerns on deliverability or whatever, they've got any evidence, a shred of evidence before you to support the idea that actually planning permission should be refused as a consequence of all of this is wrong. They've got no planning evidence before you from Mr. Finch, Mr. Birchall, from anyone else. So the idea that if there is a change from their initial support from the scheme in opening to a position in closing, that on the basis of all of this you should need refuse planning permission, if that's what's happening. It's happening through Mr. Young's questions. It's not, and then submissions. It's not happening through evidence, because there isn't any. Yeah,
Mr. Finch's evidence was that he did say it should be refused, and he said that the viability on the evidence of the other witnesses didn't add up, and he made expressly clear that in his experience, you're right, not a planner, but dealing with planning matters, in his experience, public subsidy is required for these big sites, even sites without big road infrastructure costs. So Otterpool doesn't have all this road infrastructure, but still it hasn't worked. And Chilmington is another issue altogether, where they've then applied for a variation of the obligations to remove them, in effect. And you might say, well, I can grant planning permission for this, and then that's somebody else's problem at some other stage. But the difficulty is that if you start to grant planning permission for this, and it starts to move forward, and then we get the revisions to the Section 106, and we get the contributions, and the schools can't be afforded, because on the viability evidence at that point, you can't afford the schools, then you've got a problem. Now, the answer may well be public subsidy. Okay, my clients would like to see the road delivered. They've been, and you've heard me, complimentary of the concept and the developer. But the problem is, it doesn't appear to add up. And what we're looking at here is the veracity and reliability of some of this evidence, particularly around costs, which this witness, who's doing the financial viability appraisals, has made clear that he's just simply taken the figures from Quinn. And there is no independent cost consultant. And there is no cost plan.
Okay.
And that raises concerns about what is actually going to happen here. And Chilmington is a reality. It's no good running away from it. When it all goes wrong, as that's gone wrong, who has to pick up the pieces? Kent County Council. On the schools that didn't get delivered, on the contributions that weren't paid, on the developer not wanting to do any of this, because nobody at Chilmington looked at viability at this stage.
Well, you can certainly say that we're looking at viability, all right, aren't we? So I don't think that charge could be held. But I mean, I've got two sort of issues that I might as well say now, because I need to be satisfied on them. The first one is, I think the problem isn't so much, if it's unviable, then the development won't be built. I mean, that's probably what would happen. But the problem is, if the viability, when sort of stage 2 or 3 came in, was found to be lacking, and the scheme might even have got started, or got even part way, then what happens? I suppose I don't really know anything about Chilmington Green, but I think that's something that's happened. But
you want to ask me? Well,
I'm not asking. I want that to be answered at some stage.
I'll answer.
But you might be with one.
It'll be with one of our witnesses. I can ask Mr. Gearing about it, and then the planners about it, and you will.
That will be one of my major concerns.
Totally understand. So your concern is the roads either built. Well, they have to be built
that things
or whatever.
Sort of progress, like we do see, and I mean, I've done quite a bit of Section 106B, is
6B
it?
appeals,
Whatever
yeah.
it is,
Yeah.
where affordable housing or other Section 106s are asked to be reduced because things have proved not to be viable, and unfortunately one's hands are fairly tied once you get to that stage because it's half built out.
We deal with that
okay.
question.
That's my main issue at the moment, having heard what I've heard so far.
Was there another one? Did you say?
Sorry. The other one is it does sort of indicate to me, with all of this and all the very detailed information we're getting on the roads and the junction, that would there in hindsight have been a wisdom in actually not reserving access and the roads and that major strategic infrastructure as a reserve matter? Because it seems to me that this is such a big thing that I know it's obviously something, and I'd like that answered.
We will, but that was partially answered through what Mr. Wilde has said already.
Well, I know. I mean, that was where the question started. The wisdom of actually having a scheme of this scale, that where the roads and which are vital to the whole thing were actually all details reserved. I've never really come across that, I have to say, and nearly in all cases that would be something that would be put in at this stage. But, you know, it is what it is, and obviously that's something else that I would like to be answered. Not necessarily, I mean, you obviously can't go back on it now, but, you know, what are the
I've got thoughts on it, but I'll add it to, I think I'm trying to think who's best to deal with that quote. It's probably one for Mr. Bashforth in the end. Yeah. But there are... Well, no, it's certainly not one for Mr. Mitford Slade about the way in which it's been progressed.
No, but we've been talking about this.
No, of course. The thing is that by the time you're talking about full details on all of the roads, including the Highways junction, you're years down the track. And as the cash flow demonstrates, and as Mr. Gearing will be able to explain, maybe there's actually one for Mr. Gearing as part of this, you need to be both developing the road designs alongside selling service land parcels. If you did the detailed road designs all in advance, you're talking about years of work.
Well, maybe that's the answer. I don't know. So I want that explained.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Sorry,
anyway,
I've really
so there we
taken
are.
things off course.
Just the thoughts that are going on.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you.
I find it unwelcome, frankly, to understand, you know, the context of why we're exploring this, because I think it's important that, you know, as you say, for members of the public to understand why.
Yeah,
we're worried about ending up with a white elephant.
Right, let's carry on.
Okay, now, in your evidence, you've said that I think Otterpool Park was fundamentally broken. What did you mean by that?
I mean, it's been brought forward in a way by the local authority and the wholly owned LLP below that, in a way that it requires subsidy now or investment from other third parties to bring it forward for delivery. So it does have fundamental delivery issues, which is why they're exploring dialogue with other parties now to keep it going.
Yeah, and by other parties you mean Homes England?
They are at the table, yes.
Yeah, and how long has this site been stalled? In other words, how long has there been a problem?
I think it sort of came to a head when the rates from the Public Loan Board went up, and I think there was an audit review. And I've not been deeply involved, but my understanding is that a halt was put on the funding made available by the local authority to fund the development. And when that tap was turned off, from recollection, I think there was a pot of about 120 million made available to the LLP. I think when their WIP had reached 60 million, they turned the tap off and asked the LLP to look at alternative funding structures.
Okay, so what's happened is a significant amount of money's been spent, 160 million, yeah?
No, I understand the current WIP's 80 million.
80,
sorry,
okay. 80 million has been spent already.
Correct.
And not a single house has been delivered.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. They don't have a major road to build, do they?
There is a lot of infrastructure. I don't have full details of it, but there's upgrades to junction 11 of the M20. There's railway upgrades to connect to high-speed rail link. There's a Grade 1 listed castle. There's a heritage park. There is wastewater treatment works and other infrastructure. I have a holistic figure, but the actual breakdown I don't have, and it doesn't have new junctions and new relief roads like this one does. I accept that.
Yeah, and Otterpool doesn't actually have planning permission either, does it? I mean, it's got a resolution to grant.
That's correct.
But nobody's agreed to Section 106, have they?
That's right, no.
Yeah, because they're continuing to negotiate over that. Here, the Section 106 has to be signed, because otherwise, you get to the end of the inquiry, you haven't got a Section 106, the whole thing's been a waste of time. So the position is that you know about Otterpool, don't you?
I have some involvement, yes, but not detailed.
And Homes England have effectively come in to try and solve the problem, yeah?
Well, they're part landowner already.
Yeah, they bought into it, actually, you're right, and now they're trying to find a way to resolve the issues, yes?
They are looking at those options under a collaboration agreement, which I understand runs to the end of September.
Chilmington, which you said you had some involvement in, delivered by Miss...
How many houses are there in Otterpool Park?
There's a resolution for 8,500, ma'am. I think the original allocation was up to 10,500.
Chilmington, you said, was being delivered by Hodson, is that right?
Hodson Developments, correct?
Yeah, and that's 5,750.
That's correct.
It's not, they're not a master developer, are they?
Well, they've taken on that role, but by background, it's not something that they've ever done before at scale, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, they're a smaller developer, yeah.
That's right.
And they've taken on too large a scheme, haven't they?
They've had to buy all the land up front, which is completely different to the situation here, where the master developer landowner is in collaboration agreement and they already own the land.
Yeah, so what I mean is it's not working because they've been over-ambitious, haven't they?
That's a fair comment.
Yeah, okay. All right. Now, in terms of the southern site, we were looking at some of the figures for the northern site. On the southern site, your case is that the whole, or that your client's case is, the whole of the link road and the motorway junction are in before any houses are occupied, yeah? I'm not going to get into the detail of it, they're just the principle of your case, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
What consideration has been given to a scenario where houses are actually built and sold and occupied before the road is fully occupied, fully built? What consideration has been given to that?
Well, I haven't given any consideration to it because I don't believe it's permissible, but I might be wrong.
Okay, that's an instruction, isn't it, from the client, because the client's case has been on that basis, yes?
That's my understanding of it, that's correct.
Okay, and I think, I'm just squaring this off, I think it's for Mr. Gearing, you've not been involved in any consideration about whether a public body like Homes England or grant money is being considered in this scheme. You've not been asked to look at that?
No, that's correct.
No, okay. All right. If you were to add the inflationary effects of 2.8%,
yes,
and if you were to increase the build cost by 10%, and you were to make sure that you use the latest figure,
yes,
on your figure 135, add your 15%, add further figure for the thing, then those components, so inflation, higher build costs,
yes,
extra additional costs for future homes and lifetime homes.
yes,
Those are all additional costs, aren't they?
they are, yes.
Yeah. I want to put this to you fairly. I know Mr. Simons is keen that I do. Okay. What I think you've done, with the greatest respect, is you have suppressed the costs in a way that is artificial and unconvincing, and you push the revenues forward, which is inconsistent with your previous case, artificial and unconvincing, and you presented an appraisal which just isn't credible. Okay? That's what I'm putting to you. That's right, isn't it?
No, I consider it to be credible. I've looked at it in the round. I've made adjustments along the journey. I've been presented with new cost information. I've been presented with the evidence of others, and Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Gardner have produced both helpful evidence for me. I stand back and look at everything in front of me, and I consider this scheme is viable and deliverable at a level of affordable housing of just under 21%, 20.83%. Yes, there's been changes along that way, but obviously if costs explode, as you rightly say, then this scheme becomes very unviable. But equally, if revenues do go up, and Mr. Gardner has produced other slightly higher evidence on revenues, if revenues do go up, then very quickly this scheme becomes very viable.
You said I'm interested in your word explode. You say costs explode. I don't know quite what a cost explosion looks like, but a 2.8% increase, the thing that you didn't look at against inflation, that isn't an explosion of costs.
No, that's an increase in the cost. I accept that.
Yeah, okay. My second, these are the substantial criticisms about your professionalism. The second point is you have completely inappropriately relied on, as an RICS financial viability appraisal, you have fundamentally breached your code of conduct by not seeking independent, verified quantity surveyor figures on the cost, haven't you?
I've been asked to look at justifying the evidence, and I consider the evidence provided to me by a very experienced regional developer to be reasonably justified, and I haven't pressed them further for a detailed cost plan for the reasons I've set out. So I consider it's reasonably justified in the context of the RICS guidance without going into a very deep dive into cost, because there are too many unknowns at this stage. So.
Yeah. The transparency point is a point which again is RICS guidance. That is about whether you've looked at this properly and provided the information transparently. The costs come from the developer seeking planning permission. That's where they come from, don't they?
That is from the applicant, that is correct.
Yeah. Third point is you have not conducted any credible sensitivity tests for the northern site, have you?
That's correct.
And you haven't done anything on the southern site which is credible beyond just changing the basic costs by 2.5% and 5%. I mean, upward. Obviously, you've gone downward as well.
That's the level of the sensitivity testing.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Do you not think, with hindsight, you should have done more sensitivity testing?
I think it'd be helpful to have, more cost information, more sensitivity testing. But the way it's evolved, that hasn't taken place until later in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't done earlier on. We've got the limits of what we've got now. You undoubtedly could have done more sensitivity testing,
I think
yes?
you can test an awful lot of things in here, as we've explored. I think we both understand that there is a lot of sensitivities around this. That's right.
You could have done more sensitivity testing. One of the key dynamics in this whole case is that we're at an early stage, yes? As the inspector's just rightly observed, we don't actually have the details for the roads and the access, because all that's reserved, yes? We've got basic... What we've got here is very basic information, isn't it?
We have a level of detail that is presented to the inquiry, but it's no more detailed than that.
I understand that, but that's not answering my question. What we've got here is a very basic level of information, yes?
Definition of basic, but yes.
Good.
It's...
And what we're dealing with is an enormous scheme, one of the biggest schemes in England.
I accept the enormity of the scheme, yes.
Yeah. And, okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Now, Mr. Bell, how long do you think you'll be?
Much shorter than anticipated, but Madam, I think given it's 10 to 1,
Yeah,
I value the opportunity to take some instructions and
Yeah, no, I
probably
was going
cut
to
down.
break anyway, but I'm just wondering how long you think it might be.
I think, looking through my list, I may be rather limited to putting my case and a few supplementary questions based on Mr. Young's very thorough cross-examination. So I think I could even be half an hour.
Half an hour. Okay. Good. All right then. So I think we will have a break now. So we will break until 10 to 2. Thank you.
Giving off the heat or not. We need to put the air cons on again. You can feel it's like
it heats up quite fast.
Otherwise, all good yourself.
Not bad. This is all.
Jeez, must be drawing. Yeah.
This is yeah.
And then, just the nose going into October. August, September, 2 months standard. It's like
3 weeks in October. Just a nightmare.
Absolute nightmare. Yeah.
It is painful.
But we're here to do it. Yeah.
We're here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just a reminder that we have to be out of the room by 5 o'clock today. All right. And that means clearing everything, I think. Okay, so Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, Mr. Mitford-Slade.
Afternoon.
So I'm obviously here today on behalf of the 5 Parishes group.
Yes.
As explained before the lunchtime adjournment, Mr. Young's very thorough cross-examination has reduced my need to spend much time with you at all. I have a couple of additional questions to ask, and then I'm pretty much just going to put the 5 Parishes case to you as it now is.
Okay.
In some of your answers to Mr. Young, you described obviously the impact on profits if viability in terms of infrastructure, and I note the point about affordable housing and the Section 106 and how that will work. But you kept referring to the developer having to take a haircut.
Yes.
How short a haircut is the developer willing to take? Have you had those discussions?
I haven't. Obviously, they'll reach a point where they can't take any more.
A scalping?
But no, not specifically what they'd be prepared to accept in the event that costs overran. No, I haven't.
And this may be a question for Mr. Gearing, so do say if you can't answer it.
Of course.
But without having an understanding as to where the developers would say no more, what would happen if the developer wasn't willing to take a cut on profits at that point?
I think that's probably a question for the applicant, if I may.
Thank you. And we heard from Mr. Simons and his exchange with Mr. Young about, well, what happens if the circumstances arrive where the development doesn't get built out? The answer was kind of, so what? Is that a view you share?
Well, obviously, I'm of the view that if costs escalate to a point where it's not in the interest of the developer to bring the site forward, then clearly they're not going to do so. But at what point that is, I can't categorically state.
And do you appreciate the concerns that arise within the local community as to the idea of having permission granted for a significant scheme that may not get built out?
Yeah, I fully appreciate that there may well be concerns over a planning permission that doesn't come forward, but the inquiry today is to establish whether or not that planning can come forward. What happens after the event, I can't speak for that. And
this is where we align with KCC, in that of particular concern to the locals is the fact that in their view, and seemingly in KCC's view, is that the applicant hasn't been able to demonstrate clearly and thoroughly the viability of what is being proposed.
I'm of the view that there is sufficient evidence and justification for the inputs at this early stage in the juncture of this inquiry for the applicant to say, well, I consider these inputs to costs to be sufficiently robust, and I'm of the view that I have no reason to question that at this point in time.
Now, I'm not going to repeat KCC's points to you. They obviously started off in the last session with Mr. Young's Cabinet of Curiosities, which from our side we view more as a closet full of skeletons and absolute horrors. But in respect of adherence to the RICS standards, the level of information provided to allow scrutiny of your viability exercise, what now appears to be your blind acceptance of your client's figures and the manipulation of the cash flow figures to, we say, suit the applicant, we are in agreement and seek to adopt Mr. Young's line of questioning, which you've already answered. I'm just putting that to you so you're aware as to where we're coming from on
yes.
that. In respect of the 5 Parishes group's case on affordable housing and viability, do you accept that you've provided a lot more detail through your oral evidence to date that with hindsight maybe should have been provided in your proof?
I think the purpose of this exercise is to elaborate what was in the proof, and part of the challenge to me is that a lot of things have changed since the proof was issued, none more so than a significant shift in the analysis of the costs, and time is not on my side during that period, and therefore I've done to the best of my ability to adapt that into my rebuttal and build upon it in my cross-examination and evidence in chief.
I mean, in hindsight, do you accept that the spreadsheets you disclosed at the last session should have been disclosed at the proof stage?
I think it would be helpful to have the cash flows. I don't disagree with that.
And do you accept that Mr. Gardner has always been clear in his evidence that the assumptions that he made in respect to viability were based on the material he had access to at the time he produced his assessment and proofs?
Yes.
Do you not think that those cash flow figures and calculations would have assisted him further?
I don't recall seeing any further cash flows from Mr. Gardner.
I mean, the documents that you disclosed, that were disclosed after Mr. Gardner gave his evidence.
I think those cash flows were there primarily to stress test the impact of the early delivery of the infrastructure on the overall viability of the scheme, and I don't think it would have had a major bearing on Mr. Gardner's approach.
Because you see, what's happened now is that KCC has, in the Five Parishes view, been able to drag out of you a lot more information that has provided my clients with a more detailed insight into your case on viability. And the slightly odd position that we now find ourselves in is that, having considered the spreadsheet disclosed at the last session, followed by your responses to Mr. Young, is my clients find themselves in a position where they are now more in alignment, or they consider they would be more in alignment with KCC than they were when they called Mr. Gardner.
I'm not sure that I mean, this, what we're hearing.
I'm just putting.
That's fair enough, but this is what you're hearing happening in live time is an abandonment of Mr. Gardner's case and the Rule 6.
It's not quite that.
Well, it was said just a few minutes ago that you apparently now align with KCC that we can't show that we are viable, and that's obviously literally the opposite of what Mr. Gardner said. And I don't mind which it is, but all I'm saying is that if the Rule 6 party is going to transform its case right now, that's all right. I mean, whatever. But you can't just make your case up in the moment and then put it to Mr. Slade as a question. It's not appropriate. There's literally no evidence to support any of these questions from Rule 6.
I haven't put the case to Mr. Mitford Slade just yet. I hadn't finished setting out
Okay.
what our position is.
Sorry.
I mean, sorry. Essentially, the position that we find ourselves in is, if this information had been provided sooner, then Mr. Gardner could have been asked to have considered it as part of his evidence and may have advised the Five Parishes differently, because the position we have is that whilst we consider that a 40% affordable housing provision would be appropriate for this development, you cannot demonstrate, based on the evidence that you've given orally now, that actually the proposal is viable at all. And this is where we fall into line somewhat with KCC now, which is not the position we were in earlier on. From your evidence, our position is that it is impossible for the Inspector and Secretary of State to assess the viability of the scheme with any credibility and be satisfied that you have produced the evidence needed to show that in fact it is viable.
I maintain my position through both my proof and subsequent rebuttal that whilst the level of affordable housing might be below that where Mr. Gardner felt that it ought to land, I maintain robustly that this scheme is viable and deliverable at the levels of affordable housing being offered by the applicant.
The Five Parishes group has always been clear that they never accepted the costs that you'd produced. The understanding at the time was that actually the costs were lower, and as such the scheme could have been more viable. But from what you've said in evidence now, that position has changed. It seems that actually the scheme is less viable, and it's only through KCC's detailed examination of you that that information has come out.
Can I again?
think Mr.
Sorry to. This is very strange because Mr. Gardner. The first thing I asked him was, on my list, was that you conclude, don't you, that this scheme is deliverable and can provide affordable housing, and he said yes, and he went on to explain for many hours why that was the case. It's being suggested that he didn't have access to things that would have changed his view. Of course, the only thing that I think is being mentioned at the moment are these cash flow tables. There was, of course, a cash flow table in Mr. Mitford Slade's proof of evidence at Appendix 9, which led to this whole back and forth with Mr. Spilsbury. Mr. Gardner didn't say a single thing about it. I genuinely don't understand. I'm raising this now because I want to know, from our point of view, when it comes to doing closing submissions, are we responding to Mr. Gardner? Are we responding to what Mr. Bell's saying now, which is the opposite of what Mr. Gardner says? And I genuinely have no idea.
So, to be clear, the case is now that we are in alignment. Whilst we consider that the proposal would be suitable for a 40% affordable housing provision, what we are not satisfied with is that, based on the evidence Mr. Mitford Slade has given, that the scheme is viable at all. And this is material that has been dragged out by Kent County Council. So I think our position is that, had Mr. Gardner had the level of detail that the inquiry has now been given, that the position he gave in evidence may well have been different. But we're not applying to call him back because there's no time to do that. But we are entitled to say, based on what we've heard, we are falling into line with KCC.
It's a shame there's no time to call him back. So I'd very much like to ask him which paragraphs of his evidence would be in the least bit affected by the two cash flow spreadsheets that have been produced. But putting that to one side, it sounds like then we have agreement with the Rule 6 party now, expressed just now, that the scheme can't viably provide 40% affordable housing, which is, I'd say, the opposite of what they've been saying for many months. If that's true, it'd be worth just nailing that down, because we on our side need to be able to know what the case against us is for closings. You can't just say it would be appropriate for 40% housing. Is it actually in your, in the rule, I'm not asked through the inspector, is the Rule 6 party maintaining the position it's had for ages and ages? This scheme can and should viably be producing 40% affordable, and if not, can that just be confirmed? And therefore, obviously, quite a lot of what Mr. Gardner was saying necessarily falls away, because that's what his proof was designed to prove.
The problem remains that Mr. Gardner made his assumptions based on material available at the time. And since we've had a lot of material come out in oral evidence in response to Mr. Young, it's caused my client to reevaluate their position, have a look at it, and whilst they consider that a scheme of this size could be made to produce a 40% affordable housing provision, no, madam. The answer is we're in alignment with KCC.
Well, that's helpful to understand, and we'll make our closings on that. Just to be clear, on that basis, that it's no longer being suggested that there's a viable scheme at 40% affordable.
So, madam, that concludes effectively the cross-examination. It was literally just putting the case effectively.
There is no evidence, is there, that you're saying it would be suitable for 40% affordable housing. There's no evidence that could be provided.
No, there isn't. This is the difficulty, madam. What it is the 5 parish group find it very difficult to conceive that a scheme of this size should be allowed to go through with a reduced level of affordable housing, or even no affordable housing, which looks like is going to be the reality. Because
that's the whole. This is why this is my concern about the way Mr. Young was putting his questions earlier on. Is exactly to avoid this misunderstanding. I won't repeat what I've said already, but I will go back over this with Mr. Gearing and indeed anyone else I can ask questions about to it. No affordable housing is not one of our proposals. There's no mechanism to achieve that through this scheme. it's a non-point. And the reason I'm getting a bit vexed about it is because it keeps being raised against us. And those who are watching along, I think, risk falling into a very serious misapprehension about the mechanisms that are on offer through this scheme.
Madam, we can deal with this with Mr. Gearing and in closings at the planning stage as well. But, Madam, our concern is, yes, OK, you have a scheme that promises the world, but in reality, is it going to be able to deliver it?
I just said, did he want to leave it there? And he said yes. So I don't have any questions.
Fine.
Thank
I've
you.
just got a couple, if that's all right. Nothing on the back of what Mr. Bell said. Mr. Mitford-Slade, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Just a couple of bits. I think it sounds like I was going to have more questions, but I think I'm going to park some of them and pick them up with Mr. Gearing to do with Quinn's business model and all of that stuff. Just a couple of things then. You were criticised about, this is all this sort of curiosities stuff that Mr. Young was developing his theme on last week. It was said, originally with the application, this is all last week, just I'm going to jog your memory.
Week before, but yes, thank you.
Sorry, you're right, week before. Originally with the application, Mr. Young said, no cash flow supplied for the north to Mr. Orst or to the south. Do you remember Mr. Young asking that? I mean, you might not, but...
I don't recall him.
Fair enough, okay, fair enough. So, and it was suggested that this was weird. What was the point of doing... What was the point of doing an FEA in the first place? Why were you being asked to even get into any of this? What was Mr. Orst on about?
So, I mean, originally, this was not required at all as part of the application process. I was then asked to write a submission that demonstrated that there was the ability within the scheme to meet policy DM8 with 10% affordable housing. It was only after the event that Mr. Orst was asked to review, well, what if DM8 wasn't applied? What might that 10% become? And that is where I then opened this dialogue with Mr. Orst over a period of time where we looked at cash flows, we looked at spreadsheets, we shared material to reach an agreement at a future date point in time that 20.83% across the whole scheme would be the maximum level of affordable housing based on the evidence that we had.
So what you're saying is that the idea was, all right, well, you've come in at 10%, but could we go higher? And if higher, how much higher?
Yeah, absolutely. There was no intention or no dialogue at all about reducing affordable housing. Completely the opposite.
When was the first time that you'd understood that Kent apparently wanted to see, and were very vexed that they hadn't seen, cash flow tables associated with your rebuttal evidence?
Until I'd seen Mr. Spilsbury's submissions, I wasn't aware of any need to.
If anyone at any point over the last, however many months, had asked you for cash flow tables, is there a problem with supplying them?
They were all readily available. They were only submitted in cross-examination, or one of them was. Obviously, the earlier one was submitted, so the mechanics of that has been known for some time.
The earlier one was submitted with, you mean as an appendix to your proof of evidence?
That's correct, yeah.
So is there some... It was Appendix 9 to the main first proof. So is there a scam job going on here? Is there a desire to keep from the inquiry the mechanics of how your cash flow table works?
Not at all. It's been issued in complete transparency.
A similar sort of theme on Mr. Young's list of so-called curiosities is cost plan. So
yes.
We dealt with it in chief. You dealt with it a lot in cross-examination.
Of course.
And I think in the end, to cut it down, costs plan, Mr. Young thinks that there should have been a QS instructed, an external QS who was instructed to essentially review what was before you and do, I guess, as part of that, a full cost plan to input into your FVA. So let's just take that so-called curiosity in stages. Were you ever in in the many months of back and forth with the council's independent expert, Mr. Orse, asked to do that by him?
I was never explicitly asked at all to
What about implicitly? Did he say to you, it would be a good idea, you know what, the costs seem a bit lower, a bit high. What you need to do, if you want me to support this with the council and sign it off, you're going to need to do a full QS-based external review, or else we're just not going anywhere near it.
Had he done so, I'd have taken it back to the applicant and asked them to provide.
We all have different styles. That's quite a leading question, and if we could just sort of keep it to less. I think we do.
Yeah.
Just to a narrative of the question.
Let me put it. Sorry, put your mic on. Let me put it like this. It was said to be a curiosity by Mr. Young. I mean, given what the purpose was of the FVA exercise that you've just explained, and given what you've told Mr. Young about the scale of this scheme and the stage it's at and all the rest of it, is it a curiosity in your opinion?
No, not at all.
Why not?
I've never been asked to ask my client to produce a cost plan, neither Swale directly to the applicant as far as I'm aware, and certainly not Mr. Orse in his dialogue to me has ever said we want to see a cost plan. Otherwise that exercise would no doubt have been undertaken.
When was the first time that you'd understood that Kent wanted one, a full scheme-wide QS, external QS costs plan?
Only under cross-examination.
It was repeatedly said by Mr. Young that what we are asking, we all of us, are asking the inspector to do and then the Secretary of State to do.
And that's not right, is it? It wasn't cross-examination, was it? Because Mr. Spilsbury raised the point, didn't he, in his proof?
I said when was the first time he'd been asked, but yeah, fair. In his proof.
No, he said first time Kent wanted one, I thought.
Oh, sorry, that's not what I read meant to read out. I thought that's what he said, but... You're right.
Am I good too?
You know, it comes... Yeah.
I appreciate that, but I don't want to get the facts wrong. Just where exactly?
Mr. Spilsbury, didn't he basically talked about a cost consultant quite early on, didn't he? I might be wrong.
No, I'm very keen to make sure I get it wrong.
Microphone, yeah, that's it.
Fine, I'll leave Mr. Spilsbury to find the reference. I'll keep going and we'll come back to it.
I mean, certainly it was before the evidence, I think, cross-examination.
Let's just check. All right, well, let's have a go at it this way. Before the sorry, turn your mic back on. We'll let Mr. Spilsbury get the right reference, but before the inquiry, had that ever been an objection that was raised, or even after the inquiry had started, before the exchange of written evidence a few weeks ago, had there been something that had been raised by Kent or by Swale?
No one had explicitly asked me or implicitly asked me to provide a cost plan.
But fundamentally, it was repeatedly suggested by Mr. Young to you, repeatedly suggested that what we're doing here, what we're asking the inspector to do is, quote, to validate these costs. He said it in the context of debates about the BCIS stuff, the build costs, the other costs, the way that those work, the abnormals, the strategic infrastructure costs. And my question to you is that actually right? Is that what this inquiry is for, in your opinion? For the inspector to say, right, I've got two different approaches to, averages of BCIS costs over the last 5 years, and I've got to decide whether or not the correct approach is to take a stand back and round up approach, or whether to average them, or whether to add a particular percentage. Is that what this inquiry's for?
As I say, I think at the end of the day, I've made an objective, reasonable assessment of the costs before me. I've balanced that with both data from the BCIS and also taken my own experience of the market and the experience of the applicant to pull all of that cost information together at this very early juncture without all of the technical work to demonstrate what level of affordable housing above 10% can be provided.
It was suggested to you repeatedly that you have, by not getting a third-party QS costs plan, just take a step back. Is it possible to actually produce a full costs plan for a scheme like this, given the state at which the state of detail at which the application stands today?
I think there is a level of cost that you can go to, but again, you just can't get into the full detail of it because the technical information just isn't known. So, it's entirely reasonable, in my opinion, to look at this objectively and look at what reasonable market estimates are for these items. And the experience of the applicant gives me comfort that they are reasonable estimates.
But it was suggested to you, though, on this that by not going out to a third-party to an external QS and getting a full costs plan, that represented a fundamental breach of the RICS Code of Conduct.
No.
And is it right, in your opinion, that the RICS guidance requires you, not just suggests that you might, but actually requires you in every case to go out and get third-party QS costs plans for every scheme that you're working on?
No, it doesn't.
Can I just help the inquiry with the reference? So in the proof of evidence at 5.6.17.6, so 5.6.17.6 of of the proof of evidence of Mr. Spilsbury, I'll just read it. He refers to the RICS guidance and he says, in my professional experience, best practice in respect of this item would be to prepare a full quantity surveyor's cost report prepared by a reputable firm of chartered surveyors specialising in cost consultancy that demonstrates how the costs have been estimated. This is consistent with the RICS guidance note.
And so my question is he right? Or not is he right, but that wasn't quite the way it was put to you. What was suggested to you by Mr. Young, not by Mr. Spilsbury, is that what you've done represents a fundamental breach of the RICS guidance. And my question is that a criticism that's fair?
No, I don't think it is.
And why not?
Because I'm only required to justify the evidence at the point in time that I consider to be reasonable.
The last thing I want to ask you about, I do want to get back into cash flow tables, but I think the way I'm going to do it in response to the document that's gone in today is with Mr. Gearing. So I'll leave that, the phased payments for the sale of service plots and all of that stuff. But on the cash flow table, so we're not going to go into this point about how plots are going to be sold over several years. I want to crystallise one of the things that was said to you. It was a week and a half ago now by Mr. Young, and it was in relation to, it was when he was asking you about the fact that, and he did repeat some of this today, so it was also this morning. He was asking you about the fact that in your rebuttal, your commercial land values change; they go up. Do you remember him asking?
Yes, I do.
That? And also the phasing over which the income from commercial land is received changes as well. The trajectory for those receipts change.
That's correct.
And it was in the context of asking you questions about that he said that the cash flow had been, quote unquote, manipulated. Do you remember?
I do, yes.
And what the suggestion is, as I'd understood it, is that what's going on here is a deliberate and intentional fiddle, essentially, with a purpose. A purpose being to maintain, essentially, interest payments at a constant level. That was his big point. And a purpose, therefore, not to actually express your genuine professional view of the case in an objective way and fulfilling the duties you owe to this inspector and the Secretary of State, but instead to serve your client's interests, instead to essentially fiddle the figures in order to get the answer that you want, rather than an answer that reflects your objective understanding of the case. My question is that an accurate depiction of what's happened with your rebuttal cash flow?
No, I refute that. The cash flow has been remodelled to take into account not only the increased costs presented to me, but also my view on where commercial values will be. And by remodelling it, I can end up with a range of between, I'm estimating 55 to 60 million pounds worth of interest payments. And there's obviously a range of everything, and it would not be incorrect for that to land at 58 million. I fully accept that that is a figure which is virtually identical to the figure that's been had before, but I could have been higher or lower than that marginally, and yes, either end of that spectrum does make a difference, but I consider it to be entirely reasonable and appropriate with the information I've got to have it in the middle of that range.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mitford-Slade. That's it.
It's really good. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mitford-Slade. So we've got Mr. Parks next, haven't we? Don't know, Mr. Parks. Are you there? Let's just do a change round, shall we? 5 minutes. Yeah, just 5 minutes. We'll just adjourn for until past or so, I think. 30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. I should think we'll have a break in about an hour, but a short one, given that we've just broken. You said an hour, a bit longer. Yeah, no, that's fine, but what do you reckon?
Most of the afternoon, I think.
Right, okay. Okay, all right, let's get going then. Thank you.
So, Mr. The inquiry, I've got your proof of evidence. Please, your name is Scott Parks, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're instructed by KCC to present expert evidence on the matter of highway construction costing exercise and the cost plan produced by yourself, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's in relation to both the northern and the southern site, is that right?
Yes, plus the motorway junction.
That's the motorway junction, okay.
It was a joint instruction by National Highways as well.
You have to just speak.
Sorry. Yeah, I was jointly instructed by National Highways as well, but via KCC.
Yeah, okay. So that was a joint instruction to produce the cost plan. Yeah. Now, you say you're a chartered quantity surveyor, is that right?
That's right.
With over 25 years of experience, is that right?
That's right.
And work in private practice, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You focus on civil engineering rather than building projects for the majority of your career, is that right?
That's right.
And you're a director of Allen Dadswell Construction Consultants, ADCC, is that right?
That's right.
And your main current role is in heading up your appointment as independent cost consultants for KCC, for Kent County Council, is that right?
That's correct.
And in particular, their major capital programme team, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And the team is responsible for the delivery of major highway improvement schemes across Kent, is that right?
That's right.
So what you're talking about there, the major capital programme team, that is Mr. Birchall's team, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And he looks to you as an independent chartered quantity surveyor specialising in costs to do the independent costs work associated with Kent's major capital programmes projects. Is that right?
That's correct.
You've held your role as a director for over 5 years. You previously predominantly worked on strategic infrastructure works on behalf of house developers nationwide. Is that right?
That's right.
And your role of cost consultant is more common and widely used term now to describe a quantity surveyor who provides cost advice throughout the life cycle of a project from conception through to and beyond construction in some instances. You'll explain that particular role and you do that below, yeah?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. You say that since 2001, so that's nearly 25 years, you've worked on various schemes for Kent County Council, is that correct?
That's correct.
And extensively on a previous framework agreement, is that right?
That's right, yes.
You've held the role as KCC's independent cost consultant since 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are the only supplier on the framework, meaning that you're involved in all KCC's major highway projects, is that correct?
That's correct.
KCC's requirements, as set out in your cost consultancy framework contract, include the following: to ensure that project budgets produced are realistic and robust, is that correct?
That's correct.
To ensure best value is achieved during construction contracts, is that right?
That's right.
And to support the development of business cases to bring project funding into Kent, is that right?
That's right. I should probably, clarify that I haven't worked for KCC since 2001. That's my company as a whole.
Company has.
But I've worked on it. Worked with them pretty much solely for the last 5 years, probably for the last 12 years. Off the top of my head.
Yeah, you have to put you have to really sort of put it under your nose. It's quite irritating, but that's how you're quite right. And if I may say so, that you're exactly right. At 2.1.3, as you say, it's the company that has worked for KCC, and then you've set out your role in that. Good, and your firm's role as cost consultant includes the following main activities: cost planning, is that correct?
That's correct.
Procurement, is that right?
That's right.
Post-contract cost management, is that right?
That's right.
And you explain the first two of these in more detail as they're relevant to the respect of the cost plan you produced in relation to the road cost, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now you say the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, RICS, describe a cost plan as an estimation of project costs typically produced by a quantity surveyor. Is that right?
That's right.
Do we have a cost plan from the developer here?
No, not that I've seen.
No. You say you are frequently tasked with producing cost plans for KCC. Cost plans for KCC and more generally are often required at an early stage of a potential project based upon very limited design information, with an obligation on you to ensure that the full scope of works is priced without any gaps, and you include assumptions which are refined as the project develops, yes?
That's correct.
So we've got an early stage where you've got a lack of information. What's the main way you deal with that then, please? If you haven't got very detailed information, how do you deal with that in trying to ensure the accuracy of your cost plans?
Well, we use whatever information is available. So in this instance, we measure the scheme if measurable drawings are provided, and then I use my experience based on other schemes for what's missing, essentially, and either price that up if there's enough information to do so, or allow suitable risk allowances to cover such things.
Okay, now here we are dealing with, and you then deal with the procurement. I'm not going to go through all that. Here we are dealing with one of the biggest residential development schemes in the country. And we know that the sort of centrepiece of this, as far as the developer's proposal is concerned, is the delivery of a new motorway junction, a 6-kilometre relief road, and the rest of the northern relief road. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. How significant would you describe the costs of that and the significance of that road in the context of a project like this?
I would have thought it was extremely significant.
Yeah. And what I want to do is then look at the information that's available to you. So the Inspector will forgive me and spend a little bit of time in understanding what the information is that you've got, and then we're going to explore what you haven't got, and then understand your approach to the costs and so on. Now, the first thing I want to do is go to your cost plan, okay, and what I'm particularly interested to do is understand the drawings and the information that you had available to you. So I've got your appendices, and I've got this document, which we're very familiar with and getting used to. So it's it looks like this, and it just came with a proof, and it's a cost. It's 39,7.2, and actually, yes, it's to Mr. Birchall's proof. Actually, yeah, it's my fault. My fault. Thank you. I've got.
It might actually be both, but not that it matters as long as you put it somewhere. But
I think I've got it separately as well.
It might also be Appendix A to Mr. Parks's proof, but either way. Page 25.
Yeah.
I think it's in twice.
Okay. Now, this is the cost plan. That's what it says on the front cover. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is effectively the document that you produced at the request of both our mutual client, Kent County Council, but also National Highways, who, as the project progressed, wanted to know what the cost would be, yes?
That's right, yeah.
And the first thing I want to do is turn to page 1 and the issue of the drawings. So page 1 is a description of the works, talks about the fact you've been commissioned by Kent and National Highways, and you say the basis of the cost plan is based at March 2025, there is no allowance for inflation, and then it sets out a series of drawings in 3 sets. There's drawings for the motorway junction, the new 5A as proposed, Highways South and Highways North, okay?
Yep, correct.
Now, Madam, we've got a few copies of all those drawings, if that's going to be of any value to you. They're also all available, I think, electronically, but we've just got them if you want to have a look at them.
These are the ones from the TA or the...
And I think the derivation of them must be from the TA. Do you want a copy? We're going to have a look at those. Yeah, the roads. Yeah.
The problem, well, you can do. I think what they are all. I think are they Charles and Associates plans? I think I'm just checking.
Yeah.
I think these are extracts from the different TAs, so you've got them in different places. I'll find
Might
them.
it be useful to have them as an inquiry document?
Yes, I think so.
What about everyone else? I've got one for everyone.
Well, I asked for 6.
Got the 6.
I don't have 6. So I'm going to just deal on 4.
I'll give one to the Rule 6 party.
You can. I think the witness is going to need a copy. Not everyone needs a copy. You need a copy. And okay.
I've got a copy.
You've got
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
You have them. That'd be great. I've also got the drawings for the northern relief road.
Hang on, what are these? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, thank you very much. Oh yeah.
I've got a set, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I've got. I grabbed all 3.
As I say, they are all in the different TAs.
Yeah, I'm sure they
That's
are.
fine.
It's just easy to have them on one place. So yeah.
And then this is the motorway junction.
Thank you.
All 3, that's okay. Now, I don't have them, but that doesn't matter. Because I'm the least important person here. And I've had a look at them anyway. So, the first thing to say is that let's look at the motorway junction. So, we've got, I think, 5 drawings for that one. And obviously, you can tell by the way the motorway junction swirls round with the roads. You've got that in front of you. Yeah. Do you have that, madam?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now, all of your cost plan is based largely for the motorway junction on these drawings. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Plus assumptions.
Okay. Plus assumptions. Yeah. So we've got a general arrangement sheet. We've got a scheme profile sheet. Yeah.
Yep.
What is it? What does that mean? What is it? This is going to be a voyage of education, I think, for some of us. But what is a scheme profile sheet?
I don't appear to have that one in my
Okay.
set.
Well, if we haven't got the complete set, then we'll have to provide that. But just generally,
Sorry, it's at the back. That's levels.
it is at the
That's
back.
showing
Okay.
the profiles. That one.
I'm
So
gonna
that's
rely on
showing the
witness.
levels of the highway. That one there.
Yeah. Okay. So, just help me with what a scheme profile sheet is.
That's showing the anticipated or designed finish levels of the roads versus the existing ground levels.
Okay. So, this is what is assumed to be the level of the road. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, it's a long section.
A long section, and then we have a drainage layout drawing. What does that seek to do?
That seeks to show how the drainage plan is going to work, so where the pipes are going to go,
Yeah.
etc. The routes for drainage.
Future proof of widening of M2 to the west. What's that plan seeking to show?
I think that's demonstrating that it's been looked at and future proofing that it's wide enough.
Okay, and then future proofing again for the chainages. What are chainages?
I think that's the incorporation of that into the design. So that's what.
You have to keep your voice close to the microphone.
Sorry, that's that incorporated into the design. So it's demonstrating that it's been future proofed for those widths, I think, for that traffic flow.
Yeah, okay. Now, the first question is, those drawings provide you with a kind of, they show you where the road is, and there's a profile that shows you the level at which the road is there, and then there's the future proofing and the drainage. What don't we have in those drawings that is relevant to costs, please?
We haven't got any cross sections. We haven't got any detail as to how the embankments might be made up. We haven't got any specification to show how embankments, for example, might be built. It's just sort of 2D really, so how the road's going to look, where it's going to go. So we can measure widths, lengths, and we've got some profiles so we can have an estimate of how it's going to sit on the land, so the cut and fill, but limited information.
Limited information.
There's no signing, there's no detailed drainage, no drainage depths, lighting, motorway gantries, landscaping, etc., etc. It's very high level.
Very high level. Okay, and in being very high level, what limitations does that bring in terms of being able to effectively cost?
Well, it means you have to think carefully about what's not shown there and how it's actually going to be built. So, for example, how the embankments might stand up, we've got to try and price what's missing somehow. So either you make assumptions and include that, or you include risk allowances to include for
You're going to have to speak up again, or otherwise you include?
Risk allowances.
Risk allowances. Okay, so let's look at this then in detail. Cross sections. What will a cross section, if that had been produced, what would that show, and how would that help you do your job?
Well, they would normally be a cross section taken at quite close frequencies along the length of the road, so you can measure in detail the cut and fill for the highway.
Now, the cut and fill is obviously relevant in this case. We know one of the issues that we're going to come on to this afternoon is the dispute about the earthworks, for example.
Yes.
We've got no cross sections here at all. You said you might expect them at quite a close frequency. For all of us who aren't engineers and aren't quantity surveyors, what do you mean by that? How frequently might you expect to see them for a project like this?
Well, normally as the design develops, they would get closer as you get more detail. So you'd probably have them at sort of 50-metre intervals to start with.
Okay.
Or even 100 maybe. But any cross sections would be useful.
Okay, and the cross section obviously shows the road from a side profile, allowing you to see whether you're cutting into the chalk, I think it's chalk, and the earth, or you're building an embankment at that point, yes?
Correct, yes.
Part of the applicant's case, I think, is to say, well, the road will basically just run level with the land, with the contours, is that right?
Yes, generally it tries to follow the contours and sort of cuts through them to a degree to make it flat.
We're talking about junction here, or all the roads?
All the roads.
All the roads, yeah, sorry.
Less so with the junction, of course. Yeah, you're right,
They're not
madam.
saying it's going to be level with the land. There's quite a lot of cut and fill, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, but it's a fairly broad. It's tried to get the road level, isn't it? But it does follow the contours.
Down.
Yes, yeah.
Value engineer it, but.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily value engineering. It depends.
That's my fault, because I was asking about, and we're looking at drawings of the motorway junction, and I've gone and asked about the cross sections for the road. But let's go back to the motorway junction. The cross section of the motorway junction would obviously tell you how it was, how the elevation works, how the slip roads work, and so on.
Yes.
Do we have that information?
No.
No. So we've got effectively the kind of aerial view, is that right, of the motorway junction?
Yes, plus the overall profile. So we can make, we can use that, but it's not that detailed. But
Okay.
what a cross section would also show the makeup of the road, so the sub base, the various courses that make up the road, the highway.
Okay, now that's known to you, but not perhaps to the rest of us, or many of us. What do you mean by sub-base?
So we'd have possibly with some sort of fill material underneath, then we would have type 1 material, then we would have
When you
various...
say type, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep doing this, and that's my fault, but
Is
just
crushed stone.
Crushed, type 1, crushed stone, yeah.
Which would be compacted to make a foundation for the road, and then various layers of tarmac on top of that.
Okay. Do we have any information about the depths of any of those components?
No, we've made assumptions.
Yeah, okay. And the sub-base as well, the fill material, have we been given information about how much fill material is required in that motorway junction, that particular area, or not?
No, we've made assumptions.
Okay. So it's important perhaps for the inspectors to appreciate what you have done in respect of the material that's available to you by way of the drawings. With the motorway junction, I mean, you talked about cross sections. You also talked about drainage depth. What's the relevance of that?
Well, we don't know exactly where the drainage is starting and finishing level wise, so we've made assumptions on a fairly shallow drainage of 1 to 2 meters, but without any detail we don't know. So it could have some deep drainage, but we haven't taken a worst case on that. We've deemed that to be included in the risk.
Okay. You also talked about there being no signage, so all the signage for the motorway junction. Have we got any details on that?
No, there's no information. That would be another separate drawing. Normally you'd have a drawing that would show signage, you'd have one that shows street lights, one that shows road markings, etc., etc. So, they're drawings that aren't available yet, or haven't been made available.
Okay. By the time this gets built, right, by the time that somebody is out there organising the construction workers, how much more detail would you expect to see?
A huge amount more. Each of the series that my cost plan's measured in, the series that are numbered, so series 100 for prelims, for example, each of those series would have a set of drawings with them.
Okay, so you say a series 100, I think we've seen that listed.
That's prelims.
Okay, what does that mean, series 100? Is it?
That's the standard method of measurement for measuring highway works, and prelims are the construction management costs essentially, and traffic management, those sort of activities, rather than the physical building of the road. And series 2, for example, is site clearance. So my cost plan is measured in those series, and the drawings would be in those series as well.
Okay, I mean, just so I'm clear, you mentioned series 100. You said site clearance might be series 2, is that right?
200, yep.
200, sorry. And is that just going to be one drawing, or is it going to be...
No, it will be a full set of drawings for each section of the scheme.
Okay, what else might we see?
Well, every one of those series would have a set of drawings. So we would have one for fencing, which is series 400. We'd have one for drainage, series 500. That would also have a set of drainage schedules in it, which show the levels of the drainage. Then you'd have a series of drawings for earthworks, series 600, etc., etc., all through the series, as per the summary on my cost plan.
Yeah, so all these drawings showing all this information, and then you would be able to cost it more effectively, is that right?
Yes, well, more accurately.
More accurately. Now we know, don't we, in this case, that what the applicant is seeking is not planning permission for the roads, because they've not applied for planning permission for that, and they've not applied for planning permission for the access. What they've applied for is what we call a bare outline. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just help me with the difference between that. If we had an application for the roads and that required engineering drawings, would you expect that to show you the cut and fill?
Yes, yeah, I'd expect there to be a set of drawings for the cut and fill, and an electronic model provided as well, which we could interrogate electronically.
Okay, well, just explain that to me. What does the electronic model do?
That would be a 3D model of the whole road, or each section of the road, that we could feed into our software and measure from.
Now, they'd be seeking planning permission for the roads, and would you expect the lighting to form part of that?
Yes.
Yeah. And the drainage?
Yes.
And the fencing?
Yes, yeah.
All of it, really?
Yeah, if it was detailed, yes.
Yeah, okay. We don't have that information, obviously.
No.
To what extent would that improve the certainty over the costs if all that information had been provided because they had submitted a planning application for the road?
Yeah, it would greatly improve it.
In its absence, what we've got is these drawings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look at the Northern Relief Road. So you've got a series of plans that are referred to for the Northern Relief Road.
Yep.
And same again, general arrangement sheet. That's just showing effectively the layout of where the road is that right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, scheme profiles again. Is it the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Drainage layout, we've got a series of sheets for that. Is that
yes.
right?
Yep.
Good. Okay. What again don't we have for the Northern Relief Road that would be of assistance in terms of costing?
We have got some typical sections as shown on the general arrangement drawing, which is quite useful, but we still haven't got cross sections, and we haven't got all the other detail for the other packages of works. So we haven't got drainage schedules, detailed drainage, we haven't got detailed earthworks drawings, pavement drawings, street lighting, etc.
Okay. And in terms of those cross sections, again, I mean, presumably you'd be able to see, in your words, you'd be able to see the different materials, what depth they're at, how much material is required, and so on. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we have got typical sections which help, as I say, but they would be more detailed.
Yeah. Would you expect more sections to be provided?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it's typical because it's not actually something they're seeking planning permission for, and there aren't detailed drawings, are there, for that?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, then the Southern Road, and obviously this is a much bigger undertaking, and we can see there's more plans there, but they're of the same kind. There's general arrangement sheets, which obviously shows us each section of the road.
Yes.
And it says, see markup for section extent, so they're showing, I think, which section or which map relates to which section of the road. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Do we have cross sections for the Southern Road?
No.
No. Now,
yeah, we've got some typical sections.
Typical sections, but any actual sections?
No.
No. And just tell me this, the inspector has obviously walked the route, and she doesn't need, therefore, any time taken up with whether it's undulating or not. How important is it to, when you're building a road, to understand the contours, the topography, and what that means for the road, please?
Well, yeah, it's very important to understand how much we've got to cut into the embankment or into the form embankments. It's a cut and fill exercise, and plus knowing what the material is that we're cutting into. So is it soft or hard?
Okay, so rock generally hard, soft soil or clay?
Yeah.
Do we have that information?
No, we don't know.
No. In terms of, the overall ability to use cut and fill, or to take cut away and use the fill, do we have any detailed drawings for that?
No, we don't.
No. What one point of agreement, I think, with yourselves and the applicant is that, you have to forgive Evel Knievel, it's always out this time in the afternoon, is that they agree that only 50% of the excavated material may be or would be useful for the purpose of fill and other earthworks. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. They aligned their costings with ours.
On that point?
Yes.
Yeah. And just help me with that. Why is it if you dig a hole, or you dig out a cutting for a road, why isn't it that you can just assume all the material can be used to build the embankments further down the road?
Well, the material will have very different properties from, as you said earlier, from rock to clay, and also it depends when we're digging it as well, when it's being dug, so how the moisture content.
Okay, so in wet seasons, clay more difficult to handle?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So we don't have cross sections for the route every 50 metres or 100 metres or whatever.
No.
We don't know anything other than only 50% of the material will be suitable. That means presumably, you tell me, is material imported, or what's the position of the two parties?
We're importing the material, and the applicant is utilising material from elsewhere on site.
Okay, so what they're saying is we're excavating enough across the whole site that even with 50% of it being unsuitable, we're still capable of meeting our fill requirements. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Where are the calculations to show that they would have enough to carry out all the fill?
None have been provided.
Yeah, I mean, is there a cut and fill overall figure or calculation or set of figures for this Southern Relief Road?
Not that I've seen.
No. What we've got is the drawings, and we've got the road. Given the nature of that area, given the undulations, I mean, how important is cross sections that reveal the cut and fill in your view for the purpose of costing?
Very important, unless there was a model, as I say, that we could interrogate. A model was provided, but it was full of gaps. It didn't work for the whole scheme.
Okay, so just explain that to me. So you're talking about a 3D computer model, is that right?
Yes, yep.
And in that, you can look at the road and you can turn it round, can you, and look at different sections and so on. Yeah. You said that they did have a model, so this is Quinn, is that right?
Yes, yep.
Yeah. When did you discover this? When did you discover they?
We had this fairly early on, I think.
Okay. And when you said there were gaps in it, what do you mean?
It doesn't cover the whole road.
Okay.
I can't recall off the top of my head which bits were covered, but we didn't deem it usable.
Is this the model that, or at least the plans that we had at the site visit? Mr. Gearing perhaps could answer.
It's not the same model, but it's essentially the same route.
But that's not from this model that
I don't think so, no. I think we've
Mr. Park
layered things up in a different way.
We can check.
Because that, I mean, we had the whole route for that.
I think Mr. Parkson, obviously he'll answer, I think he's talking about a 3D model looking at earthworks, not just the route of the road.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Called rather simply a 3D earthworks model.
Yeah, so what you're looking for is a 3D model that means you can look at any point about where the road is relative to the ground levels, whether you've got an embankment in that location, whether you've got cutting, etc. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, just assist me with this. If you don't have that information and you've got an undulating route, what's the advantage of having that information for cost purposes? So obviously visually it's helpful to have it, but why is it relevant to costs?
We'd be able to measure it a lot more accurately. I mean, we can measure it accurately with enough cross sections as well, so we don't necessarily need a model. But with the profiles that are provided, that there's not a huge amount of information there for such a long length of road.
Yeah, I mean, you say such a long section of road. Obviously, you're involved in all the work that Kent does and all the improvements that are being carried out and so on to junctions and etc. When you have liaised with the developer, who is it you've been liaising with to who provided these drawings to you and so on?
Everything was provided to us via KCC.
Okay, so it came to you via KCC. And we know that there isn't a cost consultant for Quinn. They don't have a qualified cost consultant, and certainly nobody giving evidence. I think.
I was going to say, I mean, that's not correct, is it? That we've got evidence from a cost consultant as part of our, both from Mr. Bell, which is appended to Mr. Gear. But you're right to say we've not got one giving evidence, which is what you corrected yourself to say.
Yeah, let's just deal with that then. Mr. Bell, is Mr. Bell doing the same job as you?
No, I don't think so.
No. What is Mr. Bell doing? And we will obviously this afternoon come on to Mr. Bell because he helpfully, I think, identifies some of the main contentious issues. But what is Mr. Bell doing? What is his role?
As I understand it, he's taken the cost plan provided by Jackson's Civil Engineering, who are a contractor. He's taken their estimate and added non-construction costs, etc., and produced a side-by-side comparison with my cost plan.
Yeah, so the only cost plan in existence is yours, is that right?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah, what he's done is taken Jackson's civil engineering costs, is that right?
Yes.
Which isn't a cost plan, it's just civil engineering, a civil engineering firm's estimates, is that right?
Yes, yeah, it's a contractor's quotation.
A contractor. It may be useful to understand the role of all the different people in this type of exercise, actually. So, I'm a developer, I'm Quinn, and I promote land and I build houses, I think about 400 a year, something like that. And I'm embarking on this project, and I'm providing, as we saw, Mr. Mitford Slade with costs, and that I think has been done internally with people who work for the company Quinn. How do Jackson's fit into that? What's Jackson's role in the sort of operation for Quinn? Where do they fit in?
Well, as I understand it, Quinn have used Jackson's to provide them with an estimate.
So is that their role? They're an estimating firm?
No, they're a contractor. So normally they would be tendering for work, and it is referred to as a tender in one of the documents and a quotation elsewhere.
Okay, so I understand this correctly. If they're a civil engineering firm, or they're a contractor, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And as a contractor, they're trying to win work, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, and they're in competition with other contractors, yes?
Correct.
So Quinn have asked Jackson's, who we understand work for Quinn, they've asked them, can you provide a tender for these works, these roads, is that right?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah. And what is Quinn's role normally, if it's not to provide public inquiry with cost estimates? What's the day-to-day job of the people at Jackson's?
Building roads.
Building roads.
Civil engineering, yeah.
Yeah. And to win the contract, what have they got to do?
Be competitive.
Yeah, and that phrase is used, I think, by Mr. Bell. We'll come on to it later.
Yes.
He describes it as a competitive price. They're putting in, a bid? Is that what they're doing?
As I see it, yes. That's what it appears to me.
Okay. To get the work, that's their role. Are Jackson's, RICS quantity surveyor looking at producing a cost plan?
No.
No. Have we... we're not hearing any evidence from Jackson's. I think that's clear. We're not hearing from Mr. Bell either. But what information have you had or seen from Jackson's?
Just their estimates, 2 revisions of their estimates, and we had a meeting with them and Quinn's to run through our cost plan and the differences, after which they made some adjustments, as did we, some minor adjustments.
Okay. Are you aware of Jackson's in your work, in working for Kent, are you aware of Jackson's as a contractor?
Yes, yeah, I'm working on several schemes with them,
Yeah.
with KCC.
Okay. Are you aware of them doing anything on this scale?
No, I'm not, no.
No. What sort of things would Jackson's do typically in your experience?
Schemes up to a sort of value of about 20, 30 million.
Okay. We know obviously the value of this scheme.
Yes.
Is any other civil engineering firm identified as providing the cost information to Mr. Gearing and Quinn?
Mr. Gearing mentions that he was in discussion with other contractors, but I don't know who they were.
Are they named anywhere?
No.
Okay, obviously we don't have evidence from any of those contractors.
No.
Now, you obviously work for KCC, but I presume you're not the only cost consultant, RICS quantity surveyor working in Kent?
No.
No. So are there other firms of independent, I'm sure you wish you were, but are there other cost consultancies similar to yourselves, with quantity surveyors, who do this type of work?
There are, yes.
Yeah. Can you think of any reason why Quinn couldn't go to a firm that did that type of work if they wanted, as they do, to challenge your cost plan?
No, and I would have thought that would be normal.
Yeah. So that's Jackson's. Mr. Bell, I think you explained, has taken Jackson's contractor figures. So they're like I don't want to be pejorative in any way. They're the engineers that do the job. And then he adds the kind of non-construction costs. So Mr. Bell has added in things that Jackson's couldn't really help with. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, and he's aligned it with our costs, so there's a side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, and on occasions he's agreed with you, but there's a whole series of things where he disagrees with you, yes?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. We know he hasn't produced a cost plan, we know Jackson's haven't produced a cost plan, and we know that Quinn haven't produced a cost plan. Is there anybody else who's produced a cost plan from the applicant's side?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now somebody else we're going to meet later on in the inquiry is Mr. Goodwin, and Mr. Goodwin is here, I think. Yeah, there we go, thank you. And Mr. Goodwin, is he the same as you? Is he a cost consultant?
I think he is a cost consultant, but he works predominantly for contractors.
Okay.
Where I work predominantly for clients, essentially.
Yeah. Just so I can understand the difference about that. Would a cost consultant who works for contractors produce a cost plan?
You should be able to. Is whether they've got the information on which to base it, I suppose.
Okay. He isn't giving evidence on the basis of a cost plan because he hasn't produced one. We know that. So what is his role here if it's not as a cost consultant producing a cost plan?
I think it's to talk about the NEC contract, as I understand. And he mentions that Quinn's wouldn't use the NEC contract, they would use their own bespoke form of contract. And as I understand it, Mr. Goodwin is an expert on the NEC contract.
He's an expert on it.
As I understand it, yes.
But he's advocating that Quinn don't use it. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll come on to that a bit later this afternoon, and the position about the NEC contract. All right. That perhaps helps us with the role of different people in the exercise. We were looking at the drawings, and we were looking at the southern road scheme profiles. Again, sorry, just remind me what a scheme profile is.
That's just showing the levels along the length of the road.
Yeah, and then we've got drainage layout as well.
Yes.
Okay. Again, just help me with what we don't have, and it'll assist the inspector to have this sort of listed. What is it that we don't have for this 6-kilometre road that would help you with costs?
Well, we don't have any detailed information, so we don't have anything on the fairly minor things in the scheme of things like street lighting and signage, etc. But more importantly, we don't have any detail on structures, so embankments and the like. We've got no soil information, so we don't know the properties of the soil and whether they're suitable to be used in embankments or not. So there's no structural information, which is probably the biggest thing that's missing, particularly for the Southern Relief Road.
Yeah, okay, and let me just explore that then. No structures, particularly in respect to the embankments. When one's driving one's car down a road and there's an embankment, obviously you're elevated up on an embankment, yes?
Yes.
To the casual observer or the driver, you're just carrying on and they've elevated the road because some engineers have put some earth underneath it. Is it as simple as that?
No, unfortunately not, no.
What is it that needs to be established to properly understand the nature of the embankment and the costs associated with it?
Well, you'd need to know the properties, the material, what you're founding the embankment on, and then it would need to form a suitable foundation on which the road can be built. It would also need to stand up, so the slopes would need to stand up without falling down the hill, essentially.
Yeah, retaining walls, retaining structures, gabions, things like that. Do we have any information on that?
No information on that, no.
And are they relevant things to consider when you're looking at embankments?
Yes, yeah. I mean, the embankments could take many forms. They could be built in layers with geotextiles and soil nailing, which is great big metal spikes nailed in to hold it together. They could be lightweight fill. They could be made of polystyrene. All manner of things, but we don't know the soil properties and we don't have any information on them.
Okay. Now, in terms of cuttings, then, what's the position there? You obviously excavate to allow the road to sit within the cutting.
Yes.
What are relevant considerations there?
You've got a similar situation with the slope, because you've got the slope falling down to the road instead of falling away from the road, so you've still got the stability of that slope to take into account, the structural properties of the material, how that's going to stand up, what you're actually excavating, whether the material is hard or soft, usable or not.
Okay, now what would help establish what the material is for the purpose of creating these structures, these embankments and these cuttings? How would you go about establishing what the material is?
You would dig trial holes, bore holes effectively, to drill great big holes into the ground and find out the properties of the material at each layer, so where there's solid ground to found the road on.
Yeah, and if you find voids, is that relevant?
Yes, it is, yes, because you would need to deal with that in some manner.
Okay, do we have any information about the material under which this road sits?
No.
No. Okay. There is mention, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, of borrow pits. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Gearing has mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Gearing says, well, I think he's accepting, implicitly at least, that you can't just cut and fill and, all the cuttings will equate to the fill that you need for the road. And also there's this 50% of the material, what's accepted by them and made clear by you is that 50% of the material can't be used. So how do the borrow pits come into it? These are effectively earth extraction pits, is that right?
Yes, yeah, essentially great big holes that are dug into the wider development site and material excavated from there, utilised for embankments and the like.
Yeah. Is it just soil and clay, or can it be other material?
It could be other material, yes, it depends what's available.
Okay.
Chalk, sites, it could be stone, chalk, gravel.
Do we have any information about the borrow pits in terms of their, the composition of the material?
No, we only all we know about it is the concept, really, which is obviously a concept that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Okay. And did they identify where the borrow pits are going to be, or?
No.
No. Okay. Right. And is it as simple as, well, okay, we've got 50% of the material we can't use, we'll excavate the borrow pits and then we'll just put all the other material in the borrow pit. Is it as simple as that?
No, it's not, because, well, you need to ascertain that the material you were borrowing from the borrow pits was suitable. You'd need to have the borrow pits located in a place, so if you're swapping that material essentially with unsuitable material, that they were in a place that was suitable for that. So I would suggest that it was difficult to build houses on them, so they would normally be in public open spaces where you would fill those pits back in with the unsuitable material and landscape over the top. But the issue here is that there are large volumes, so it's a large site, so maybe they would fit in the open spaces, but we haven't seen any information on that. There's also access in them, so you would need to get to them, so you need haul roads. You'd need to clear archaeology and ecology before you could excavate from them, and you would need to take into account the high water table, seasons for excavating material. So it's possible that you might need to excavate material and then dry it out, which obviously is an exercise within itself.
Okay, so if we don't know where the borrow pits are, then obviously we don't know where the haul roads are or how extensive the haul roads are. No. Are haul roads within a development site an expense?
Yes.
Yeah. But do we have any information on any of that?
No, we'd normally have a layout plan, a materials management plan that showed where the borrow pits were going to be, how they were going to be accessed, and the timing for it as well, because you probably wouldn't want to build a haul road just to access borrow pits. You want to be building a haul road that was going to access other sections of the work to obviously minimise contractors' costs and the developers' costs in this case.
Yeah. Okay, so those are, and the inspector has in front of her the drawings, and that's the extent of the information available in respect of costs. Yeah, the road costs, I should say.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you can put the list of plans to one side in the plans, and I don't need to go through them all. I think the point is probably clear.
He did say that they received a 3D model as well. Just I know he confirmed, which was.
There were gaps in it, yeah.
And if you've got gaps in a model, then how useful is it to carry out the exercise if it's not complete?
Not very, because it's not easy to interpret from the model.
Okay. Right. Next issue is the information for sort of building a road. Let's imagine that you did have the cross sections, you did have the borrow pit locations, you did have the haul roads, you knew all that information. How much further does that take your understanding of costs if you can cost all those components?
Well, a lot further if that detailed information was available.
The suggestion is that, this would cost, I think, I'll be correct if I'm wrong, Melinda Friend sort of said, you're not providing more info, or Mr. Mitford Slade, I think, said, it costs hundreds of thousands of pounds, or tens of thousands of pounds. Just so I can get a feel for that, to do the pits for the material, and to do cross sections and so on, are we talking millions and millions of pounds, or hundreds of thousands, or tens of thousands, or what are we talking about?
Sorry, was that to provide the information? Or?
Yeah.
I would have, well, for the boreholes, etc., I would have thought tens of thousands probably, because of the extent of the site, and the reports that go with that. So yeah, tens of thousands, I would imagine.
Yeah, the drawings and once you've got that information about the material, tens of thousands of pounds.
Tens of thousands, yes.
Yeah. Okay, but I think the suggestion is, it's prohibitive. You wouldn't do it. They do want, obviously, permission for 8,500 homes, but is it prohibitive to have this information at this stage?
I would have thought it was needed at some point, and it was better to have detailed information sooner rather than later.
Okay, now, one of the things that Mr. Bell does then is he provides the information about what is in issue, and I've got a drawing here which is 3714 4A5, and it's not a drawing, it's a side-by-side comparison. I'll give you that again, madam. 37.14.4A.5. The side-by-side comparison, Dadswell's, Cost and Jackson's.
The pink and the blue one.
Pink and blue, yeah. So,
There's the final one, the sort of the updated one is appended, as Mr. Young's just said, I think, to Mr. Gearing's. Is this right? Mr. Gearing's second rebuttal.
I don't know, it's difficult to tell. So many rebuttals and so forth to Mr. Gearing's evidence that, but is it the?
yeah, it's exactly that, yeah.
And it's the most up-to-date one.
It's
Most up to
well,
date.
I just want to check if I can just have a look. It's got a table on file. Yeah, that's it.
Yep. In yellow, it's got 122,757 39620.
Exactly that. Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. Yes, that's a not unfair observation. There's a lot of appendices to a lot of previous rebuttals.
Yes, it's difficult.
One of my ambitions this afternoon is we navigate this to the really crucial bits of information.
Good. All right. I think I understand them actually now. Took a while.
Okay. So what has been done here is that he has sought to. Forgive me. Who do you understand the author of this to be?
Mr. Bell.
Yeah. He sought to do a sort of comparison, not unhelpfully, about the differences between your position and then civil engineer Jackson's position. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so, and then he says what the major, he doesn't provide all the differences, but he identifies the major differences, and what he's done, for example, in terms of the prelims, so the preliminary works, staff, traffic management, temporary works, etc. He points out that your figure for Junction 5A is 16.465 million, and Jackson's figure is 6.8 million. Junction 5A.
Correct.
And it's the top one. So series of 100. So it's just what's there, 16.465 million and 6.82 million. So what he's pointing out is, in effect, your preliminaries are double, or more than double, so it's more than double Jackson's, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And we've already explored, obviously, that Jackson's are a contractor.
Yes.
Jackson's are a contractor, and you're obviously a cost consultant.
Yes.
And then if we go across, we can see there's a different figure for the Southern Relief Road, 19.58 against 12.10.
Correct.
And then 6.5 against 2.67, yes?
Correct.
And then helpfully what he's done is he's identified that if you take it across the three major strategic infrastructure projects, the difference between you is between 42.56 on your side, 21.6 on their side. You're nearly double, and the difference he identifies is 20.95 million, yes?
Correct.
Okay, all right. The first thing to ask is, as far as you're aware, the maths in this correct?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll look to see if there's any duplication, obviously, as we go through this. And he's picked out some of what we might call the big ticket items, the major differences, which I think he says accounts for 90% of the difference. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
But there are other differences, is that right?
Yes.
Sometimes like 100% difference, or if we look, for example, he's not identified site clearance as being a significant difference, but his site clearance for the Northern Relief Road is 128,000. Yours is, appears to be about 5 times larger. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in magnitude, there are significant differences still. Is that right?
Yes.
Good. Okay. What I then want to do is just ask you about these prelims because he has produced his commentary on these. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm keen, because it seems to be a main point of focus, to go through those and identify what those differences are. So, man, could I ask you to take up Mr. Bell's, the second Mr. Bell, proof. It's 37.14.2a, and it's Appendix 1 to rebuttal proof of Mr. Gearing. 37. No, it's not.
I think the second one's 14, yeah. 4A, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, because I've got 37.14.2a on its face.
It's Mr. Bell's second updated quantum cost report.
I mean, I appreciate there's been a lot of rebuttals, but you do know why. I mean, the reason that we had to put in another round of rebuttals...
No, I do understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying they're confusing.
I do appreciate
I understand the reason.
Yeah, okay.
Still be confusing.
It is confusing, I agree with that.
So it's the updated quantum cost report and appendices of Mr. Bell.
Yes.
That's what we're after, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Thank you, madam. And although these documents are often provided as separate documents, generally I find them in the appendices of Mr. Gearing, I think is what it is. Right. Okay. Now if we go to his documents and we have a look at it, he identifies that there are a series of differences. He does that, I think, at paragraph 6. I hope I'm looking at the right one. Is that right?
6B.
Yeah. And he says the four major discrepancies: preliminaries, earthworks, special structures, and contingencies. Do you have that in front of you?
So is this the first one or the second one?
This is
They're very similar.
This comes in the second rebuttal of Mr. Gearing.
Oh, right, yep. Yep.
If not, I'll just provide it to you. Do you want
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, thank you.
You've got it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Now, prelims. Okay, that's your terminology that is used. What preliminaries are the costs at the start of the project, yes?
Well, and throughout the project.
Okay. What do they cover?
They cover site management, traffic management, compounds, cabins, site transport, haul roads, that sort of thing.
Okay, and they can be there for the duration of the development project?
Yes, yeah. Normally you would have upfront prelims. They're called fixed prelims, so for setting up compounds and the like. And then you have weekly running costs for teams of people and for running generators, cabins, cleaners, all that sort of thing.
Okay, and the prelims, in terms of the difference, what he does in his proof is then break it down in terms of the differences for each of the major strategic highway infrastructure works. So he starts with, I'm on page 6, M2 junction 5A. Do you see that?
talking about para 20 here. All right. Oh, I see. Right. Sorry. Yeah. 22.
Yep.
22. Yeah. Okay, and he says there's currently a difference of, I think, 9 million. Is that 9.6 million? Please see side-by-side comparison table, which we've looked at, between Dadswell's cost and Jackson's cost. This represents 19.53% of the overall cost of the junction 2, 5A on the M2. This number has been refined following a review of prelims costs provided by JCE. Now that's another firm. Who are JCE, please?
No, that's Jackson Civil Engineering.
Oh,
so
sorry, forgive me, Jack. To reflect the most recent discussions between yourselves and JCE, and it says Table 2 in Appendix 2, this report identifies that this difference is almost solely down to prelim costs, which is the heading for the topic. The difference can be attributed to the local authority-led manner in which Dadswell's costs have been produced and the assumptions made over the weekly running costs. Okay, so that's the start of the reasons why he says, Mr. Bell says it's different. He's criticising the weekly running costs. What are the weekly running costs? How does that manifest itself?
That's the running costs for the wages for all of the site staff and all the other weekly costs, fuel, cleaners, hire of cabins, etc.
Okay, and why is it important to set that out on a weekly basis in your view?
In my view, doing this as a percentage is unrealistic. A weekly cost is more accurate.
Yeah, I know that, but what I mean is, why do you think, what's the value in doing a weekly figure? Why do you do that? We'll come on to the percentage, which is the other way in a minute, but just why are you doing it on a weekly basis? What's the value
Because
of that?
it's based upon the programme, so how many weeks we envisage they'll be on site carrying out the works.
So in doing your cost plan, you've drawn up a programme of the works, is that right?
We've estimated durations, yeah. We haven't drawn up a programme.
Estimated durations.
Yes.
And within that, then you identify weekly costs, is that right?
Yes.
So each week of the project, a cost is attributed to the preliminaries?
Yes, it is the same cost. It's spread out over the project, but over the total number of weeks.
Okay, and then obviously we know from what you're saying that a different approach is taken by Jackson's. What have Jackson's done or Mr. Bell done?
They've applied a percentage on the total value of the works.
Okay, so they've taken the total cost of the works and said it's a I mean what, 10%, 5%? Or they've just applied a percentage.
Yeah, they vary for the three schemes. I think they're probably got them here somewhere. 14 and 7. I think they're set out somewhere.
If it helps, the numbers, the numbers are. It's in Mr. Gearing's evidence. He explains what the numbers are. It's page 12 of Mr. Gearing's second rebuttal sets out the numbers. I don't know if everyone's got that or not. It's page 12 of Mr. Gearing's second rebuttal on paragraph 4.7. It's on Jackson's approach. It's 13% in the north, 14% in the south, and 18% for the motorway.
What page, Mr. Rebuttal?
Yeah, not at all. Page 12.
What page?
12. I said 12. And at the bottom on 4.7, I think four lines from the bottom.
Yeah.
And then overall over the page 4.8, the overall.
Yeah.
For overall, at 4.8, he explains that the overall preliminaries for the applicants' costings are 15% of total base construction cost, and they're 20.5% for Mr. Parks.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what has been done there. What's the shortcomings, in your view, of applying a percentage as opposed to looking at it on a weekly basis?
Well, it doesn't have a relationship to the programme, so the duration of the scheme, and it's an arbitrary thing to just apply a percentage to it, and we also consider the percentages to be low.
Okay, arbitrary, percentage too low, and it doesn't account for the programme. Now, just in terms of the programme, what are the main difficulties that can emerge with construction projects and civil engineering projects, please?
All manner of things, really. Ground conditions, weather, archaeology, finding additional archaeology, finding utilities, services, drainage, electricity, gas pipes.
And what does that do? If you find those things, what does it do to the programme?
It delays the scheme,
okay,
as a rule.
And if it delays the scheme, what impact does that have on the costs?
It increases costs.
And how does that fit in with your weekly analysis?
Well, we haven't included for delays in our programme. We've just included, or I've included, what I deem to be a suitable programme.
Yeah.
So that will come into the risk allowances for
so the risk
things that you might encounter.
Yeah, so let's imagine they did hit, archaeology, or did hit a drainage issue. It causes delay, causes the project to be delayed. That then extends the programme.
Yes.
Presumably extends the costs.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Why then is there such a difference between you? Because on this item we've got a difference. If we look at the yellow and the pink, we've got, I think, £6 million difference. Why is there? I just need to find the relevant sheet.
I've assumed a longer programme than Jackson's for the junction.
So if we have a look at the pink and the blue table, sorry, it's not 6, it's 10 million difference. Just junction, I'm taking it one at a time, just, yeah. Yep. And the difference, 6 to 16, absolutely. And the percentage that's been applied to junction 5A is 18%, is that right?
Yes, by the applicant.
Yeah, and yet your figures are more than double. So can you just help the inspector understand why it's more than double? Obviously, you've applied different approaches, but why does it come out as it does?
Well, a large factor will be I've assumed 104 weeks duration for the works, whereas Jackson's have assumed 78 weeks.
Okay, and you're not factoring in delays there. That's all part of the
No,
contingency.
that's all risk and contingency.
It's just we've got a difference of nearly 30 weeks. I think 26 weeks between you. Yeah, and what does that do to costs?
Wait a minute.
I have to check what the weekly costs are. If you applied my weekly rate to the difference in timescales, that's about 3.6 million. If you applied my weekly rate to the difference in time scale, so added the missing weeks from Jackson's programme, for want of a better word, it would be 3.6 million.
Don't understand that.
Let's go back a stage. Yeah, not entirely clear to me. So you have got 104 weeks, yes?
Correct.
Jackson's have 78 weeks. That's a difference of 26 weeks. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And the figure you were giving us, how did that relate to the difference in period?
Well, I've just gone for the general prelims, but there would actually be traffic management, TSCO, etc. as well. So it'd probably be more actually. Second. So it would be from my cost plan, 140,000 plus 60,000 plus 12,000 times the 26 weeks.
Yep.
5.5 million round terms.
5.5 million. Okay, so what you're doing is saying, look, these are those costs, those particular items, and if I add 26 weeks in respect of those costs, that's where I get an extra 5 million of the 10 million. Yes.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Are you multiplying 26 weeks by your weekly rate?
Yes.
That's basically what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that comes to 5.5 million.
Yes,
right.
roughly. Yeah.
Now the inspector's got to decide, who is right or whose evidence he prefers, I should say, about this point. So it comes down to sort of, as ever, trying to persuade the inspector that your reason for approaching this is more accurately to be preferred. The shortcomings of a percentage are that you're not looking at weeks at all. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
You're not looking at the duration of the programme. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
You're not looking at individual items. Is that
No.
right? You're just saying total cost. Let's then apply 18%. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Why is it 18% for this, 13% for the Northern Relief Road, and 14% for the Southern Relief Road? Why are they different?
I don't think we've got any detail on that, but I would assume that it's because of the traffic management for the motorway. So the motorway junction will have a very expensive traffic management.
Okay, and it seems that from your answers that time and the amount of time allowed for the project is one aspect, and then it's the detail associated with those projects, those items, I should say, which give you the difference. That's the 10 million. Is that right?
Yes, right. Yeah.
Those are the two components: the time scale, and then the itemisation of the individual components, which you've done, and Jackson's haven't. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, what if we go into the world of kind of construction contracts and construction work? Let's imagine Jackson's have bid for the work. They may be hoping that they get this job from Quinn, that their figures are to be preferred. Is a contractor bound entirely by the figure? I mean, they're not bound here because they're not in the contract, but they provided some figures to the inquiry. Is that the end of the story in terms of all the money that Jackson might ever hope to achieve for the purpose of the preliminary works?
No, it would depend on the form of contract and how the risks had been attributed to the contractor and client.
So how might a contractor who's bid at 6 million against your assessment, your cost assessment at 16 million, how might a contractor be able to increase their costs whilst the project is running, please?
Well, they
just again, they have to.
If there were any delays that were the client's risk. So it would depend on things like weather, for example. The contractor would take a level of risk on the weather, so a level of rain. So once rain reached over a certain...
It's just wait a minute. It's not you. It's the emergency services you have to compete with. Okay.
Rainfall, for example, the contractor would take a risk on a certain level of rainfall, certain measurement of rain, and if there was more rain than that in the period, that would be the client's risk.
Okay.
So Jackson's in this example would, if they were delayed as a result of that, would get additional monies or be due additional monies.
Okay, let's just be clear about that. So Jackson's have bid £6 million, but in the contract, if there's inclement weather or over a certain amount of rain, what does that mean? Does it become impossible to do works and you can't proceed with work and so on?
Yes, well, they'd have to demonstrate that it had delayed them. Okay,
but there's been a lot of rain in this example, and now Jackson said, well, we can't proceed for the next month or so on, or we need to dry out. What then is the effect? Did Jackson's get punished as a consequence of that, or what?
No, they would be due payment for that delay, so payment for their prelims for the delay period.
Okay,
if it was the client's risk.
Okay, so it depends on the contract, is that right?
Yes, correct.
The contract might entitle Quins to more money, is that right?
Jackson's to more money, yes.
Yeah, my fault. We need a break in a minute. The contract might entitle Jackson's to more money from Quinn because certain events have happened, yes?
Yes, correct.
How common is it in a contract to have those type of caveats, clauses, exemptions and additional payments?
Very common.
Very common. Yeah.
He explains, I think, that there are fixed costs and then there are additional costs that they can charge, I think. I remember.
And I think it's triggered by certain events. Is that right? Certain events will trigger that.
Yes, correct. There are tests for events, effectively.
So in effect, Jackson's they might have bid at 6 million, but they could end up with 8 million or 10 million or more because certain events have happened, and that means that they are entitled under the contract to more money.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Do we have the contracts in relation? Have Jackson signed a contract for this project?
No.
No, and I don't mean to be flippant about that. We know we haven't got a contract, but until we see the contract and the terms, how can we be certain that Jackson's figure, their estimate as a civil engineering firm, is the right figure to apply?
Yes, we wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. So why is it then that Kent County Council come to you to provide the figures rather than say, well, let's go to Jackson's, they're probably going to do the work for Quinn, why don't we ask them? Why would KCC come to you, and National Highways particularly because of this junction, why would they come to you?
Because we're independent and we're not going to win the work, we're not contractors, so our remit is to provide a realistic cost plan.
Good, thank you. Madam, we've got to sort of 5 to 4. You said
Yes.
A short break, afternoon break?
I think we should, really, don't you? So, should we just have till 5 past? Would that be long enough?
Yeah, absolutely. Could I just say one very quick thing, not to detain us at all? Just having a look at timetable. You'll remember, and it says in the timetable, so I know everybody knows this, but I will just say it, given that we're running now quite a long way behind. Mr. Goodwin can do Thursday.
I know you can't do Friday.
Yeah. So.
Well, it might have to go out of order, I guess.
Yeah.
If necessary. Are we confident that he'll be done in a
Oh, well,
day?
for sure, yeah. Well, I say for
I
sure.
don't know. It's 3, 4, 5, 6 hours by...
I mean...
Oh, no, that's that's right. Yeah, 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's another one of those, if time estimates are kept to, then yes, but,
So should we possibly plan for him to come after Mr. Parks, then?
Maybe.
I think we should, really.
Maybe, yeah. That's interesting. I've not thought about that. Maybe I'll touch base with Mr. Young in the break and just see how he... But yeah, I mean, as long as he's done, obviously, he can't go into Friday. So if that means he comes before Mr.
The thing is, he might not be just a day. He might run over, so I think it would be sensible to have him after Mr. Parks, personally, but that's up to you.
If it assists from our perspective in respect to cross-examination of Mr. Goodwin, if Mr. Young is as thorough as he was before, I suspect our time estimate will be much lower.
You've only got an hour in anyway for him.
We haven't really got, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll certainly, I'm happy to discuss with Mr. Young and see where we get to.
All right, let's just have 10 minutes this time then, until 5 past. Thank you. Hume, if you'd like to carry on, thank you.
Just to say, we did discuss the programme. Me and Mr. Young did just to say, and
Yes.
we did agree, at least between ourselves, of the subject. Then obviously your decision would be, our preference would be to move Mr. Goodwin up to when Mr. Parks is to swap Mr. Goodwin and Mr. Birchall in the way that you mentioned. If that was
seems very sensible to me.
yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Good. Okay, Mr. Young, if you'd like to carry.
We were looking at the prelims and we were looking at the issue of the timescale and the itemisation of it. It says at point B, Table 2 and Appendix 2 of this report identifies the differences almost solely down to the prelim costs.
Where are you looking at now?
I am back to Mr. Bell's evidence, which is Mr. Gearing's rebuttal. 22B. It says the local authority will let these contracts under an NEC contract, new engineering contract, which is a resource-heavy type of contract which suits the variety of stakeholders involved in a KCC lead infrastructure. Mr. Parks notes under 3.47 in relation to projects at Grovehurst Road and Surrey Link Road that both schemes have been procured under the NEC 4 option C form of contract. Now, this is a point about the use of the NEC contract to which Mr. Goodwin gives evidence, isn't it? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Birchall is my witness on that point about the preference for that type of contract, yes? What are your observations about it?
My observations are that it's the contract that you would expect to be used for a scheme of this magnitude. It's recommended for public procurement. It's recommended by the government, which obviously I know doesn't necessarily apply here, but it's also commonplace for large schemes, and it's what large contractors would expect to be using as well, in my experience.
Just to say, sorry to interrupt, it may be, I'd not realised Mr. Birchall was the NEC witness, which is fine, but given that our NEC witness is now going to go before Mr. Birchall, we may just need to reserve, I don't know what he's going to say, he doesn't mention NEC contracts in his proof, but it may be that we need to reserve the ability, if need be, to say to come back in writing from Mr. Goodwin to something, whatever's said by Mr. Birchall.
I don't want to cause. I mean, I've discussed it with both witnesses, but I'm happy this way. You're just to avoid that problem, having agreed we change the order. Are you happy to talk about the NEC contract? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just deal with that way. Okay. I don't want to cause a difficulty. Right. NEC contract. Mr. Goodwin's point is, well, that's all very well for local authorities, and this is a point that Mr. Bell makes, but it isn't appropriate for Quinn, who are going to do the road themselves. Your observations on that?
Well, it's suggested by Mr. Gearing and Mr. Goodwin that Quinn would use a bespoke contract to deliver these works.
Yeah. Do you think that's appropriate for an operator like Quinn on a scale of this kind, a project of this scale?
No, I think it may be deemed appropriate for a small bellmouth into a small development, but for a scheme of this magnitude, I would expect, for want of a better word, a proper contract that everyone understands the terms of, rather than a bespoke contract in which both parties' legal teams would have to agree to those terms, and the sort of contractors that are going to be required to build a scheme of this magnitude, in my opinion, would be unlikely to sign up to a bespoke contract.
Yeah,
without a lot of legal time spent agreeing the terms.
Yeah. Now, of course, the Section 106 it still isn't agreed, but it does make clear that Kent County Council it requires their agreement as to the contract, doesn't it?
Yeah, their approval, I think. Yep.
Their approval, yeah. So, if Kent think the NEC contract is required and it requires their approval, what's going to happen?
I would have thought it's going to be an NEC contract, and National Highways, in my opinion, will insist on an NEC contract as well.
Yeah. Now I hate to sort of play touche with my learned friend, but he's saying, well, the Section 106 obligates us to 10% or 11% affordable housing, because that's what it says on the tin, as it were. Equally, the Section 106 says that it requires Kent County Council's approval of the contract, and if Kent have made clear, as they've made clear, they want an NEC contract, which kind of contract it's going to be?
It's going to be an NEC contract.
Yeah. Can you think of any...
Where have they made that clear? It's the first... No. You've just said, this is... I'm sorry to keep interrupting. This is the sort of thing... The cases are evolving through cross-examination in quite dramatic ways. We've put in evidence on NEC contracts saying that we're not going to be using one. That's what Mr. Goodwin's going to be talking about. Mr. Young's just said... For the first time, we have heard evidence from, one of the, what was it, Mr. Finch earlier on. Anyway, he's just said for the first time that Kent has made clear, quote unquote, it won't accept an NEC contract. Where on earth has that come from?
Not won't accept. Kent will want an NEC contract.
Other way around, that they will not accept anything other than an NEC contract. But that is the first we have ever heard that suggestion, and it's certainly obviously not come from any witnesses. It's coming from Mr. Young.
Okay, just have a look, please, at Mr. Bell's paragraph 22b. He's the one who says the local authority will let these contracts under an NEC contract.
But not us. We're the ones doing the letting. That's the whole point. It's completely different.
No. He assumes that a local authority would want an NEC contract. Your Section 106, and it is yours, says that we have approval of it. So, if I may say so, it's difficult to see how it could be anything other than the NEC contract.
That is evidence that with respect, that Mr. Young is giving. That's not come from Kent. It's not come from us. It's not easy to respond to, because Kent's position has never been that it uses NEC contracts. We know that, and that's what we're talking about. That's why its costs are so high. But we won't, and it has never said until Mr. Young's just mouthed it a minute ago, that Kent would not agree to us using non-NEC bespoke contracts.
If we've got approval, then it's down to us. I mean, it's just as simple as that. But before we say it's my evidence, this witness has just confirmed to you that he would expect for a scheme of this magnitude, he said, it's recommended for public procurement, but for a scheme of this magnitude, you expect an NEC contract. And that's your evidence, isn't it?
Yes. That's what I think the contractors will expect.
Yeah. And why, instead of using a bespoke one that is sort of determined on terms presumably that Quinn prefer, why is the NEC contract suitable, please?
It's suitable because it endeavours to agree changes as the works progress, where historically contracts, you ended up in arguments at the end for final accounts and claims, etc. Okay. And the premise of the NEC contract is that you deal with issues as they arise via what's called an early warning process, and then through the change management process, which is very prescriptive with timescales. So it's to endeavour to avoid huge issues. But the reason I think it would be expected by a contractor is that they would understand the terms as would the client, whereas a bespoke contract would only be understood initially by the person offering it up.
Yeah.
Well, this is universal.
Yeah. So, and then he goes...
The client is Quinn, isn't it?
Yes.
So obviously Quinn would understand the...
They're not the
contractors.
Yes, I did.
Sorry,
no, they're not the contractors.
No,
but
he's
saying
saying...
the contractor and the client would understand...
Sorry, I did say that the contractor wouldn't understand it, but the only party understanding it would be those offering it up, i.e. Quinn's.
I see.
Expected
it would be their contract that they were expecting others to enter into.
So if Kent County Council won't accept it, then presumably this contract, this bespoke contract, then another sort of situation where they wouldn't sign a legal agreement, would they?
Yeah, that's right.
But we don't know that, do we? I mean, you said that, but we haven't had any evidence from Kent County Council.
I was careful to say that these are all on instructions from yesterday,
right,
that the Section 106 is a draft, and in the draft form, it requires the approval of Kent County Council about the contract. So that's where it comes from. Now, of course, the developer could choose to remove that obligation, but then you're right, that raises a question about whether it would be signed or they have to go to a unilateral contract. They obviously, I suppose, could try and persuade us that that it should be some other form of contract, or that it doesn't require our approval. But the difficulty is it's Kent County Council. I say our. It's Kent County Council's road. It's their road.
I understand.
And as a consequence of which, they're going to want to know that effectively the job's done properly. And if I may, I just want to explore with this witness.
But I want to ask a question before you carry on.
Yeah, please do.
And that is that we haven't heard from any of your witnesses that they wouldn't accept this bespoke contract, have we? Or have we?
No, we haven't got
we
haven't got the bespoke contract. We've got the Mr. Bell telling us, as it says at B and C and D, KCC use this contract because it limits the risk to the contractor.
Yep.
So unless we want to increase the risk to the contractor, then these are all he's set out helpfully reasons why that would be preferred. But what I do want to get to, I don't mind if we have more discussion about it, is I do want to get to just on the substance of it, because even if that clause disappears from the Section 106, and even if we still agree that we have no right of approval over it, I don't know if we will or not, but even if we don't, there are reasons to prefer the NEC contract that my witness is going to explain to you. He's just alluded to the point that it has an early warning control. So it allows for issues that arise to be dealt with. And that's it's not just we prefer it because we like the contract. What Kent County Council, what this witness is saying is there are reasons why that type of contract is to be preferred. And when we get to it, if I could ask this witness about that.
Just to re-emphasise that there is no evidence from anybody, including us, obviously, including us or Mr. Bell or anybody, that Kent would not accept us entering into contracts on a customised basis. The only statement to that effect is coming from Mr. Young. I don't dispute that the current 106, and check, I'm sure it does because he says it does, require KCC sign-off of the contract. If that's what it says, that's what it says. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what's been said in addition to that, which is that when KCC come to consider signing it off, all they would accept, apparently, is an NEC contract. And that's news.
I think that's just what I've said.
Yeah, it is what you said, but it's not been answered by reference to Mr. Bell, because Mr. Bell does not say that. All Mr. Bell says is that when Kent do jobs, they use NEC contracts, which is completely different.
If we get to the substance, okay, why is that type of contract, an NEC contract, to be preferred?
Well, it's supported by the ICE.
Who are the ICE?
The Institute of Civil Engineers.
Yeah.
It's their contract, effectively. It's universally understood. So both parties would understand the terms and what they were agreeing to. But as I said earlier, also there are mechanisms within it. It was brought in after the Construction Act to try and streamline construction and make the processes flow better throughout the construction works, rather than, as I said, historically there used to be lots of claims at the end of a job, so it would all be saved up to the end, which caused contractors all sorts of problems with cash flow. But the premise of the NEC contract is that you deal with issues as they arise.
Okay.
And the idea being that they're not as costly as a result of that.
Okay.
Can I just the point that Mr. Bell's making about the contractor risk element, is it a particular nuance of the NEC? There are various types of NEC contract, and he's focused on the NEC option C, which gives a profit share, pain and gain share. So it's almost so it's a target cost contract. So the contractor shares in pain and gain depending on whether they come in under budget or over budget. So that's a particular nuance that isn't really relevant, but I just wanted to clarify that it's not that's what that point is about.
Yeah. Option C. So NEC 4, option C.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, just this point about you get to the end of the process. Previously, historically, there's the person who wants the road built, and then there's the contractor. And the contractor builds the road, but makes mistakes or doesn't deliver according to what was required. And at the end, I think you're saying that's when you get the disputes, the litigation, and so on. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
And is that good for a contractor?
No.
No. What's the problem for the contractor if you end up in litigation or mediation or disputes over the finished product?
The costs of litigation.
Okay. Now.
And the timescales involved.
Okay. Under the NEC contracts, what is the process? You said it's got an early warning control, but what's the process to avoid that end of process litigation?
There are various levels of escalation for if there are issues. So you have senior parties, is referred to senior parties of each side of the contract if you can't sort it out at a sort of site team level. And then after that, it can either go on to mediation or adjudication, and then arbitration or litigation if necessary. But there are those stages in place to try and avoid litigation effectively.
Okay. As the road is being built,
yes.
What happens, please, to try and avoid that disaster scenario of everybody trotting off to the High Court?
Well, you have weekly early warning meetings, and you talk about the issues as they arise and how you're going to solve them as a team.
Okay, so weekly early warning meetings.
Yes.
The contractor and the client sit down and discuss what's happening.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and how beneficial is that?
Very beneficial, I would suggest.
Yeah. Do you think that for this particular task, that type of contract, an NEC contract, is appropriate?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think a bespoke contract where the terms are not consistent with the NEC, for example, they may not have the weekly meetings, they may not have this early warning control, do you think that's appropriate for a scheme of this size?
No, not unless it's carefully drafted so that it's every aspect of it is clear. When the NEC contract came out, it won the Plain English Award for being clear. I don't think any construction contracts are particularly clear, but that was the premise of it, that it was clear and understood by all.
Yeah. Let's take on board Mr. Simon's point, which says, well, you haven't ruled that out because, if it's particularly clear, then it may be fine. So let's imagine that. First of all, have we seen the contract that they want to rely upon?
No, we've only seen mention of it in sort of rebuttal to my costs.
So what do we know about their position about these weekly early warning meetings?
We don't know anything about the contract procedures.
Yeah. So until such time as all of that is clarified through a draft contract or whatever it is, do we know where we stand? Or
no.
Does KCC know where it stands about what it's expecting?
No, we don't.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go through all aspects of and turn this into an evidence in chief about the NEC contract, but your position, you've just said you would expect it to be that, or it could be a separate one if it was carefully drafted. What is different about a contract for a Bellmouth and a contract for new motorway junctions and 6-kilometre relief roads and so on? What's the difference that the contract needs to reflect?
Well, if you were building a simple Bellmouth, for example, the risks are fairly low. I mean, you can still find buried services, you could still find poor ground, but it's fairly limited because you're talking about a very small scale operation and likely to be built by a small contractor who would possibly be happy to agree to a bespoke contract. Whereas a large tier 1 contractor, in my experience, will expect a universally understood, published contract. And also, as I said earlier, my understanding is that National Highways will only accept NEC contracts being used on their networks.
Okay. Does Kent County Council use it? I think, well, to be fair to Mr. Bell, he accepts that. He goes on to say, for clarity, NEC 4 Option C, also known as Target Contract with Activity Schedule, is a cost reimbursal contract where the contractor is paid based on actual cost incurred plus a pre-agreed fee. Are we talking about the same thing here in light of what you said earlier? Are we talking about an NEC 4 Option C contract?
Yes, but we haven't said that this scheme will be an Option C. Mr. Bell has said that my prelim costs are high because I work on KCC projects and will be used to using NEC, so he expects that I've assumed to use NEC, and he knows that 2 of the examples that I've given have been let under an Option C contract. But my prelims calculations aren't just based upon those, they're based upon many schemes. And in fact, those 2 schemes are the only 2 KCC schemes that we've got under Option C. So normally they're not the reimbursable contract, normally they're a bit more traditional with bills of quantities, etc.
Okay, when you say more traditional, another form of NEC contract?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
There are various options, A to F.
Yeah.
A, B and C being the normal ones.
It may be that the applicant fears that, you know, they're going to be tied into an Option C contract, but is that your case? Have you said that you're expecting it to be an NEC 4 option contract? I haven't said
which option, no. They've just assumed that I have assumed to use NEC contract, and they're correct. But I haven't said which option. And I wouldn't be choosing an option for a contract for doing a cost plan of this level, this higher level.
It says
lack of detail.
KCC use this type of contract because it limits risk to the contractor. So not to KCC, but to the contractor, because otherwise it would be very difficult to procure this type of work as the risks are too high for a contractor to take. Do you see?
That's for the particular Option C.
Yeah, but well, you've said your position in relation to that. Okay, he says, however, the process is still not as simple as cost plus, as every cost must be analysed, defined and apportioned to the design and changes in the project's development. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but I think for all changes that has to be done, really. The nuance with the Option C is the contractor would have to demonstrate their actual costs.
Okay. Now, he says at H, compare this to a private developer lead approach where decisions can be made much quicker, with immediate access to the in-house design team and consultants who can recommend quick solutions to design issues and not have the constraints of approving additional budgets and gaining approval of various stakeholders. Just help me with that. What is being highlighted there? That suggests that, well, we've got our own people and they can act quicker.
In my experience, that isn't the case. My experience of working with developers is that it's no quicker than working with KCC, for example. They're reluctant to spend money often, to be honest, when things change. So I don't really see his point. And in fact, with KCC contracts, you normally have a budget set, so you aren't going back for additional funding unless something huge has happened. So I don't really understand his point, and I don't think it's relevant.
No. He goes on to say, this is the main reason, so he pins it on this is the main reason for the difference in prelim budgets, slow and arduous compared to slick and efficient.
That's not my experience of working with contractors and developers.
Yeah, okay. Interesting words. Dadswells have made prelim provision within their budgets totaling 42 million, all 3 elements, which represents a 25.9% addition to the construction costs. That's compared to him, I suppose. Is that right? Or to Jackson's, I should say. Okay. All right. And then the timescales is dealt with at M. We've already dealt with that. You're looking at it over a longer timescale. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Earthworks next then. Now we talked about the nature of the project, the drawings and what we haven't got, and he says the smaller earthworks variants can also be moved over in line with the context comments in paragraph 28, where a similar approach will be adopted, i.e. reuse moved soil on site, not import off-site, import from an external source. During detailed discussions with Jackson's QE and Mr. Wild, it was agreed that there would not be... Mr. Wild, just remind me who Mr. Wild is.
Mr. Wild is the applicant's designer.
Design, yeah. Are we? Has he given evidence? Are we listening to his evidence?
He has given evidence, yeah, last week, I think, or the week before.
Okay. It was agreed that there would not be a requirement to import or export earthworks from outside of the application site to deliver the roads. This is the assumption that there's enough material there if you take from the borrow pits. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
I mean, he's a designer, I think. He's not an engineer, as I understand it.
Mr. Wild is he's an engineer. It's an engineering designer.
Engineering, okay.
We're only talking about the M25 junction here. In here.
We are, yeah.
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 So we're not talking about borrow pits, I don't think.
You're quite right. Yeah. This discussion further to the appendix of Mr. Wild. As such, the allowances made by Jackson's are considered to be robust, whereas the approach to ADCC does not reflect the project as proposed. Just help me with that. What's he driving at there, please?
Well, I've priced the scheme as presented. I think that their point is that they propose to do something else. The applicant proposes to do something else, but as we discussed earlier, we haven't got any information on that.
No.
Other than the concept.
Structures, he said the smaller structures variants can also be moved over in accordance with the comments below in paragraph 29, where a similar approach to value engineering will be adopted. What's he driving at there?
I think he's referencing the larger bridge that's on the Southern Relief Road and saying that they would also attempt to construct the bridge, the M2 bridge, more cost effectively.
She said the M2 bridge.
Yeah.
Carry on. Sorry.
Okay.
You were saying?
I think that he's just saying it's the same point in that they would try to construct the M2 bridge cheaper as they are proposing to do with the Southern Relief Road bridge.
Yeah.
But we haven't got any information on that.
Got no information. Okay. Southern Relief Road now, prelims, currently 7 million difference between Dadswell's costs and Jackson's costs. This tells us what that represents. It said this reflects a review of the preliminary calculations provided by Jackson's as provided in the proof of Mr. Parks. This correction increases the prelims by 12 million, including OHP, and brings the JCE and ADC costs significantly closer. The revised figures are set out in Appendix 1. By adopting the same Jackson-Quinn approach as explained above, it's possible to utilise Jackson's durations, rates and approach and apply these to the section of cost. This is the difference, added 65%. Right, so it's suggesting a significant variance on the cost of the prelims for the southern site. If we go back to the blue and purple for the Southern Relief Road, the difference, I think, on the prelims is about 7 million, yeah?
Yes.
Is it the same point, really, in relation to the motorway junction? Is it the same points that apply here?
Yes, except the timescales. I think Jackson's have now aligned their programme with our timescales, my timescales.
Okay, so we haven't got dispute over timescales,
no,
unlike the motorway junction, but you do have issues about the nature of effectively the way they've approached the prelims, which presumably is back to the NEC contract and all the rest of it.
Yes, yeah, and they've applied a percentage as they have with the other sections.
Okay. Earthworks. The earthworks variance section represents 10%. This item is in regard to the overall earthworks process and how each budget deals with it. The Jackson earthworks strategy. I mean, not to labour the point, but Jackson's are a contractor who've effectively priced work in the context of how they price work for bidding for work. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there we have it. And then there's quite a lot more on this point. It says at G, there are many opportunities to maximise on-site reuse of excavated material, bunds to the boundary to reduce traffic noise, gradual raise in the level of public open space areas, reduced excavation material generated by rationalising road construction, additional focus on backfilling trenches, additional focus on alternative surface water storage. Your observations on that?
They're recognised ways to use material on site. You would normally see a materials management plan that showed how that was going to be achieved. So the concept is understood, but we haven't got any information on it.
Okay. It says the Dadswell approach is a more cautious approach when compared to Jackson's approach based on the level of site and design information that's been provided to date. So you're more cautious. What do you say to that? Is that an appropriate description?
No, I don't think so. I think my cost plan is realistic and appropriate.
Is Jackson's cost plan realistic and appropriate?
I think it's optimistic.
Optimistic. And how useful is it to be... Cost estimate. Yeah, sorry. I said, yes, I said cost plan, didn't I? I haven't got one of those. Okay. Yeah, you'd think I'd remember, wouldn't you? Forgive me. Yeah, cost estimate, you're right. Okay, the cost estimate is optimistic. What's the difficulty with a contractor providing an optimistic cost estimate, please?
Well, there's very little risk to them, really, so that they're providing a competitive price with the hope of winning some work at some point.
Yeah, no risk to them.
No risk to them.
Who's the risk on?
The applicant.
Yeah. Good. Well, I've got questions of Mr. Gearing about where all this risk is and the level that, under the promotion agreements, what percentage they're likely to receive. But let's just stick with costs. Mr. Bell says, throughout my career, I've worked with many PLC and private developers and on private and affordable housing schemes, which cut and fill designs are reviewed and checked over and over to minimise excavation material being taken off. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Does he provide any information about the major road schemes to which he's got experience?
No, his biography doesn't include any such major schemes, and I've had a look at his website and can't see any mention of any major highway schemes. He seemed to have worked for small contractors, I assume doing fairly small schemes, so I wouldn't have thought he had a lot of experience of this type of work, but he may be able to provide something to correct me.
Now it says this site is over an area of 577 hectares, which will provide many opportunities for raising levels, borrow pits, and other means of reusing excavated material. Do we have any detail on that?
No detail, no.
The Dadswell allows 50% excavated material. This variance, the result risk-led approach, is how Jackson's and the applicants have priced the work. So they're agreeing on the 50-50%.
Yes, they agreed with us.
It's important to consider that the current scheme design is based on a worst-case scenario basis, and the applicant's design team will look for every opportunity to rationalise the designs to further reduce cost. Is that right? I
expect they will, yes.
Yeah. So they're saying they've designed the scheme on a worst-case basis.
Yeah, well, they may have designed it on a worst-case basis, but I'm not sure if that is the case. That hasn't been provided. And Mr. Wilds implied in some of his evidence that some of it wasn't worst case, but I haven't priced it as a worst case, because if I'd priced it as a worst case, I would have assumed that for example, all the embankments were structural embankments with geotextile layers in them, etc. I've assumed that the material will stand up and become a usable, buildable embankment.
Yeah.
But I've included risk allowances for what might be required in that example. But there are many items that I consider to be risks that aren't included.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying what he's done is a worst case scenario. I can't ask him about it because he's not going to give evidence. Nora Jackson's.
Sorry, he did give evidence.
Mr. Bell.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Wilde said it was worst case. He literally said that. Yeah, we did. But he said it was worst case. Quote unquote. He said it was worst case. He's the one who designed it.
Okay.
I'll have to check the reference, but he did also say that some aspects of it weren't worst case. I can check back on that this evening.
Some were not worst case. I have to admit, I was taking it from Mr. Bell because
my mistake.
I don't think it's unfair because Mr. Bell is the person writing these words, but he says it's important to consider the current scheme is based on a worst case scenario, and he's got it not in inverted commas, but he's got it in quotation, sort of, in inverted commas. So maybe that is Mr. Wilde's evidence. I don't know. Well, whatever their position, okay, is that your position? Have you designed it on a worst case? Have you costed it on a worst case basis?
No.
No. Okay. Well, that's perhaps the point for this issue. What you said you did agree with is that they will look for every opportunity to rationalise the designs and reduce costs. Would you expect a developer to do that?
Yes, I would. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I think along that way they will also find other things that cancel out some of their costs, because I keep going back to the embankments, but I think that's a big issue that's missing.
Okay, so what you mean by that is the building embankments, and you're assuming that as it's being built with the diggers and the excavators and everything like that, it will be able to just be placed there, and the slope angles and so on will all achieve what's required without adding any artificial structural cohesion, if you like. Well, it's all artificial, I suppose, but any additional structures. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Whereas what can happen, please?
Well, you can need to have different types of material. So if the material available isn't suitable, so it won't stand up in those sort of slopes and support the road, or as I mentioned earlier, you might have to add structural aspects to it, such as geotextile layers, soil nailing, particular special types of fill, retaining walls, etc.
Okay, soil nailing, that sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
What is soil nailing?
That you have you build the embankment in layers, compacting the layers, wrapping them in a special geotextile, and then you effectively drive huge steel rods into the material that you're trying to retain back to, so it sort of holds it up by pinning it with great big pins effectively.
Okay, and you've not accounted for that?
No.
That could occur.
As you can imagine, quite costly. But I think my point probably really is that this is a long road, and you would expect there to be some aspects where you're going to need some sort of structural support to these embankments, because some of them are fairly high, up to 10 metres, I think, in places.
Yeah, okay. And then we get structures next. The structures variance section, the items, it says at B, related to the 2NR special structures required the sum relief. I mean, without going through all the figures, I'm conscious of the time, what's the difference in the structures between yourselves and Jackson's, please?
Mr. Bell is focusing on a particular structure on the Southern Relief Road, which is a bridge over the watercourses. And I've priced it because it's a very large bridge. My price for the bridge, as shown on the drawings, is circa 30 million.
Okay. Now, what that when you looked at the plans, because I don't want to dig them all out again, but when you looked at the plans, does it appear to be a bridge?
Yes, it's definitely a bridge.
Okay.
Even it says it's a bridge as well on there. It says bridge over.
Yeah.
Overland flows or something like that.
It says it's a bridge, so you assumed it was a bridge.
Yes.
Yeah. What is it now?
Well, on the drawings it's still a bridge.
Yeah, but how have they costed it?
The applicant's designers provided a sketch of what they've said they would endeavour to do, which was a bank of culverts in lieu of a bridge.
Okay, so a bank of culverts, just what you mean, one culvert next to another?
Yes, yeah, big concrete pipes all next to each other. Effectively, I would argue, forming a bridge.
Yeah, and how much are they saying that's going to save them?
£20 million.
Out of the 30 million?
Yes, yeah, they say they can build this for 10 million.
Now, just so I'm clear, the road still goes over the top, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
But it's not a bridge anymore, it's solid road with culverts at the bottom, is that right?
Yes, but I would argue that's still a bridge, really.
Yeah, but the culverts allow the water to flow. Are we talking about one stream here?
No, we're talking about multiple flows. I can't remember how many culverts were shown on the drawing, but I would guess 15.
15, okay.
There's a huge bank of culverts. It's a big bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into whether the Environment Agency would approve that or not, because of course we haven't got an application for the road. But what's the difficulty with having a whole series of culverts instead of a bridge?
Well, my understanding is that the bridge is over several water courses going at different angles. So I'm not an engineer or a designer, but in my experience it would seem unlikely that the culverts would be angled as such to pick up the flows.
Yeah.
And I would have thought the point of the bridge was that they can flow freely under the bridge.
Yeah.
But I haven't costed the culverts because there's no detail on what would support the culverts. So would you have piled foundations to them? How do they interact? How are they all connected so that the road doesn't subside? It is a very, very odd concept that I haven't seen before, and I've said that there's not sufficient information to price it.
Yeah, so you can't price it. What they're saying is we say it can be done for effectively a third of the price.
Yes.
It's 10 million instead of 30 million.
Yes, my understanding is they're not disputing our £30 million figure for the bridge, but they're saying that they wouldn't build that bridge, they would build an alternative.
Okay, all right. We are nearly there on those. The Northern Relief Road, page 12. There are currently, Mr. Bell says, 3.8 million difference between Dadswell's and Jackson's on the prelims. Is that effectively as per the previous issues?
Yes, yeah, same issues, yeah.
Earthworks, 2 million.
Same issues.
Same issues, okay, yeah, and he's got no further comments on that. So when we look at this table, the pink and blue table, we can see that the biggest item on there is the 20 million for the prelims. Is that right? No,
aside from risk, yes.
Yeah, sorry, of the actual works.
Of the construction works items, yes.
18 million for the special structures.
Yes.
That's largely the bridge, is it? Is
yes,
that right?
yeah, largely the bridge we've just spoken about. Yeah.
And then the earthworks, which we've talked about, and the borrow pits and so on. That's the difference of 16 million. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Now, as you rightly observed, the biggest item in the 122 million difference, and this is before we get to commuted sum, is 66 million. What is that item, please?
That's the difference in risks and contingency.
Yeah, okay. And just help me with this. Why is there such a difference between you? You're at 97.4 million. Jackson's are at 30.6 million. Why is it so different?
I've recognised that there are considerable risks that aren't shown on the drawings and haven't been costed, therefore, and have included what I consider to be appropriate allowances for those, and I think Jackson's costs are optimistic in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, they've got lower costs to start off with,
yes,
and then they've got a lower risk on those lower costs. Yes,
correct.
Yeah, and the risks that they're trying to deal with is what are the factors? What are the risks? Risk elements, if you like, that are not. Yeah. What are the risks, I suppose? Or what are the additional things that we ought to consider when we're thinking about the appropriate level of risk allowance?
Yeah, I mean, a risk analysis hasn't been undertaken, but I've listed some items. The structural embankments, as I've said several times, ground remediation, so if the ground generally isn't able to support the road. Additional topsoil excavation could be quite a big item. We've allowed for a 300mm depth of topsoil across the site, but bearing in mind a lot of it is in farmland, it could be considerably deeper, so that's quite a big risk item. Foul drainage, we haven't got any foul drainage because you don't really need it for a road, but I don't know if there's any that crosses the road or if there's any interactions with foul drainage. Surface water pumping stations, so if the levels of the road change, as I think Mr. Wild is saying he would rationalise, then you're likely to have deeper drainage, which isn't included in places, and pumping to make that work. We've only assumed fairly shallow drainage throughout. Substations, we haven't included any substations, so if we need electricity for various items, if it's not available nearby, there's nothing in for that. Street lighting, we've only included to junctions, likely to be more of that if the road speed's lowered, which Mr. Wild referenced. Small item but bus shelters, there's none of those. Public right-of-way diversions and additional signalised crossings, we've just priced the drawings as shown, but we do wonder if some of those will require signalisation. Concrete subbase to footways, that's usually a KCC requirement, but we haven't included that because we haven't priced it as worst case. Segregated footways, which is a cycling requirement, LTN 120 for demarcation curbs and separate lanes for footways and cycleways. We haven't included anything for that. The earthworks, as we've said several times, we've assumed that 50% is suitable. It could be that it's less than 50%, so that it's a sort of a recognised percentage for this point in time, but it could be worse. We haven't included any allowance for earthworks within the high water table, which we would assume was the case with the multiple water courses, so we haven't included any overpumping, temporary drainage, additional depths of road foundations, curb foundations and the like. We've only included fairly minor allowances for ecological licences and surveys, no inclusion for wildlife tunnels, dormouse bridges and the like, which of a scheme of this nature you would often expect to have some of those things. We've only included fairly minor allowances for utility diversions, bearing in mind that we've got electricity pylons very close to the site, to the road alignment. And obviously we don't know what's in the ground, what cables or anything flows through this corridor, and no, minor in the scheme of things probably, but no allowance for abortive work to the Northern Relief Road if it's built ahead of the Southern Relief Road. That was just a quick list that I wrote before this meeting, but I'm sure there are lots more, but there's some that sprung to mind.
What is it about the nature of this project that gives rise to your need for the contingency? What is it about it? You've identified a whole series of unidentified items that may be additional risks, but what is it about this project that leads you to apply the contingency that you do?
Well, that list of information would have a huge cost effect if several of those came to fruition, and I'm sure that many of those will. The level of detail we've got at the moment doesn't show that information, so we haven't got it available. Hence, I consider it should be priced.
Okay, I want to understand the 122 million difference, which is predicated on a 66 million difference. If we look at the blue and the pink,
Yep.
It's got a green line that says add Dadswell's construction contingency, and what I think I've got there, correct me if I'm wrong, is 4 million at 10%. Is that right?
Yep, just under 5 million for the first one, yes.
Yeah, 13 and 2.7, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Now that obviously doesn't add up to 97, which is what is in that row. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so how do we work through Mr...
I think Mr. Bell, well, I'm pretty sure Mr. Bell has added up all of our risk allowances together.
Okay.
So the green items further down, so the risk allowance and the scope risk allowance to get to the total.
Okay, so what it maybe just it's in the wrong place, but it's
yeah,
still helpful
it's a
to
bit misleading, yes.
To have the figures. When I look at the green items, I've got 4.9 for the construction contingency. I've got 9.89 for the risk allowance. This is on the junction 5A, and then I've got 7.585 on the scope risk allowance. Yes.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to be very long tomorrow, madam, but we are nearly at 5 o'clock, and I do just want to make sure we're clear in explaining these different risk components. So maybe just 20 minutes, half an hour tomorrow morning.
Okay. Right, so we'll finish there then. You, of course, can't communicate with your team, you know that, don't you? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And we need to clear away everything out of the room today. So is there anything else, or shall we call it a day? Are we happy to start at 9:30 again, or did you want to start earlier? 9:30 is fine. Righto. All right. Right, we'll adjourn till 9:30. Thank you. Please don't forget to take all your rubbish as well, please.